Hello everyone and welcome back to the 15v15 Clan Showdown Tournament Day 2. Again today joined by the lovely analyst Moff. How is it going, mate?
I'm doing great. It's a Sunday afternoon. We've got the finals of Clan Showdown,
Yeah.
coming up. Raid against Invil first should be interesting.
Yeah, indeed. I hope everyone is hyped and excited because we have a lot of interesting matches. 4 teams left, Moff. We had 6 teams yesterday. 2 had to leave us in the losers bracket. Fame and Trig. Maybe a bit of an upset.
Yeah, Fame going out the real big shock from yesterday. I think all the other results were fairly predictable. CSA beating out Trig, Invil beating against Fame, and Raid against CSA yesterday. So apart from Fame, all very predictable.
Yeah, so 4 good teams left. CSA, the team that can perform, they will have to be strong today and show it because Nomi is also a pretty decent team, pretty good group stage from them. Also, make sure to refresh the stream because we have Twitch jobs prepared for you. You can collect them from 4 p.m. today, and today I think we have 1 day of premium also, Moff, right?
Yes, we have that 1 day of premium. I had to open the stream myself today. I forgot to do that yesterday, so I can pick up the various paints and Clan Rivals cameras.
All right, perfect. We're gonna take a look at yeah, we're gonna take a look about the first match of the day, Moth Invil against Raid. The community prediction is kind of crazy, 92% for the Polish team.
Yeah, I think a lot of Polish people might have infiltrated the community predictions a little bit, but Invil definitely a very strong team, so it's not surprising that the whole community is backing them to win this one.
I mean, yesterday against Fame, decisive win. A lot of throwing from Fame, I guess. And Invil just a solid, trained, prepared team. Probably the best of the moment in those 15v15 tournaments. But Raid, they also had a pretty solid match yesterday. And this is definitely the team you have to watch if you want to see a team beating Invil, I guess.
Yeah, Raid, they're going to be up against it today. It's not going to be an easy one for them to win, but they can win it. And, they in previous iterations of the team, they have won the whole tournament in the past, so they definitely have the possibility, they definitely have the potential to win.
The only change I guess we can mention is that Raid is now international. They actually had some of their German players that went to the 10th lineup, so they actually picked up some players, for example, from Hive that got disbanded. But I guess that's probably enough from us, Moth. If our casters are ready, I guess we would like to just hear what they have to say. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and also welcome from the two of us to day 2 of the Clan Showdown March tournament here. 15v15 action it's gonna be, and action indeed we will have in the first game, Ducky. Invil against Raid, probably my 2 favorites to take the W in this tournament. What do you think?
Yeah, an upper bracket match here between Raid and Invil. Possible to see this in the grand finals as well. Whichever one of these teams gets sent to the lower bracket has a pretty good chance to make it through that and face off against each other again, like we have seen them in the past. Invil usually pretty strong in this upper bracket. They really only seem to struggle when they come from the lower bracket key. So I expect a strong showing from them on this first match here of the day. We have to see, what does Invil have in store? What does Raid have in store in terms of tactics? We saw yesterday, maybe both teams not revealing too much, because a lot of the things that, for example, Invil played were seen before. Not really new, perhaps recycled, keeping their good strats for later on in the tournament.
Yeah, indeed, I agree with you. Maybe yesterday Invil didn't judge their opponent Fame to be really worthy of showing new strats against. And yeah, the 4-1 scoreline in between both of those obviously underlining this. Now, however, Raid is a different beast, mostly a German team with some international support in there. And we do see the map pick and bans coming up, Live Oaks being taken out by Invil, Cliff taken out by Raid, and then we start immediately on Himmelsdorf. That's going to be a fun one to watch. Then Raid coming in with a Sand River pick. Invil opting out of Fisherman's Bay once again. Then, should it come to it, we are going to head to Ensk, and the tiebreaker would be Prokhorovka. Now, first of all, as always, when Invil or Raid play, both of them, on Himmelsdorf. I couldn't be more excited because both of them like very, very aggressive openings. And yeah, what do you think is going to happen here? Do we see some new strats, or are they going to keep recycling for the time being because it's not the finals yet?
I mean, I have some flashbacks to a previous tournament where Invil kept pushing the 1-3 line in raid. Not once, but twice from North failed to counter it, even though they had the positions for it. So I'm hoping that they have a better reaction than that. But yeah, both these teams are very prone to very aggressive pushes on Himmelsdorf, where they could meet very early on in the battle. And then it depends slightly who has the better split, who can overmatch different parts of the map where the main engagement is not, who has the better shooting, of course. And for Raid, yeah, mainly German team, now reinforced with international players, but in terms of communication, it's completely fine. These guys always play together as well, advances, campaigns, etc. So communication is not an issue for them. All of them capable and willing to speak in English. So there is no issue there, where they're probably for fame yesterday was an issue in that department. But yeah, it really depends, man. What Raid has in store for us. They're kind of, even in groups, they were a little bit hit or miss. When you watch, for example, against String, sometimes, you know, Raid has really good stuff that just makes sense. But sometimes they come up with a thing and you're like, not sure about this one, not sure about that. And it also depends if Raid wants to fight Invil straight on. Probably it's the best choice for them to do so. Actually,
I mean,
actually take the aggression.
Yeah, you would be the expert on experimental strats. I see you doing them quite a lot on your own stream. But I do agree, sometimes it seems a bit hit or miss what we see from them. Meanwhile, Invil, that is always obviously no communication issue there as well. They're all, you know, they are Polish, so they speak in Polish there. And I have heard back to some TeamSpeak recordings or some VODs from their POV, basically. And it is just, you know, 10 people screaming, but somehow they seem to be able to make sense of it all. And that prelude all being done and over with, we are about to head into the first match. The predictions from the casters coming up. I guess that is pretty one-sided. Every single one of us going with a 4-2 for Invil. And now it is going to be a Raid on the attacking side, and they're doing so with a CS. Then they have 6 279s, and the rest is Chieftains.
4 Chieftains, 3 CS, so very light on that department. And coming out with 7-9, we have to see where it gets used.
And now we do see the... yeah, the initial splits here from the defending team of Invil, opting to not send anyone to the hill, despite having that triple CS, but instead they're going with something we haven't seen before. That is a double CS straight through that courtyard here to try and challenge that one chieftain that is there. There is a split for Raid going on. They're sending some tanks towards the hill, but already Ali, Aladdin, they are returning. White Rock now taking some damage here from the CSs. Was out of position, does barely make it out. 831 HP remaining, and once again we do see Invil with that brutal power of the 279s just frontally pushing towards that 2 line, not really taking a lot of damage as of yet. And we will have to see if Raid can actually dig in here, hunker down, and try to stop this push that we are seeing currently. And down the 2 line it goes. That is something we've seen before from Invil. And in the past tournaments, Raid was not able to get an answer here. Now we will have to see if that pincer maneuver that Invil is actually trying through the 5 line is going to work here. Now Orzek taking humongous damage on the cross, down to a 1-shot here. Needs to be careful not to lose his gun into this game. The Invil tanks immediately pushing into the hangar, and in comes the flank from the Invil tanks over the Raid cap into that A4 position where they are going to be sort of safe, and this is going to turn a lot of guns away from the 1-2 line here for Raid, which are in trouble currently, even though Invil is trailing 6,000 HP, so it will be down to the Raid tank here to just take out gun after gun after gun from Invil, and also to get their remaining tanks in the game. They still have some out of game as Kubash and Sokar both drop down here, and this is a 4v2 in the A4 position. Link needs to be very careful though, 51 HP. Ali now also dropping down to a 1-shot, means Ketsai also out of the game here, and we'll have to see. Oh, Monster managing to pick up Ali on another part of the screen, and now finally Senti is out here, so Monster is in the 1v3 in the A4 position, and now Invil trailing still 4k HP, and you can see on the minimap right now the raid tanks, they are cleaning out the courtyard. Yes, they are losing the hangar, but they are winning everywhere else, and it seems to me like Raid have actually found an answer towards that Invil aggression from the 2-line. The CS still probably sniping from the hill. Invil at this point in time down 6k HP, and I think they are starting to realize that this was not it here. This push over the courtyard with the CSs and then with the pincer maneuver, I think that pincer maneuver simply didn't have enough HP, didn't have enough firepower, didn't have enough burst potential in it. And yeah, Invil now regrouping here, but with an HP deficit of 7k HP, I certainly do not see this happening here.
No, it definitely won't be happening whatsoever. Yeah, you can only do we can only do, like, the thing is, right, if you do something time and time again, at some point people are going to know how to set up for it and receive it, and this is exactly what we saw actually from Raid. I mean, yeah, Invil has triple CS, right? Invil had that triple CS, but the triple CS, it's a gimmick in this. It's really a gimmick. It's like, okay, we're going to the hill with the CSs, but then they're not going to the hill with the CSs, but they're also spotted out early, so Raid has this information available towards them. I mean, Raid still has to close it out here. They're up double the HP, but it's coming closer than I would like to see. Anyways, again, Invil pushing 1 to 3 lines time and time again. They've done this for tournaments now in a row. They managed to make it work on most occasions, even made it work yesterday against Fame. But you could argue in that game they should have lost as well. And this time around, we saw them get punished, get held, and this repush from behind on A4 was too early, too soon, and Raid still had plenty of tanks there. You know, they push into A4, they turn around, and they just simply repush them.
Yeah, and here Raid, I think they are a bit afraid to throw here. That's why they're not closing it out. You can see the only tank that is not a one-shot for the team of Invil is Never. But the thing for Raid here is currently that the CS, it has the 2200 HP, so that is the tank that wouldn't need to make the plays, but it really doesn't want to, because it doesn't have the armor to sustain a lot of shots, and this is why we see Raid here stalling out the game currently. Now, AG being reloaded with Intuition, not enough to take out Lucky here, but I think Invil is gonna realize sooner or later that this is over. They're probably already preparing for the next round, and that is why we currently don't see them making any kind of move towards certain death, because yeah, the HP is just not there for them to come back anymore.
I mean, it's closer than it should have been. Raid, you know, pushing in.
They even sent the CS towards the cap now. They're this afraid.
Yeah, I mean, they should at this point. They started pushing in everywhere. You know, we won the game. We're up so much. And then there's a few small throws, let's put it like that, in terms of positioning. But all in all, stabilizing the game now. It's correct to go towards the cap. Smiley's now rotating to try and get on towards Piotrix. Never has all the HP for his team. He is the only tank that is technically not a one-shot, but realistically will be, though. The Shore might get a shot here on the crossing, on towards Never. No. Never was pushing Smiley, and Smiley actually making a good play there. Getting out of a tricky situation, readjusting accordingly, not allowing himself to get called by the CS in 54 seconds now. Invil has to make a play here. They have to somehow come back into this game. The Shore is now on reload. Old Kings as well, readjusting to F1. Smiley now coming back in as well. The Shore picks up Piotrix. Now DJ is left there by himself. Never's coming from behind. Smiley holding the angle, though. Never needs to make it back to the cap. 399, not gonna be picking up that one. Not getting the role required. Never will be trading on towards Smiley, but in return, he has lost his remaining teammates in this battle. And Raid, can you believe it? Coming out strong on their first round of Himmelsdorf and really shutting it in the faces of Invil, who really have to go back to the drawing board on what to play from Himmels on the south, because every time now they're doing the same thing almost. Same thing in essence, with different tank lineups, but it's the same.
Yeah, exactly, and we saw that two-line push basically working a lot better the past tournaments, and I have to agree.
Even against Fame, they should have lost it. Even against Fame, and they played that game, they should have lost it. Fame made so many mistakes, gave them so many free tanks. If they didn't, I mean, Raid reacted really well here, right? They reacted really well. They also didn't cross over with their chieftains on A5 too early. They waited there for a second until Invil was heavily committed down the two-line, you know, when they were running it down, and then they crossed over. And then Invil had to react somehow, but this A4 push was never going to work, but they had to do something.
I'm actually surprised at how much damage the CSs did here by Invil. I thought they would evaporate much sooner with that split through the 5 line and then into the A4 position. I thought they would, you know, not do as much because they just don't have the sustain in a brawl, but I guess their DPM worked out fine. It was just that the split came too soon. Raid was able to react very well to this. They had just enough guns to hold it.
The issue is if they don't push in from behind, then Raid simply pushes to the front and kills those 2 7-9s from behind because they have to push all the way to A2 to clear. And if there's no push from behind, Raid will simply repush 3 line, or they will repush the 2 7-9s like we saw yesterday between CSA and Trig, actually, if you remember, where CSA just simply repushed the 3 line when the 2 7-9s were going down the 1 line. And Intel would still be in trouble because the hill was under control from Raid. They didn't leave too many tanks there. They had firm control over it, just the CS farming. And this was good from Raid. Good reactions, good rotations, even chilling at A5 a little bit, making sure that Invil commits the whole way down, so they no longer have a chance to bail out of the engagement. And then punishing it hard. This is good. This is good from Raid. It's a good start. It's exactly what they need as well against a team like Invil, which I think is still a highly emotional team. Nonetheless, it is very important to get off to a good start. If Raid picks up another round here, that's amazing for them, because no matter what, in an upper bracket finals, it's still possible for one of the 2 teams to really tilt and be like, well, we got another shot. Yeah. You know, if you go to the lower bracket, we can still make it through there.
Well, the thing is, though, Invil now down 1-0 on Himmelsdorf, and we had that situation yesterday. And that game, or that matchup, ended with a 4-1 scoreline for Invil, so I don't think they're going to be too worried. They have proven they can, you know, clean sweep after this. We'll see if it happens, though, today. There's
a big difference between 1-0 and 2-0, though.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just highlighting the similarities to the game yesterday, but obviously that must not be, or that doesn't necessarily have to be the case today. All right, Invil now coming in here with a CS 5 Chieftains. Then we have double 50B, and that is 7 279s.
Yeah, and then Raid coming out with a singular CS, so both teams having only 1 CS, which means they're even on the hill. Following it up with 8 Chieftains, and the rest being 6 279. Raid lineup could do anything. It could push lower, it could go hill. The Invil lineup also could be doing those things, but their lineup from Invil is more centered around the lower side because of those 2 7-9s, and also something that you can take into account, which is information available to the field commanders as well. When a 2 7-9 has 2,520 HP, it almost always means that they have turbo, and turbo is more for the hill than anything else.
And I can indeed confirm that a lot of raid tanks that were previously going to the hill have turbo, even the 279s, basically Rema turbo config. Now, however, they're turning around, and Itox needs to be careful not to get caught out, as Katsai and Lucky are both being pushed through the courtyard once again. Itox taking another shot, getting tracked here even, I believe.
He's way too late on running. He's so late on running away.
Itox, what are you doing? He's probably going to take another one from Katsai, and obviously he can't really shoot back. No, he's even getting picked up because he can't depress the gun over the back of his tank. And now in come the raid reinforcements that were previously going to the hill, but you can already see that purple flood from Invil through the courtyard, through the 4, through the 5 line, pouring in.
Yeah, they're pushing the 3-4 line while Raid is starting to retake the 1-2 line. But 1-2 line is a place where Invil doesn't really have many tanks, and they're just going to start pressuring from all the other angles at the same time now. There's indeed 2 Raid tanks on the hill. You got to remember that. And that is only 1 for Invil. And now Raid coming in with a good repush here on the 3 line, trying to catch Piotr off guard there. Banu trying to hold them, trying to stop them from pushing down the lane. If they can kill the double 279 here, it might be an okay trade for Raid, actually, because they've gotten behind them. They've gotten a small overmatch here even, because those 279s from Invil on the 3 line, they were a little bit isolated. And Raid setting up a good crossfire now. Actually, a good repush even as well. Smiley going past. Smiley going into 1-2 line, he has to live with this. White Rock coming as well. And now this is looking okay for Raid, actually, because of this rotation onto the 3 line, where they were actually able to catch a fairly significant amount of 279s. And now they're even on HP. It's 1v1 on the hill as well. And Raid now pushing again once through. They want to catch Santi. They want to catch Piotrix, that 50p on reload. But they need to connect these shots. They have to actually be penetrating those. In the meantime, there's a 2-line repush coming out from Invil. It's action all over the place. Albert goes down. Conrad goes down. Raid still holding on though. Those double 50Bs from Invil are a immense tool in this. So if they can get clips out, if they can continuously come off of reload and make those clips work, they're going to be the difference maker here. They lose Aladdin, they lose Wytruck for the side of Raid. Tisek goes down, Ketsai goes down, Kubash is going to follow to the grave. Now Ali getting flanked from behind by Rexar in his 50B, but now Invil has a little bit of an issue. Yes, they have that double 50B, but they're losing that single shooting ability. Orchek there in his 279. You gotta imagine, there's so many wrecks. Can he even get out of this?
I am not sure if he actually can, and now you see the raid tanks actually fanning out, and if Ozek cannot get out of this, that is a huge problem here for the side of Invil, as that is 2.4k of the 6.2 remaining one.
I don't think he can get out of it.
Oh my goodness, Ozek, did you position yourself in a position?
No, he can't. Dude, there was like 6 tanks in there. It's just the wrecks blocking him.
All right, I guess this makes it a 6v4 then, if Ozek is out of the picture here. Now Piotrix, you can see him fully reloaded together with Monster, trying to make some sort of advance onto the cap, but Manfred and Timmy, they are waiting there, obviously, and they probably know by now, they figured out that, that the Invil tank,
I like this rotation
that they
from
can't
Ricochet. If it is on time, it could be very crucial here, because he's coming towards the K line to get these tanks in the side. Orchek is kind of stuck right now. There's too many wrecks. There's like 3 in front of him. Orchek blocked in. That's 1/3. That's over 1/3 of Invil's HP.
And indeed, there seems to be a clash erupting now in the 3 line. There is both Lucky and Monster breaking 3k damage. They do manage to pick up Manfred. This is why Link is coming in now. The 50B biting the dust. Timmy, with only 2 crew members left here, does get taken out of the picture. And now Link trying to block Monster from flanking him. He should be able to pick him up as he goes.
Good kill there from Link.
Now he is in a 1v1 situation, as remember, Ozek cannot help him.
HP is even key, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't
Orchek
matter.
Is stuck. Orchek is completely stuck in between. That's a great deal for Hannes. Even jumped off the hill. Hannes just jumped off the hill.
I am unsure as to what happened there, but yeah, Raid is just gonna, go cap now.
Yeah, they should, because Orchek is stuck. Look at that. It's not an Orchek positioning failure, by the way. You cannot blame him for this. He has 3 wrecks on the left. He has 3 wrecks on the right. It's just there were so many tanks here that they actually fully blocked the gap, and this is good for Raid. This 3-line repush, Invil getting bad reactions from them again. Raid repushed over the K line, right? And then they repushed into the 3-line. But Invil still had like triple 279 there, even more than that. And those tanks couldn't push into H3 because Panu was blocking them. So where Raid made the rotation, Invil was not reacting well. Those 3-line tanks are supposed to back off. They're not supposed to push back in. They're supposed to pressure the 4, the 5-line, the other parts of the maps where they have overmatches, because they saw how many Raid tanks were going towards 1-2. If those guys at the 3-line went back and helped them on the 4-5 line, they would have been totally fine. But like this, it was really bad for Invil, because Raid had then set up Crossfire on the J line. They were winning the hill, because Hannes won the hill in the 1v1. And then, good rotations. Good rotations from Raid. But I will say, though, this window position from Itox, right? It's one that gets countered really heavily. And basically, you have to run away after the first spot. Like when you see them come 8 line, the way to run away now is to go out of the window, go towards the right, back towards the 8 line, and then run away through there. Or like run away through actually 9 line. Because you could see what happened now. The 279s were already in the courtyard. He takes 3 shots. The Chieftains speak him as well. It's a hard position to play, but basically you have to bail immediately. Because you already spotted the 8 line. You have 279s to spot the 3 line. There's no need for you to stay.
Yeah, and we do see here the damage numbers coming up, and poor Ozek, he was trying to do what he can. He's 3rd in his team
it's
damage,
not like I said, man, you cannot blame Orchek for this. You can't do Orchek Omega lol. He couldn't do anything. Like in World of Tanks, yes, you can push Rex, right, because of the physics. But if there's 3 Rex next to each other,
no,
I mean, he could probably move them. He could probably move them, I guess, a little bit. He could probably move them a little bit, but it would take him 10 minutes to get out of it.
And yeah, I guess Raid putting themselves up on a quick 2-0 here on Himmelsdorf. I guess getting a bit lucky, or Invil getting a bit unlucky even, with what we just saw. But such is life sometimes, right? Such is life.
Yeah, I mean, if they had that to full HP 279, things could have looked different, man. It could have looked different. But then again, key. Invil was up 1 tank for free from the beginning of the game. Right? Raid just won a 15v14.
Yeah.
Because Orchek did his damage.
Yeah, he was
before that.
contributing to the fight, and it was just that he was full HP at the end because people probably focused other tanks which were lower HP. Anyway, that is Himmelsdorf, and Invil's map pick now gone here. So we're heading over to a map which is mostly played much slower. It is Raid's map pick of Sand River, although we've seen some very, very aggressive tactics by Invil in the past on this one.
We have seen. I mean, Sand River is historically a 1-1 map key. To be honest, I mean, Invil is pretty good on Sand River, but I would not put it beyond Raid to win one of the 2 rounds on this. And then we go into Ensk, where Raid is not bad, but Invil always proclaim that they're amazing on Ensk. So they're gonna have to show us because we're going to Ensk either way.
I mean, when drafting up my...
I mean, we're not going to Ensk either way. If it's a Sand River is a 1-1, then we go to Ensk.
Yeah, I mean, when I was basically drafting up my prediction, which was 4-2 for Invil, I thought, like, yeah, Invil takes, you know, Himmelsdorf 2-0, then Sand River gets split, and Ensk also gets split. That's how I basically got my 4-2. I mean, it can happen still, but winning both Sand River and Ensk cleanly is a very hard thing to pull off. So, yeah, Invil here trailing after their map pick, and that is...
This is amazing for Raids, by the way.
Yeah, this is like, extremely good for them. They can just split
Raid
2
is
maps
making,
now, and then they
I think
win.
we have to compliment Raid on how well they're reacting to what Invil is throwing at them right now. Invil with those aggressive pushes, and we could see yesterday what happens if a team doesn't react well to those aggressive pushes in the likes of Fame, as hard as it sounds. But Raid actually reacting well and making moves and not being afraid to make decisive actions, rotating the right amount of tanks. Like on Himmels, they made sure they had 2 on the hill so they can always win it. Good stuff from them, really. Really, really good stuff from Raid so far.
And we already see the map video here, so we know that the gameplay is not far out for us on Sand River. It is going to be Raid attacking first. So Invil's going to be defending from the west, obviously. The sides are swapped here for this. And Raid is attacking with a CS, a 279, and 13 Chiefs.
Yeah, but look at Invil. They have double Cran, double CS, double 907, and STRV, and the rest is Chieftains. The double Cran likely to be pushed by the CSs here. This looks like a K-line overpush almost for the set of Invil.
K-line overpush? I mean, you can also boost the Crans on towards the north.
Yeah, you boost nah, I think that's useless. I think the Crans are more likely to get either boosted straight to K5 in front, or to either get boosted straight to K3 to peak on the top. One of the 2.
Well, the secret is not far out, as we can see the splits by both teams. For Invil, not really a split, and the CS actually not pushing the Crowns, but instead going towards the middle
I like
of the
it
map.
from Raid, man. Look at this. Raid realizing the potential here. They're sending Kihan 14 tanks to the K-line. 14!
And
Raid and Invil both have their entire team going here.
yeah, well, who needs map control if you can just brawl, right? Timmy already taking 2 shots of damage here. Only 1 shot returned onto one of the Crowns, and now we will have to see which of the setups is actually better for brawling on this K-line here. The fact that Raid doesn't have any tanks middle means that the 907s can't really get punished from the middle, and this is why Raid now are taking the basically the northern side of the dune, which you don't really see that often, but this is actually enabling Invil to push over the K-line and just dump onto a limited number of chieftains. I think Raid may have just done themselves a misfavor.
Yeah, I don't think this Raid outside play here was very good for them. I think they should have taken the straight fight even, because Invil now got an overmatch. Invil now was able to take their tanks. I thought the 279 was going to come for the side of Raid as well, but he didn't come. He was actually in towards the middle, and Monster's having a field day right now, but Raid making a good repush here. Manfred goes down, Senti to follow to the grave. If Raid can put the guns here into effect, there is a chance, because there's still tanks coming in from the side of Invil. Raid is now able to focus out the guns of Invil in return, and yeah, it's looking close, but now there comes another push here from Invil, and now those crowns are coming into effect, those upper angles as well. Now they turn back to focus on towards those Raid tanks, because the rest of the team arriving here for the side of Invil, and yes, this outside play wasn't it for Raid. It really wasn't it. It gave Invil an opportunity to overpush the K-line, and also, you gotta wonder though, if you're going outside, why is Old Kings driving to K3?
Yeah, exactly. K3 is basically the best thing to push on there for the Invil tanks right now. Obviously, the game is not over yet, but, well, it's over in the sense that the outcome is clear. Even Piotric's now committing to the fight in the STRV.
If they do this, they need, like, how do I say it? Like, if they do this, if they wanted to adapt like this when they expect everything to be there, it should be a chieftain going middle with the CS, right? To overpush the CS. So the chieftain just keeps driving down to counter the CS. They kill him. And it's the 279 that stays more back, right? He stays more towards K6, K7, angled up. And they leave the chieftains in K5 in the hold down. So Invil has to push not just into the close tanks, but all the way into the hold downs. And then Raid could make this reaction, because Invil would bleed a lot to make this push to begin with. But like this, they got Old Kings, for example, for free. Jakafa didn't really contribute much into this game either. So
yeah, and here we can already see in the post-battle results screen, yeah, Old Kings only able to do one shot of damage, and that is the problem here. Those tanks that were not able to do more than 1 or 2 shots of damage, that is going to be the case a lot more on the raid side, because Invil did get the jump on this K-line. Meanwhile, Invil will have, yeah, exactly, no tank with only 1 penetration. This one even doing 3, obviously below his alpha of 2 shots because he has a kill. But this is exactly the problem for raid here, and this is where Invil was doing mighty fine, even though the pen rate by Sokar is could be better.
No, terrible. In the Kran in this engagement, the Kran is there to burst and do damage. So you expect 75, 80%, preferably 90% pen ratios, because it is on 200 meter ski. You gotta be very honest about that. When you do 9-9-4 in the Kran, you've aimed.
Yeah,
terrible.
But nevertheless,
Like,
the
terrible.
other 14 Invil players able to carry Sokar through that one, and this is why now we are left with a 2-1 scoreline here. Invil able to convert their defense on Sand River, but as you mentioned before, obviously, defense considered to be slightly favored,
Not
even
on Sand
though
River.
the sides got switched.
I wouldn't say it's favored on Sand River, to be honest. Yeah,
Well,
this is great for Invil.
What would you pick, Ducky, if it were a tiebreaker?
It has nothing to do with it. That is a completely different. Man, I can also make facts and arguments that completely support my case, all right? But that doesn't make sense. In a tiebreaker, you almost always go for defense just because the pressure is on, and then it becomes extremely hard to attack properly because the time is running, clock is ticking, you're under pressure. But in a regular battle, in a best of 7, best of 9, best of 5, whatever, I would pick East.
Okay, so yeah, we'll see. Then actually the side which you would pick has just lost, but I think we're about to ready to head into the next game. You said this is now great for Invil. Well, obviously they have won the previous round, so they are going to be on a slight mental high currently. We'll have to see if they can convert it. And I believe as soon as we see the lineups, we can probably start making judgment as to where the tanks are gonna go. Here we go, Invil now attacking with 1 EBR triple 907, and the rest is 11 chieftains. For raid, we see 1 EBR double CS and 12 chiefs.
Yeah, and 12 chiefs, so lineups, the only difference is that Raid has CSs and Invil has 907s. Outside of that, they are completely the same. Outside of Invil having, of course, one more 907, but those 907s put in a lot of hurt, a lot of pain, big DPM, so even missing a shot is not that bad. They usually use those to like snipe, one on the balcony, one on the base, one on the dune where you would see 279s, to put in the pain on towards the tanks of Raid, but nothing of the sort, man. They're going with all 14 to the K-line. And guess what? Raid is going with all 14 to the K-line as well.
Actually, I just checked, and all of the 3 907s did have a turbo here. So they are going to be there very, very fast. They did stop here now for a few cross shots, which they are not getting currently. And the EBR, Hannes, I believe he confirmed there is nothing middle. So now he's trying to find it out. And now that some...
Piotr is very far out of this game, though. Like, he's driving, but he's very far out of it. And the raid tanks here coming in, the raid tanks getting punished immediately. A good crossfire coming out from Invil. All the tanks there immediately dropping 2000 HP. And now raid is going to be forced to overpush one way or another. And this is not looking good for them. They look to be driving into the slaughter as the Shoyer is the first one to feel the pain. And the Invil tanks not committing into the dip. And you could see the bleed there so significant immediately. This game, it's close in terms of HP, but in positions, Kihan, it's falling everywhere for Raid.
Yeah, not also the positions, but also the guns. The Invil tanks just able to focus out those low HPs by Raid a lot better than the team in yellow was able to do it onto the Invil tanks, and now we're just gonna see it spiraling out of control for the mostly German team here, as if you have one gun less, then you start having 2 guns, 3 guns, 4 guns less, and then the DPM on the team with the more guns is just going to pull ahead, and that is exactly what we're seeing right now. Just a pack of hungry purple sharks here right now, encroaching onto Panuka, Smiley, Itox, all of them that are still left here, and probably still left wondering where it went wrong, but it was exactly that overpush into that dip where Invil got the first salvo off, and Raid was unable to retaliate. That is exactly where the initial HP advantage went towards the Invil tank. Raid probably thought, well, the 907s might be somewhere else, or the 907s don't have enough HP to sustain in a 14v14 brawl, but that was not the case. Invil even able to keep all 3 907s alive, so this low alpha but high DPM just coming in for Invil continuously throughout the fight, and then also those 907s, they're a little pesky to shoot. Sometimes you even bounce a shot or two in brawls.
Yeah, Hannah's now on the runaway. I think he's trying to draw some time out even. Don't think it matters though, to be honest.
Not sure. Like the Himmelsdorf attack, it wasn't that fast.
No, it wasn't. The Himmel's attack was really not that fast at all. Yeah, you could see here, this is the point where Raid has to adapt IMO. I think they were gambling that Invil doesn't have all their tanks on the K-line, and they didn't. So they went for the overpush, but if the tanks from Invil are not committed in the dip, right, at J4, they can volley for free, take some damage back, but they will win the trade. And then afterwards, they can, again, volley, and then you're pushing. So immediately you're down a ton of HP.
And yeah, Hannes trying to do his best here to duck and wave, but Kubash having none of it, picking it up, securing the win for his team, at Invil with a comfortable 9,000 HP advantage, still finishing this game with, I believe...
Can you check how many times Hannes has spotted for me?
I will check that momentarily once I've loaded out of the game. But yeah, that was a gamble by Raid that did not go as expected. You have to say it. And yeah, we can switch over to the post-battle results, and Hannes has 11 first spots.
11 first spots. So he was missing...
Probably the 990?
Possibly, yeah, possibly. I'm not sure who he spotted. So Raid had good info that there was 11 tanks K-line. He probably didn't see the 907s, to be fair.
I mean, if they stay low in the dip, he has almost no chance to spot them. So
I mean, yeah, 907 has decent camo as well, so...
So yeah, Invil looking strong on Stand River, coming back 2-0. So we are left in with a 2-2 scoreline, and this means basically the best of 7 has turned into a best of 3. And the next map, I believe, that we're gonna see is Ensk. And Invil, self-proclaimed Ensk, I guess, champions, professors, specialists.
Yeah,
even though Raid picked it.
Raid 2-0ing Himmels on their map, on the Invil's map pick, and Invil 2-0ing Raid on their map pick. So if we go by that, Raid is in trouble.
In big trouble, yeah.
Either way, this round was not winnable for Raid. The previous one, it was. How much we complimented them on their reactions on Himmelsdorf, as much as they failed on Sand River, but in return, Invil with good reactions instead. So, you know, Invil, no good reactions on Himmels, Raid did. Now on Sand River, Raid not with the good reactions, but Invil with the good reactions. So it's kind of interesting.
Well,
because the first round on Sand River was definitely winnable for Raid if they set up the right crossfire.
Yeah, that move to the outside just, I mean, we called it out already immediately during and also after the game, that basically if you split your tanks like that and one group cannot support the other, then the overpush by Invil is basically pre-programmed. That is just the right thing to do. And even in a chaotic game, you, as a caller, you see that immediately, that basically, well, you need to jump over K-line and battle from there as one if your players don't completely screw up their shots.
I mean, it's true what Insane said. Invil said that they were amazing on Ensk until they got 2-0'd by a certain team.
You mean that certain team that is out now?
Yeah. Different FC, though.
Oh, alright. So,
I mean, the meta has changed a lot since then. On the
true,
map,
that also. Anyway, heading into Ensk, have we seen either of those teams play Ensk yet? I'm trying to recall it.
In the groups, yes.
In the groups, yes. I don't think we've seen them play Ensk on the players.
Yes, we did, because we saw Ali do 8.
True.
8.6
Ali
K
whipping
damage.
out the wheelbarrow yesterday. How could I forget? I'm very sorry, Ali. Yeah, very interesting moving into this map if Raid is going to bring that triple VK72 again, because it most certainly carried them to victory yesterday. Invil obviously will have watched the matches yesterday, so maybe they have some sort of counter for it. Then again, how do you really counter the VKs? You probably need some E-tanks, E3s, E4s to do that.
Yeah, E100.
That one not so much, I don't think.
Well, you said E-tanks.
Yeah, well...
EBRs?
They can, you know, flank around it.
But yeah, the lineups are the biggest interesting factor here of what we're going to see. We've seen a very heavy 279 from south, from north it's a little bit more balanced to control both sides of the map. It's a question if Raid is going to park the bus like they did before, because we did see them park the bus, or bring, for example, the same lineup as they had in that game, the very heavy lineup,
I mean,
and then decide to push the city.
When they parked the bus, I think they had basically won it, and then for some reason it got unbelievably close.
Because their 279s and 0 line started to get farmed.
Yeah. Alright, anyway, I think we're about ready to hop into the next game. There was a slight technical issues, I believe, with one of the observers, but that one should be fixed, and now in we go here. Raid playing from north, which means attacking. They're doing so with triple E3, 5 chiefs, rest 279s, Invil double B. Okay, then we have an E4, double E4 actually, double E3, double chief, and the rest 279s.
Yeah, this double B is the biggest question mark for me here, if it's really going to work out. In the terms of TDs, they're both evenly matched, but Raid is still slightly lighter though, because they have more chieftains available towards them.
And now the initial splits here, Raid going towards field mostly, although they are leaving some tanks obviously in the city. They are gonna contest rail control, but Invil does have one more TD. However, they have double E3, whereas Raid, did they have one E4, or was it also?
But Invil is not straight pushing with this. I mean, this is trying to bait, or is Invil trying to bait here right now with this lineup that they're playing field? I mean, Raid has the spots, man. They know that they're missing a lot of tanks right now.
I mean, you see Kubash and Senti spotted in their 279s in the rails, and
it looks like it's maybe working, because Raid is now starting to pressure the city.
True.
Maybe they think they missed the spot, and that would be terrible here for the side of Raid. If they check it carefully, they're okay though, because they're not in danger of losing the field. It only depends if they decide to
White
push
Rock,
it
the way
down.
he's driving though, there is no way to carefully check it.
But they spot DJ though. They spot DJ though already, and White Rock gets spotted out as well. He takes a shot from Orchak, and this will halt the push from Raid. It would have been better if Invil was hiding at this moment in time.
Yeah, Invil probably didn't want to get caught out either, because remember, I don't think Invil has a lot of information on the tanks. Yes, they see double E3 on the rails, but that is about it, together with one chieftain in the window in D4-5. So they couldn't be sure how many tanks Raid would commit to the push to the city, so they needed to peek to get info.
Yeah, but Raid is now slowly going to start winning the field though, right now. And they need to back off from the city. They need to rotate across and retake the field fully, because they have it for free almost, and Invil would need to do the same. But Manfred position would spot all of the tanks from Invil. So now the goal for Raid should be to rotate back a few tanks, 1 or 2 more towards the field, set up defensively in the back, and then wait for Invil to have to commit in here.
I mean, Invil...
Raid is obviously attacking. Don't forget that.
Yeah, Invil now sending one more 279 in towards the city. T-Shek, I think, took an HE shell, but he did have a medkit available for his commander. Or, actually, whoa, that might have been a pen into the cupola, so I guess Ali once
even
again
now,
styling.
Raid is already slowly starting to win the field, by the way. I mean, T-Shek's position is okay, but if somebody pushes on the outside, he's going to die as well. Raid is very slow with reactions right now, IMO. Kind of waiting and baiting. But they have the info now. They know that there's tanks in city, and those tanks would not be there without support for the side of Invil.
I mean, slow trades going on here on the field currently, where Raid is probably deliberating where to make the push, and so far no real rotation out of the city for them, so I guess the deliberation can still go on for like, I guess 2-3 minutes maximum, but then we need to see basically a commitment by them coming in.
I think Raid is a little bit confused right now of what to do. They see the split and they're not sure exactly how to react to it. Probably discussing how they want to do it. Perhaps they're waiting for Invil to be like, okay, they're rolling towards the field, we push the city, but Invil is defending. They don't have to do this. I think right now, with the positions they have, they're fairly happy, actually.
Yeah, Invil, I mean, they have taken off 3.5 minutes off the clock now, and they are basically happy to let time run down here because not a lot is happening, and not a lot happening means W for them currently. And on the field, Raid is not really making any advances as of yet. And this means that they're not generating control there either. Now, finally, some reshuffling going on in the city, though, by the Raid tanks. And I think that looks like a push in the city to me.
It does look like a push, but this is not going to end well for Raid IMO. When I look at the amount of tanks that Invil has available on the crossfires that they currently possess, it's not looking good to me. I would like maybe one Raid tank to push up slightly to get some info if they want to do this, and then react accordingly, because they would proxy spot a lot of tanks for the Invil side, but it is going to be a one-line push for the side of Raid Key. I am worried about this for the side of Raid altogether, because there is a ton of Invil tanks here.
Indeed. Now the Raid push rolling in over the one line. That is where the bulk of their tanks is. Lucky Orzek and Konrad greeting them with crossfire. Currently the 50B starting to clip out, and Timmy is feeling the brunt of the damage already, down to a one-shot. Out of the game he goes. Now Orzek is in trouble because the Raid tanks start pouring into that square here, and Manfred, the next one to get focused down. It is actually Konrad to pick him up, and now this is just a free-for-all here in the square, but Invil seems to be able to pull a lot of reinforcements into the square here right now, and this is why we see Raid trailing in HP, 6k currently and counting.
Yeah, 6k HP and counting, and this was the worst push Raid could have done. I'm gonna be honest, this Ensk from both teams actually bad. Not gonna lie, the Ensk from both these teams actually not solid whatsoever, and Raid making the worst possible decision to react towards it, even with information available that they had. But even from Invil's side, their lineup, it's very weak for a field pressure that Raid could do basically for free altogether, without being in danger of getting repushed either. So weird Ensk, but it's working out for Invil.
It's indeed working out for Invil, as they have yeah, now decisive 10k HP advantage. Itox probably the next one to bite the dust here. Yes, Raid is winning the field, but it is a Pyrrhic victory, as yeah, all of their buddies in the city have been cleaned out already. Yes, there is still W3 on the rails, but Invil, after going down 0-2 on their own map pick, or actually you have to say they school Raid on their map pick, and now Rexar styling on Hannes. Hannes probably not happy with that. I mean, probably not happy with how the game went anyway, but you know, Hannes is a very emotional player, and if someone does that to him at the end of the game, he's going to be even more unhappy.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Key, I didn't like either of the two ends that were just played. I really feel like Raid missed a lot of crucial steps to approach this, and I think Invil is gambling so hard that he could throw back in their faces really easily. Because Raid, they needed 1 or 2 more tanks to win the field. Invil can't pressure across the K-line back. They can't. They will die on the crossing with a ton of HP, which then opens the city push to Raid again. And Raid even knew that there was 279s close, man. They knew that the 279s were pushed up, and they know that there's a double 50B as well for the side of Invil. And they still decided to push 1-2 instead of feeling the rails, you know, going down the second rail, getting some info, getting ready to cross back over. Yeah, they'll take some damage crossing back over, but they would win the field, and then Invil would be forced into a reaction. I mean,
yeah,
I don't know what Raid was thinking, that 279s pushed up there are never by themselves. Never.
I mean, if you don't know it, then I certainly don't.
I mean, the thing is, Raid has the cross spot. They have the cross spot with the Chieftain. I think it was Smiley going. So they have that spot from the beginning. I mean, unless they miss the entire team from Invil going across, which is not possible because they have such a big amount of 279s that they couldn't have missed that many tanks.
And we can see the... Ooh, Kubash. My dude, please.
Kubash benched again. Time to put in a new Polish talent. Profus.
Sokar also, once again, not the greatest of pen rate. He has
Time to call in another
375.
Polish talent.
Uh,
GG, go next. Are you there?
I guess we shouldn't, you know, dwell too much on where the pen rates for the Invil
It's okay,
players,
man. Listen, dude. The good thing is, Kihan, Invil has like 7 clans now.
Mm.
So basically, the entire Polish community is in there. So if they need to replace somebody, they can just look down the list, you know, of possible prospects. Invil 1, Invil 2, Invil 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe Invil 9 has a hidden talent.
And if that doesn't work, they can always look in other Polish clans. You know, Goodnight Nomi has been a valuable source of player income for Invil.
Yikes.
Wow. Anyway. All right, that was...
Are you throwing shade, dude?
So what?
Are you throwing shade?
I would never do that, Taki. You know me.
Yeah, but like, yeah, Invil, I mean, at the end of the day, I may not have liked the Ensk that they played. I think it was very gambly, but it worked. And that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. It worked. It worked out beautifully. Maybe because Raid just didn't...
I mean, Raid had so much time still. They had like 6 minutes, 5 minutes, which is a lot on Ensk because the map is not that big. So you can cross really everywhere in a minute.
Yeah, anyway, the story of this match basically continues. Teams on their own map picks not able to get rounds, and this is why we are currently at the 3-2 scoreline. Invil now firmly in the driver's seat of this match. They are on match point in this best of 7, 3-2. So Raid, they need to make it happen in their own Ensk defense. They looked pretty good yesterday on their Ensk defense, if I recall correctly, until they started throwing, but you know, took it home regardless. We'll have to see. I think Invil is a different kind of beast than CSA, which Raid was facing yesterday.
Yeah, of course. But CSA is not a bad team either. They
No.
made some good reactions on that Ensk, so
we'll
can't count them out.
We'll have to see if Invil is going to advance to the grand final already here, or if Raid manages to stay alive for the time being in the upper bracket. And already map video loading in, so I guess the team lineups should also be coming towards us soon. Reminder, the sides are switched, so basically South is going to be defending, which is Raid, and they're doing so once
Looks
again.
like the same lineup
Yeah,
to
that
me.
looks pretty much like the same lineup. 2684,
Triple VK,
rest.
Rest 279s, Invil also very heavy. 1E3, 1E4, 4 Chiefs, Rest 279. So they are, maybe they had more TDs planned in the beginning, but knowing that the lineup that Raid can bring, you don't need that many TDs anymore. You can bring your own tanks, so you can control field as well. Because we've seen Invil break the full field before, where they've done very well by playing aggressive in the beginning on the right side of the map. But look at it, Raid is not doing this, man. They're going through the city straight, actually.
Yeah, Raid, I guess they are baiting with the same kind of lineup. Yes, they're even sending the VKs, and ooh, I think there might be a good opportunity for damage for Invil here. And indeed, Hannes down to 1500 HP already.
There's one thing here, man. There's one thing here that's really good for Raid. And normally there's a 279 playing at A2 for the side of Invil, and the reaction is so slow from them. So slow. Normally there's a 279 playing at A2, which stops a lot of aggression. But they don't have this. Look at it. Raid has already taken over the city. Invil is still driving down the rails. Only now are they rotating back. Only now have they realized the problem that they're actually in. If Raid could establish A2 here, that would be really, really good for them. Ketsai is in big trouble over there in his Chieftain. Magical and Panu are kind of in trouble as well in their respective 279s. They need to kill Ketsai. They need to pick him up. But Raid now trailing in a little bit of HP. But still, there's a lot of Invil tanks that are currently pressuring down the 9-0 line, trying to get to Link, trying to get to Hannes. Invil is pushing down towards the base, but now Raid has to overrun Invil's base in return. That is what they're counting for. That's what they have to do. Ricochet, Destroyer, all of them have to push now at this moment in time, because Invil is going to overrun their base in the next 30 seconds. But is Raid fast enough? It doesn't look like it. The cap is already taken by Invil. It's already started. They're going to get 3 on this in a second. Albert will be forced back, while the rest of the tanks from Raid will be pushing forward. But they will need a second one back to base, though. One will not be cutting it. Now Raid is starting to get the numbers. is starting to get the gun advantage, but they need those resets, Kihan.
Indeed, they need those resets, and first of all, they need to clean off Senti and T-Sec here, and then they can focus the bulk of their forces basically down over the rails to provide those reset shots. Now, finally, they do have some tanks back here. Manfred and Albert both, and Hannes as well, trying to do what he can here. That is Manfred gone, though, and Albert in the 279, he's just going to try to save HP until he can actually provide the resets. Triple Cap now also going for Raid, so this is a cap race here, but it is neck and neck currently. Raid with the slight gun advantage. Invil trailing a bit in HP, but they are ahead in the cap, and now finally Albert peeking.
For Raid. There are guns coming back for Raid right now.
I think Albert missed his shot.
Albert missed his shot?
I think Albert missed his shot and he... Oh!
No, he got it. He reset Rexar there in the nick of time with a few seconds left. Now, Raid is starting to lose the north side of the map, though. They're going to have to win their own base somehow, because now Banu coming in as well. Jakafa coming in. This isolates the north. Smiley missing. Lucky. Hana's still alive, though. But in the north, they are starting to fail because of this commitment back towards the base. They need to start picking up the guns here. Jakafa pushing in. Monster goes down. He tries to get Lucky. Will he get him, though? He's now going to fix towards Rexar, but Rexar gets the kill in return. And this gap pressure from Invil is breaking the backs of Raid. A lot of misses there in the endgame scenario, as well as now Piotrix picks up Jakafa, and a close Ensk battle here, which could have gone either way, ultimately will swing the way of Invil. But you gotta say, Raid could have done better there.
Raid could have done better. I think if they actually focus out the one shot there that is still alive to this point in time, Lucky at the cap, then he is not able to do like 3 or 4 crucial shots more, and then Raid can actually take this one down. But like this, also with a few other missed shots that you mentioned, this is going the way of Invil. Ooh, was that reset in time? No, I don't think so. So yeah, Invil able to secure the 4-2 victory, and I guess all of us analysts and casters just knew ahead of time. 4-2 the final scoreline.
Yeah, easy prediction. Yeah, not a bad match from Raid altogether. Invil edging out ahead. I think pen ratios there might have been a slight issue, and I think Raid had to press W even harder than they did, by the way. I think they had to overrun the north straight continuously, knowing that there's Invil tanks on the field. Luckily enough for Raid, there was no tank at A2, never putting up a good amount of damage there. The pen rates from the VK, 3-3-1. 5-5-1, by the way. That is a potential, Kihan, of how much with the 750 alpha?
That is 4 shots of 750 is 3k damage there. That is not being dealt.
3k damage, and for Ali it's 1.5k damage. That would put Manfred on the top of the board, by the way, basically. Yeah, that would have put him on the top. How much did Hannes do in pen ratios?
He missed 2 shots, so that's another.
Yeah, but those were close.
Damage.
Those were close range on the 279 that was in front of him. At least one of them was. So pen ratios, man, especially for the VKs there, man. If you bring the VKs, they gotta hit their shots. The rest of the Raid team not doing that bad, but those VKs, man.
Yep.
If they hit their shots, the game is won. By the way, like even if they hit 50% of their shots in that scenario, the game is won. The VKs not paying there. Not paying.
Yeah, the thing is, you got to keep in mind, right? 750 alpha, that is basically 2 shots from a 279 that do not need to be dealt on towards the enemy. And normally with that tall tank, you should be able to pen enemy tanks with 350 heat pen. No problem
you're basically
at all.
shooting down onto the third of the 279 as well.
Like, you have so many pen angles onto 279s. If you don't pen, it's really your own fault. But I think, Ducky, after those very interesting 6 games, we can head over to the analysts and see what they have to do say about this. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kian and Deki, for that first match. Moff, pretty interesting match. A lot of things to mention. We had Raid with a really good start, taking the 2-0 lead on Himmelsdorf, the Invil pick, but then Invil taking all the rounds all the way to take it 4-2 and move to the finals.
Yeah, Invil with the reverse sweep in that one. It looked really good for Raid at the start. They went 2-0 up on Invil's map pick, by the way, Himmels. So they looked really good to begin with, but then Invil winning 4 straight games in a row, it proved our predictions correct, so I guess we should be happy about that. But yeah, Raid just kind of ran out of steam.
Yeah, as you can see, Invil, they are going to be waiting in the big finals. There are 2 matches before that have to be played. CSA against Goodnight Nomi, and the winner of that match will be facing Raid in the finals of the losers bracket. So Invil, they have time to chill, to watch the matches, and to prepare for the big finals. But the next match is going to be CSA against Nomi, the Czech team against the Polish team. What's your take on that?
I think this one could be quite close, actually, and Nomi, honestly, I think they might actually beat them in a close tiebreaker. I think they definitely have a good chance there.
Alright, anyway, Moth, I guess we can take a look at the past match we just had because the replays are ready. So it was Raid against Invil, and the first map was Himmelsdorf, the map where Invil wants to play always. But that aggressive opening, that bait with triple CS, maybe Raid just not taking the bait and perfectly rotating, right?
Yeah, Invil with the mid-aggression with the CS is going hyper aggro, and then the late 1-2 push after that. But Raid reacted accordingly. They set up on the 1-2 line. They put some 279s in the hangout. You can see Jakiva there getting pushed on towards, but he has a lot of cover from his team. There's so many Invil tanks pushing in there. And there was this distraction with the CSs pushing in behind, but it didn't really accomplish anything because there were plenty of Raid tanks there to cover that one off.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake actually from the side of Invil to make that push around that base, because those tanks were just free picks for the side of Raid. Meanwhile, they were just trading over the 1-2-3 lines, and you can see the HP so in favor of the German team, just holding strong, having very few tanks on the hill. But at the end, a bit of a stroll. Very hyped, winning the first round and kind of suiciding. And Invil, they are the team that can recover really amazingly. So at the end of the day, the cap and the amount of tanks and the HP in their advantage making the difference. But Invil, you always have to consider them capable of coming back.
Yeah, Raid a little bit overexcited, but they did close it out, and they still won the round. Next game though, Itox getting caught at the start here. He really should have run away a lot sooner. He gets a damaged engine, which is a bit unfortunate, so maybe that's the reason he died, but he goes down for free, so not the best start for Raid.
I mean, that was a pretty good opening for the side of Invil to counter that tank in the window, and then full aggression. We know them for that on that map, but again, Raid expecting it, not making the same mistakes as the last tournament on just getting rolled by Invil on that map, actually prepared, actually rotating, actually smartly rotating the perfect amount. You can see 2 on the hill against 1 and all the rest on the lower side, getting the crossfire angles working. And even though Itox dropped, they were up on HP like 2 minutes into the round, and that was really good stuff from the Raid team.
Yeah, Raid going back towards their base. They were going to send tanks up towards the hill, but they came back. These 279s in this position here, you can see Orzak just gets stuck, and that's ultimately what costs Invil the win here. You can see Lackey and Monster are like, come on bro, help us out in the 3v1, but you know.
That was definitely the actual winning factor for Raid, that tank stock. But then, Sun River, Invil, teaching a lesson to Raid out of that map, right?
Yeah, Raid, they go over the dune here. It's something that we've started to see a little bit more. I think they did it in the qualifiers as well. But Invil just going straight over. They take the overmatch on the K-line. Aladdin trying to back up over the ridge, but he gets caught and he goes down pretty much for free. So Raid jumping over the ridge there, it definitely didn't seem like the best thing in that situation.
I think that their game plan was wrong, because they would need the CS and the Chief on the mid to take down the CS and to actually play more passive and not commit into the kill line, because they actually donated that round to Invil by committing and giving them something to commit on. Because all of those things from Invil, they were going for the kill line. There's the STRV behind and the CS on the middle. If actually Raid would play like, let's say, more passive, just jump on the other side of the dune, have 2-3 tanks in the back and actually clear the mid, I think Invil would be in trouble, because they would need to push, but they would have pretty much nothing to straight push. They would take a lot of damage on the way. So good stuff for Invil and pretty bad from Raid.
Yeah, and then Raid tried to do almost the exact same thing, going for that early K-line aggression, but Invil, they just sat on the K-line and farmed them the whole time they were pushing in. The double CS from Raid being on the top is an interesting pick, honestly. I don't think that's the best place for those tanks, but they do get there faster, so maybe that's something worth looking at.
I think there's something I disagree about that play from Raid, is that when you want to go like this and jump over that dune here, you have to do it the fastest way. You have to drive straight, and they actually made an initial loop that was probably not needed. They wasted some time, and they gave time for the Invil tanks to get in position and get that early damage. That was just key, and that made a difference, because you could see at the end of the day that at the end of that round they were just having a very convincing lead.
Yeah, I mean, Raid, they went through the back and they kind of stopped for a minute because they didn't want to be spotted. But if you're Invil, they didn't spot Raid on the other side of the map, so they're always going to go and continue to set up on K-line, regardless of whether Raid is spotted early or not.
And, well, Ensk, that was pretty painful to watch. I mean, Daki mentioned it, you have the early spot on the cross, so they should know that Invil has massive amount of tanks on the city, and you just watch Raid and you feel like they're just jumping onto on those tanks from Invil, and they're just kind of suiciding, because that crossfire was amazing. Those TDs, those 50Bs with the clip, that was actually very great from the Polish team.
Yeah, I mean, Raid, they lost like 2 or 3 tanks before they even took down the first line of defense for Invil, the first 279s there. And you can see it's just Invil on the perimeter and Raid just caught in like a 4-way crossfire. It was never going to go their way.
I mean, I think that Raid could have made a rotation, actually win the rails, win the green side, and actually hold the AP lines, and maybe Invil would be in trouble, because they would be forced into pushing the city, and we know that on that map, pushing the city against the AB lines defense is pretty hard, that they could maybe lose their base even, so bad reaction from the side of Raid, and this round, very close, because Invil super slow on the rotation.
Yeah, this game was really a lot closer than it probably should have been. Obviously, you normally have a 279 from the north base in sort of A1, A2 area, and that provides amazing crossfire on the rest of your team. But Invil didn't have that, which meant that Raid were kind of able to kill all the Invil tanks in the north, but it took them a little bit longer than they would have liked.
Yeah, well, as you can see, Invil, they're just going back with some tanks, and in the meantime, they're just pushing the base, and Raid has to clear all of those tanks on the north, but it's taking a lot of times, and also Invil, with this aggression over the 7 line, they actually have the advantage over the rails. They can just shoot those tanks from 2 different angles, and that's how they actually took the lead in that round, even though it was really close, because they were pretty slow on going back to defend the city.
Yeah, we mentioned, Daki mentioned about the VK pen raid as well. It's probably perhaps not the best tank to hold the base there when you want to make sure that you kill these 279s as quickly as possible. If you miss a shot, then a 279 can do 2 and a bit extra shots of damage to you before you can return fire again, so it's not the greatest.
Definitely, that's something that is very key also if you want to beat Invil. You need to have the pen rate on point, you need to actually connect the shots, you need to have good communication, because Invil, they are known to actually have that working for them. So even if the tactics are working, you also need that to beat them. They're very capable of beating a team, even having a counter tactic, because they're very well prepared. So good stuff from them. They're going to be moving in the big finals, and Raid is just going to be waiting in the losers bracket to see what team they have to face next month.
Yeah, Invil going straight through to the final. That gives them a lot of time to just chill. But I think we got the next game up soon.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's time to hear what Kihan and Daki have to say about the upcoming match. Castos, take it away.
Hello there, and welcome back at the Castos Corner. I'm once again being joined by Ducky, and we are in for the next match, which is CSA against Goodnight Nomi, so Czech-Slovak against Polish team, and we see the community predictions currently slightly in favor of CSA here. They're obviously a bit more experienced team, been basically playing for years, almost all of them, with their captain Sakalito. On the other hand, we have the Goodnight Nomi team, which is basically an up-and-coming team from the Polish community under their captain Pabu, but also in there, obviously, some names which should be familiar to a lot of the viewers.
Yeah, familiar to all of the viewers indeed, and we saw CSA and Goodnight Nomi respectively beat their opponents yesterday. I mean, CSA getting owned to begin with, but outside of that. But this Nomi team yesterday, we saw like a hit or miss performance from them as well, and it's kind of same for CSA. We saw some stuff, we saw some wins from CSA that shouldn't have been wins. We saw some strats from both these teams that seemed questionable, so hopefully they spent a lot of time yesterday preparing, analyzing, and making sure that they do not make the same mistakes in this best of 5 in the lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And best of 5 obviously means, less chances to basically misstep, as we do see the pick and bans. We have Himmels coming in as a ban for Goodnight Nomi, then Moro by CSA. I think they really don't like that map. Prokhorovka, the first pick here, then CSA coming in with Ensk, and then Live Oaks Cliff and Sand River being banned by the teams respectively. And the tiebreaker, if we come to it, would be Fisherman's Bay. I would like that, because we haven't seen Fisherman's as of yet.
Yeah, we have not seen Fisherman's Bay off of as of yet. No teams really wanting to fight on it. I do not know if we're going to see it. Maybe in the grand final, we have potential for it. But not a bad map pool. Prokhorovka could be a fast map, although I do not see CSA in any way, shape, or form ever in their lives from north side of Prokhorovka do anything aggressive. If I'm playing against CSA and I'm attacking on Prokhorovka, I know that after 1 minute 30, I'm going to control 80% of the map, most likely, and they're going to be sitting back. So I would be really surprised to see CSA make a aggressive stance there. From the south, it's completely different, of course, because you're attacking, so you have to. But Goodnight Nomi in return, I think they are more likely to play aggressive on both sides of this map.
All right, predictions coming in. I'm actually the one rooting for the Czech team here. 3-2. All of you other guys are going with Goodnight Nomi. Moff with the 3-2. Both Insane and you with a 3-1 scoreline. Personally, I went with CSA because I do think they are still the more experienced team. They have proven themselves in the past. For me, Goodnight Nomi, yes, they beat Fame yesterday, but still sort of a dark horse. And now Goodnight Nomi playing from north here, so defense doing so with double EBR, 1 STRV. Then we see quadruple 907, triple 279, and 5 Chieftains. Meanwhile, CSA on their attack, double EBR. Then we have 6 907s, that's very aggressive. 1 CS, a few Chieftains, an IS7 and double 279.
Yeah, me and Jensen going 3-1 here in the side of Goodnight Nomi because of the maps. We believe in that Prokhorovka and the maps that coming. It's a map where we can see CSA take 1 round, but not realistically 2. And Goodnight Nomi here actually starting a little passive in the beginning. You can see them a decent amount of times first 1-2, mainly stacking on towards A6, and they're using that 279. And the 279, we talked about it when, for example, Invil plays this. They cover on A6 very, very heavily to get the 279 to A0, and then possibly rotate towards 1-2.
All right,
but
that is a
Nomi's
very
middle.
deep spot here by one of the EBRs from Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, but he will know that there's only 1 tank on the hill. So Goodnight Nomi is actually bailing out of this immediately and going to be rotating towards 1-2 because they know, they have good info now. They know that there's 1 tank on the hill, and look at them. Look at Goodnight Nomi. How many tanks are going to be in 1-2? It's going to be a ton. This is unbreakable for CSA.
Yeah, I mean, CSA, they have the IS-7 there probably to lead the choo-choo train to basically take the first few shots. They are not completely committed yet. All of those 907s, you can still rotate them out, no problem, no issue whatsoever. But those heavy tanks in the middle, they are sort of committed in, and I think they were spotted already. So Goodnight Nomi probably has a good idea as to what's happening, although they did take some shots on some of their tanks. Jordan in the 279 and Twist in the 907, namely. Not sure exactly how the 907 got spotted or got damaged, and now we're switching over to the action on the hill where Froly does get outspotted by Minaros. So Froly probably relaying that info that there is an EBR very, very close on the hill. Minaros was actually the EBR that was super aggressive in the 8 line for Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, and some info CSA trying to gather. I'm happy that they're not deciding to push this straight because it would be dead right now. It'd be a dead sentence for their side. And now, you know, Goodnight Nomi in the beginning, they had that aggressive spot from DBR. They had Mineros go down 7-8 line. Mineros saw nothing. Now, however, he is getting trading spots with Cosmo on the hill. So he knows Cosmo's there, he's now Froly there, and now Goodnight Nomi is rotating back. Now they're going back towards A6 because so much time has passed that CSA could have realistically gone to the other side of the map. But CSA has been like, no, we wait.
I mean,
we hold and we wait.
CSA basically with their, let's call it trademark gameplay, all right? They are very, very slowly approaching the game. And now even some reaction coming in by Goodnight Nomi. They are sending their 907s up the 6 line. Not sure what exactly is prompting that. The 907s, the closer obviously they go towards the middle, the sooner they can react onto anything that CSA is doing, and CSA still
maybe
has
if maybe they expect CSA to push something like the 6 line. If CSA pushes the 6 line, then they push back into it with their 907s to try and win that fight, break that push immediately. But CSA is still waiting on 1-2 line, and still it's a big issue for CSA to push 1-2 here. It's going to be hard, but they are rotating.
They are rotating finally, yeah. That 1-2 line push, I do agree with you. It would be a very hard, if not impossible task to pull off. Now triple 907 by the looks of it, getting rotated over, probably a bit more. We'll have to wait and see until the minimap updates. I think they're still leaving a couple of those on the 1-2 line though.
Yeah, they might be doing a slight push down the 0 line, baiting perhaps. I've seen some teams do this before. They're pushing the IS-7 actually, I think. What some teams like to do, as a bait, we've seen this in the past, is you use the IS-7 to come off 0 line. He hugs the red line. It's kind of hard to shoot him. Space timer, heat, distance. You know, more often than not, he makes it. He could also go straight, which I think would be a worse mistake, but he's going 6 line right now. And I think 6 line it would be really bad for CSA if they decide to push it, because of the fact that there is 4 907s from Goodnight Nomi. Those 4 907s will instantly repush when they get pushed on towards Jordan, and CSA will not be winning this trade right now. With the amount of times that they are committing, they don't know that the 907s are there.
Well, the thing is, the 907s, they don't know they are there, but they are basically free pickings. As soon as they stomp over the 279E of Jordan, then they can
They will
just
drive
go on.
forwards. No, they will just drive forward. It's 4 907s from Goodnight Nomi versus 3 from CSA right now.
Yeah, but
CSA
CSA
does
also
not win
have
that.
the heavy tanks in the middle.
But they're fully forced to overpeak in the middle. Fully forced to overpeak. Those 907s from Goodnight Nomi, as soon as this gets spotted, they should drive instantly forward. And if they do that, then they force the heavies from CSA to peak so deep into A2 and A6 that it shouldn't be a good trade for them.
Well, we do see the choo-choo train over the 5 line now coming in. The IS-7 combat leading the charge, trying to take the shots, and indeed that's what he is doing. Jordan now obviously reversing. So far the 907s from the side of Goodnight Nomi not really driving forward yet. Jordan is down to 855. Also Emmerich, finally the reaction coming in from the blue tanks. The 907s immediately committing into the fight as well. However, Twist immediately getting blown up here. Combat now down very far in HP, and Golda and Ondra, both of them dropping now. This push is very, very costly for CSA currently.
Yeah, this push is more than costly. This push is going to get wiped. They haven't even killed Jordan yet. I mean, Goodnight Nomi is going to be down in HP. Finally, he gets picked up. The 907 reaction was even a little bit slow, you could say. Mineros needs to be careful on the hill, but they are going to pick up this last remaining CSA tank from the push, and that is 4 guns down for CSA versus 3 from Goodnight Nomi. And now CSA has the issue that, yeah, they have killed the 279, but they have wasted the majority, well, half of their 907 force already, and they have to make another play, and time is ticking now. Time is constantly ticking, and Goodnight Nomi is not in danger of losing 0 line at any given point, because of the 279, the Chieftain, the second Chieftain, and the A6 position will deny them from actually being able to push that. But they are going to try with it with CSA, but they don't have the tanks anymore for this kind of push.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know why CSA didn't commit all of their 907s into this push, basically. They had some snipers on 1-2 line, but what did they realistically get done?
They were hoping that Goodnight Nomi was either stacked on A6 and they would just kill the 279 and trade, or Goodnight Nomi was stacked on 1-2, because that's what Invil did actually in groups. They stack on 1-2 and then they repush out of 1-2 when you push the right side. But they ended up in the worst scenario, man, where the 907s from Goodnight Nomi were still there. Minero's going down, though. That's good for CSA. Overstayed is welcome, and now another push coming out from CSA. It's the 6 line again. The STRV and the Chieftain actually on the run right now. If they would get spotted, the 907s as well, the timing here is going to be okay for CSA, actually, because Sokol, Karol, they're currently running, and they're trying to reset to a 1-2 camp, actually. Sokol, Karol, they barely make it into the dip. They realistically would have wanted to be in the 3 line. Sokol is not going to live for this. Karol is not going to live for this, normally speaking, with Karol barely making it. And now you can see the scenario that we're in. It's a 1-2 camp from Goodnight Nomi. They look at the time and they're like, okay, maybe they don't have time anymore. We leave our 2 tanks on the right side of the map, and now CSA is forced to clear 1-2 if they want to cap.
Yeah, indeed, and Goodnight Nomi very well set up for this. Justek still in the 1 line with his EBR, and I think even if he would get spotted, there would not be a lot of tanks to shoot him, actually, because he's sort of on the lower side there, so only Seago could realistically inflict damage.
There's still 2 EBRs available for the side of CSA. It's a very good thing.
I think CSA currently, yeah, they are doing the right thing here. They're mustering their heavy tanks to basically come through the 2 line, and as soon as that happens, they need to commit with
right
the 907s.
now, they are not winning 9-0 line. Like, right now, they are not winning it just yet, because Radim taking a lot of damage immediately, but Karol goes down on return, but that 279 from Radim taking so much. Just Egg not getting spotted out, not running away, will make it so that Seago is able to clear him. Just Egg is now going to be running down 1-2 line. That 279 from Libor pushing down Just Egg on the run, on the move, trying to survive, and now CSA coming here actually with a good surround with these 907s. 9-0 line doesn't look to be won by either of the 2 teams right now, but Manu tanking like a champ in that 279. If he can get the kill there onto Libor, yes, he does actually. Very good stuff. And now it's Lucker in a 907 facing off against not 1, not 2, but 4 chieftains for the side of Goodnight Nomi, and 55 seconds left here. And you can wonder if CSA has left it too late. Marcel does get spotted out in the STRV. He should die for this. Miku now low on the other side of the map as well. CSA 40 seconds separating them from losing this first round here. They pick up the chieftain on the other side. The 279 yet still alive though. Seago now pushing back in to get Marcel out of the game. That STRV, Seago down towards a one-shot. 30 seconds left now. Seago goes down, Crazy War goes down. CSA has to push from all angles. Marcel is still alive, and he finally goes down. But Lucker gets traded in return. And on the other side of the map, Kihan Zikibu, 2k HP on his 279, 18 seconds left. CSA yet again, their issue from the past continuing in the present, and hopefully not in the future, as they are going to lose this game because they have no HP, no positions, and no time left.
Exactly, and they're not even gonna clear out A2 here. That would have been, in the long run, a fight that Goodnight Nomi would have won. As you can see, 4 versus 1 facing off there at the end of this game. And CSA, once again, their slow approach to the game coming back to hurt them here. I think they had like a good opportunity to win the game if they do everything 2 minutes earlier.
If they pushed the 6 line with 6 907s and a nice 7, they couldn't have known that they would have won this game. Straight. Yeah. They would have killed the 279 and they would have traded onto the 907s, the 4 907s, and they would have died for Goodnight Nomi. They would have all died. But CSA playing a gamble tactic, playing a gamble tactic where they're hoping that Goodnight Nomi is not able to do enough damage from the 6-9 tanks, and that the 907s are either on A6 or 1-2. If they're on A6, it's fine because they take forever to repush one side of the map, and CSA starts clearing 1-2. If they're on 1-2, CSA still has 3 907s there waiting for this repush, and they kill 1-2. But in this scenario, the worst scenario, they actually end up with a terrible position. They have to repush it once more, and they even got a little lucky with the timing because the SRV was running still. There was a chieftain running. The 297s were running. They could have taken a lot more damage for this. And also, there is the question, man. The 279 at A0 was never spotted. If the 279 is at A6, you know, on the road, angling up, he would kill this whole 6-line push for free and by himself almost. So CSA not picking the right option here, and deservedly so, losing the game off of that as well, actually.
Yeah, and also,
I mean, time is your biggest enemy.
How long they basically took. Like, there wasn't really anything happening on the map for like a good 2 or 3 minutes.
It took them like 5 minutes to actually make a move. And on Prokhorovka, I would say your move has to be made between the 7 and 5 minute 30.
Yeah, because the map is just so large that
somewhere between, like, preferably it's around between 6 and 7 minutes, because if you push something, you're not always going to get something. You need time to start working the positions that you have gained after. And you push with 5 minutes, and then you have like 3 minutes to make those plays. And Goodnight Nomi actually with a good rotation, I guess, in this, going to the full camp on 1-2. They're like, you know, Miku and Zikibu, good luck on 9-0 line. I hope you guys have a wonderful time. We're going to go sit on 1-2. And CSA was forced into a push key. Not even a great push, right? They lost like a lot of HP on Randim for free in the beginning, and Libor died as well. So 2-2-7-9's down because they were having to make a hasty push, where they took 4 minutes to discuss before. Now they had 10 seconds to discuss. And they failed at that point.
I think they weren't forced. They forced themselves into having to make rush decisions at the end of the game. All right, but that was the first match down and over. Goodnight Nomi winning. Now Goodnight Nomi coming in and their attack. Double EBR, then we see 4 907s, 1 CS, triple 279, and the rest Chief. For CSA, we do see double EBR, 1 STRV, 6 9-0s, then we have 5 Chiefs and 1 279.
5 Chiefs and 1 279. Well, Goodnight Nomi, triple 279, 5 Chieftains, 4 907s to CS, and double EBR, leaving them enough 907s to possibly overpush middle or the 3 lane or the 0 line, but yet enough heavies to control every aspect of the map outside of that.
Yeah, now the initial spread here for both teams, let's talk about that one first of all. Both teams sending only 1 heavy tank towards the middle, and I think for CSA that is very smart to do, because if the enemy team has this many heavy tanks, then you cannot afford to go to middle with more, because then you might get overpeaked and just killed. CSA sending a lot of tanks towards the 1-2 currently. They have also the STRB that's probably making a nice and Monka cozy nest in A1 here. And other than that, CSA sending 279 to A0. They have double 907 sniping in A6. They have Chieftain in B9. So I would say pretty standard stuff here from the side of the Czech team.
Yeah, I mean, they're just holding everything. They're getting the 279 to A0 as well. They have set up around the map, kind of the same for Goodnight Nomi. They see the CSA lineup. The CSA lineup could be played aggressive, right? Because of the amount of 9-7s that it has. But then you got to start making moves. And unlike CSA, we can already see rotations in full effect for Goodnight Nomi. We're 1 minute 30 into the game. They already seem to have a plan, a play, a idea of how they want to approach this.
Yeah, Miku getting sent towards the middle. That's a second heavy tank for Goodnight Nomi that is going to start peeking there now, trying to get information. Maybe also if some of the enemy tanks shoot at him, then he gets the bouncers, he collects them and says like, this is where some of the enemy tanks are, and you're calling it. The rotation is very early, not even 2 minutes into the game, and all the 907s are already, together with some chiefs, on their way to the A8 position, I guess, from which they can either go and push middle, or they could go rotate onto the hill and do a full-on 9-0 push. Minairos with a very interesting bush here on the hill to basically counter Seago, but they don't even spot each other. It is only Twist in turn getting found by Seago currently, but Twist obviously...
Look at CSA, Kihan. Look at CSA. It's important to take this into account. They are rotating from A6 back towards 1-2. Now the goal of the strat of CSA is to delay. You want to delay Goodnight Nomi on the right side of the map, right on 9-0 line. If you delay them for long enough, you have the opportunity to push on 1-2. Goodnight Nomi has 3 tanks there. CSA will be overrunning it with all of their 907s. So they have 6 907s, an EBR, some chieftains that will probably take the dip, and an STRV that will go to E1. The question for Goodnight Nomi is, normally when this happens, you send enough to clear 9-0 line, right? When you spot it, then it's not shooting from A6. You cleared Chief, you cleared it to 7-9, and you push across the A line, back into A2.
Yeah, the problem here for Goodnight Nomi currently is that they don't really know how much to expect on the 9-0 line. They don't have info on the 907s, they don't even have full info over the 279 or the Chiefs, nor the STRV actually. So, Goodnight Nomi here currently a bit blind regarding the info department.
As well. I told you about making moves on Proko and about how it has to be early, and they're wasting a lot of time now as well. We already saw what happened to CSA when you lose this amount of time. And they're just waiting. I mean, CSA is not going to push out of this.
No, CSA, I mean, why would they? They are defending, and they are comfortably sitting on that 1-2 line with most of their tanks. And I think Nalo, he's going to keep peeking in the middle. Maybe he gets some info, maybe he doesn't. But as long as the time ticks down, CSA is going to be very happy.
CSA is basically playing what Invil played in the group stages, actually. And just Egg there coming, trying to clear Cosmo. Does he reach, though? I think he does. He does just about reach Cosmo, but it's bad shooting from CSA. Finally, they pick him up. Cosmo in return going to be bailing out of that one, though. They should have realistically been able to kill him as well. Cosmo surviving on 389 HP. Maybe Miku can get it. Probably not, though. That is a trade that Goodnight Nomi wanted to make, but not working out for them.
Yeah, Cosmo able to get safe here. Keep in mind, though, he's on 368 HP, so needs to be careful. All those heavy tanks are most likely going to one-shot him. That's why we see him take a very passive bush as of now. Obviously, he's going to try to, you know, creep further down the 1-2 line again, because he's going to suspect the other EBR on the other side. But he obviously can't be sure. And now that this trade for Goodnight Nomi has not worked out, you can see on the other side the 907s being rotated towards the 9-0 line. And I think they need to make a move soon, because half of the game has passed.
Half of the game has indeed passed the Kihan, and now they're grouping up for a 9-0 push, and this is great for CSA.
This is
what will happen now is, yes, CSA will lose a Chief, yes, CSA will lose a 279, but the big but here, CSA will plow down 1-2. They will absolutely take it for free, almost, and as a result of that, the game will switch.
Well, Cosmo got, I believe, blinded by someone.
Yeah,
he's down to 19.
Yeah, this game will switch from an AE line kind of engagement key to a 1-6 control for CSA, with 6-0 being controlled for the side of Nomi. With this amount of time that is left, when you end up in that scenario as an attacker, your odds of recovery are 0.
Mm.
Actually 0. There is no recovery point for Goodnight Nomi with this push.
Yep.
They will push down 0, clear the chief to 7-9, and then they will lose.
I mean, realistically, from this point on, how do they break it? Do they sacrifice the second DBR to clear 1-2? Oh, Minaros?
They need more time. They need to gamble. They have to gamble pushing 0 line with a few and holding 1-2. Something like CSA did, either 6 line or 0 line with a few, but they're committing with so many. And unless CSA is stupid, right? Unless CSA is stupid, they lose this game.
I mean, CSA is not, known for a great many things, but not for being stupid. And here we now see Goodnight Nomi with some chieftains over, or 279s rather, over the 8 line, and in comes the push from the hill.
Look at the 2 line. Look at the 2 line Kihan. I mean, this push, it's a counterclockwise rotation, but 3 minutes. Time is ticking. Time is always ticking, and it's ticking heavily against Goodnight Nomi. CSA, they know now. They know. I mean, it's game over, Kihan. I'm sorry to say it, but it's game over. Mineros is not even going to spot these 907s until they're basically running over him.
Yep.
And now he's going to do some damage, maybe, and the 279 will do some damage, but Goodnight Nomi is attacking. They are not defending here.
Yes, and CSA, as you said, they are booking it down the 1-2 line, and as soon as the 907s are able to...
CSA is pushing 1-2 with way too many, by the way. Way too many. This is the fault for CSA. They're pushing this with way too many. They are actually putting themselves in a danger of losing this game again, because there is no need anywhere in the world to have all of the 907s here. Count how many there are, Kihan. I think it's like 6 907s. When Invil played this strategy, you go back to D2 with your 907s to cover this repush that is coming out. I mean, CSA is probably still going to win it, but it's a pretty big mistake that could really have costed them if the time here available for Goodnight Nomi was bigger.
I mean, Goodnight Nomi now doing a pretty interesting move here in sending their mediums towards the north to basically clear out those A1, A2 positions here to remove the crossfire from that 1-2 line. But I think it's going to be too little too late, as CSA already up 4k HP. That STRV is going to be able to put in work, and the 907s are already back.
Probably barely made it to A1. I think it was 1 or 2 seconds difference, and yeah, CSA is going to win this round, Kihan. But that continuation down the 1-2 line is very bad. Very, very bad for CSA. Actually, like, really bad. They sent 6 907s where they need max 2, and everybody else needs to be focused on the D-line push, because the Nomi tanks were spotted. Yeah, they were spotted. They are not going to go back towards the K-line. So yeah, CSA is going to win this round here, partially due to the time available. And if Nomi had 2 EBRs, then they were actually able to clear A1. They had a bigger chance, because now they were, again, like CSA, forced to push into the open. And yeah, that is the result here.
I mean, yeah, Goodnight Nomi finally now able to clear out Radim in his A0 position. But as you pointed out, it was just too little, too late. And I think you can even go down 1-2 line with 3 907s, because that is still a full HP 279 that you need to farm there, and you need to generate different angles because he's above you.
Okay, 3 907s, 4 907s. There is never a need for 6 907s.
Yep.
Never.
They made it back. I mean, I guess that was just in time management from CSA here. They
didn't need to keep driving down with 6. I don't know exactly how many tanks CSA had spotted, but I think the majority of the push was spotted for Goodnight Nomi. 279s were spotted, the chiefs in the middle were spotted. They knew there was a 279 in 1-2, and they also saw tanks coming off the hill. Now, if CSA spotted like 13 tanks, they only need to go with 3 down 1-2. If they spotted basically everything, they only need to go with 2 max and an EBR, or 3. But there's no need for 6, man. There is no need for 6. And Singh can disagree with me all he wants. I'm pretty sure CSA had the info to not push that with 6 tanks whatsoever.
All right, and we see the damage numbers coming in, and Froley, you called it barely making it to A1, but then able to make it count here. Top damage for his team. Then again, well, that's exactly what the STRV is designed to do, what it is meant to do. Just, you know, farm the tanks unspotted, keep your DPM just, you know, hammering on those 907s. And in the end, I guess CSA taking or getting the equalizer on the board, some weaknesses by them, but in the end able to get the victory here. So that is Prokhorovka done with. We are on for the next map, which I believe was Ensk.
Yeah, Ensk is going to be our next map here. Between these two, 1-1, a deserved result, I guess. Both of these teams really struggling with time on their attacks of Prokhorovka, and now Ensk coming out. Not sure what to expect from Goodnight Nomi here.
We'll have to see. Did we see Goodnight Nomi playing Ensk yesterday against Fame?
Yes, we did.
We did.
But we saw them play it yesterday. Today is a different day, Kian.
And CSA is also a different team. And first of all, you have to say the Proko pick. That was Goodnight Nomi's pick, and they didn't really look too convincing on their attack. So I am wondering what they have drawn up for a map that they actually did not pick here. CSA.
I mean,
they have
the thing between picks of what each team picks. Like you look at the maps that are in the pool. You don't always, it's like Proko, but doesn't mean you're always going to win it 2-0. It's just a map where you could be like, yeah, it's a 1-1 map. We feel like we're solid on Proko. We could win 2. At worst, we'll split it. And then, if CSA picks Ensk, that doesn't mean that Nomi is bad on Ensk whatsoever. It's just a map where CSA is more comfortable than others. But expecting teams to always win their map picks, it's hard.
I mean, basically, when you assume you're the better team, you want to pick a map which you are confident you win 2-0. If you think you're the worst team, then basically you want to pick a map which you are certain you can at least split 1-1. All right, in we go into the game. It is going to be CSA attacking here, and they are doing so with double E3, 5 Chiefs, and 8 279s. For Goodnight Nomi, we see 1 E4, 1 E3, 1 2684, double VK72, and E100, and the rest is 279s.
Yeah, the rest is 279s. And for CSA, double E3, a quad chief, if I'm not mistaken. No, 5 actually. And the rest, 279s. And a split here from CSA, a little bit. But majorly still going towards the field, though. And Goodnight Nomi also a split, but majority of them also going towards the field. You can see the damage here on the crossing, not significant. And you can see a very important position is where Lucan is. You see where Lucan is? This is a position that you play up front because you're able to shoot the sides of those 279s and Copolas as well to create some alternative angles on towards them.
And obviously against 279s, creating additional angles to shoot them from is always going to be key to success. Also keep in mind or take notice of how many HE shells are basically being fired by Goodnight Nomi on towards the southwestern part of the map where they send 1279. That is basically to ensure that if CSA pushes the city that they can support that 279 properly. CSA now making some sort of small advance in the city, even with the 4 279s they have pushed there. And yeah, exactly. That is because CSA, they have a lot of infos. They saw a lot of people on those crosses. They even have currently spotted the 279s, and they are sure with Nalo there that no one is going to be able to rotate back to the city.
They're indeed sure of this, that it's not going to be happening. Monero's bleeding, and that as I said before, he is facing off against C3s. It's not ideal. Does do a big one back, but that's an even trade for Golder. It's not that bad. After the 2 C3s before, he gives 2, he takes 1. And now combat and Lucker. There's a shield actually with the E100. I remember trying this.
Yeah, I think we saw this in group stage 1 where once where Raid basically had a... I'm not sure if it was Raid. It was some team that had a Type 5 sideways.
It's sacrificing a whole tank, though.
Yeah, I'm never a fan of these trades, but in the group stage,
if you were in my team, Kihan, I would also use you as a shield.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. I see how it is.
Gotta make you the most useful somehow. Protecting a better player might be the way.
I see how it is. But
how
yeah,
did you do in ranked, Kihan?
Huh?
How much percentage in ranked?
160, something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, we don't talk about it. This season was unlucky.
Copium.
Big time. Anyway, this means that currently Goodnight Nomi is trailing by around 2k HP. They're not going to be too worried about it. They were basically going to sacrifice the E100 either way. And also keep in mind that it is actually possible to spot through destroyed tanks. So that push on the one line, Kurmelets and Radim, that is Karl just gathering information here.
It's important now. You see H8, right? You see those tanks there, right? And even the VKs, right?
Yeah, they can shoot down the H and J line.
They're all watching one line. They should be watching one line. Carol, there is angles on towards him, though. I think he should be able to go safer. He's getting a shield now. Maybe the 100 shield isn't perfect. I don't know if they wanted to shield anyways. They might have well brought a Type 5 man. Like,
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how tall the 279 is and if the Type 5 or if the E100 turret is hull is basically working out better. But I am for sure that the Type 5 gun is thicker than the E100, even the 15 centimeter, so that should be
we all
blocking
know
more of the
Kian
Coca-Cola
likes
shots.
thick guns.
Yeah, I like thick guns and I cannot lie. What can I say?
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Kian. That's going to go in a soundboard for sure. Well
Ah,
done.
crap, man. Anyway, CSA now, I think, are recognizing that they cannot really push the K1 position here. That's why they are sort of sending their 279s towards the eastern part of the city.
I don't like Sokol's position.
Hmm?
I think Sokol's position is extremely isolated, actually, if you think about it.
I think he can back off from there. Like, if he backs off, who is supposed from the window? I mean, who is supposed to punish him?
Yeah, but the thing is, you can pressure up on the side of the rails, aka on the 5-6 line, right? You see where combat is now. If you would go across there towards that, they can peek Sokol from 2 angles and actually kill him. I'm pretty sure of it, that they can kill him.
I am not sure if CSA is currently aware of this fact, though.
Yeah, like you see the rails, Gihans? You see the rails there? If you go towards the left, if you go next to that rail there, you can shoot Sokol from behind. And you can leave, and you can peek him from the front as well with 1 or 2, and then just kill him, right? He can't turn around. Like, you just shoot him from behind. When he turns around, you get the other angle.
Okay, CSA now pushing down the rails here with double E3 and some 279s and Chieftains to go with it.
Though.
And they do punish that reaction by Goodnight Nomi heavily. The E3 sort of serving as battering rams here, just tanking most of the shots, really. And those VKs that have to side scrape or peek with their front, they're getting punished heavily for it. Oh, Golder.
Good trades there from CSA, but Golder in return. Golder getting owned by the guns of Nomi. And so far, yes, CSA is up slightly in HP, but they are driving down a rail where the Goodnight Nomi tanks are going to be eager, ready, and waiting when they do finally achieve big connection from Marcel on towards Sakalito. Seems like he was eating a burrito at that time. Now we can see the shield also being abandoned, the 279 coming out from that, and now CSA kind of down on HP. They're driving down the meat grinder in these tanks from Goodnight Nomi. It's not a line that you actually want to fight coming out of the rails, and yeah, they have those E3s, but they can't really progress anymore. If they peek this next corner, they're going to take some big hits immediately from those VKs, from those 279s, that E4, even another big connection coming out now from that E4. Lukin finally taking some crossfire. That's from Gursky there, but the other 279s as well coming in from the side, laying down the pain. And now CSA has to push down these train lanes to actually win the game, because they are not able to pressure anything at this moment in time, and they are just kind of stagnating and waiting for, I don't know what, the Spanish Inquisition, because they are not getting anything done right now. The Goodnight Nomi tanks have now reset to further back positions to hold a crossfire, the angle of approach that CSA could come from. And you can see CSA indecisive now, edging forward ever so slightly, trying to feel it out, trying to figure out what they could do to break this Goodnight Nomi hold right now. But it doesn't seem like they have an answer to the question that is put in front of them at this moment in time.
Just looks like a gigantic bottleneck here. Another big connection coming in onto Radim, 716, and now finally CSA pulling the trigger here, starting to go. But obviously they are the first ones to take damage, and there is still big guns that have not fired yet. Pshuchi here with his E4, that is a guaranteed pen on a 279. You have those VKs that basically fire every 14 seconds. Another big hit. The city is getting 1 here currently by the side of Goodnight Nomi. It seems 2k HP up here right now, and Justek with the 279, even with the flank. Golden now falling to the grave here, and the 279s on the 0 line, they don't even need to get pulled to the fight for the side of Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, no, good stuff there from Goodnight Nomi, resetting, readjusting, re-enabling the crossfires.
And look at the guns in the game.
Down. Yeah, I mean, CSA is now pushing in left, right, and everywhere, and then losing the city was already the nail in the coffin for them, as Twist, Carol, and Sokol cleaned up combat, and now gonna return on towards Nalo as well. But a little bit of a low roll there, not finishing him off, but Goodnight Nomi on their defensive Ensk, showing those layers of crossfire that they are able to make them work. CSA not having an answer for it whatsoever.
Oh, CSA, they took that rails control, and then they basically went into a bottleneck which they couldn't get out of, because if you are behind each other and you cannot go to the left or to the right, then basically only your frontal guns can shoot. And meanwhile, the Goodnight Nomi tanks, they had complete control. They could control with which tanks, with how many HP they could peek onto the tanks of CSA that could always fire back with less guns. And yeah, Goodnight Nomi, good stuff from them here, as they are going to take their Ensk defense. Yes, that is indeed also going to be the match point on CSA's map pick.
Yeah, indeed. Now, I think this approach from CSA down the rails is not necessarily bad, but I do think that at the same time they need city aggression, pressure, because those guns that were at H7, H8 keyhand, they started getting refocused and retrained on towards that rails, right? So that is the moment in time for CSA to actually have a 4 or 5 tank city push. Like I said, Sokol's position is isolated, but if you make those guns turn, you pressure across, you kill Sokol, and if you take, I'm pretty convinced that if you take J5, J4 away from Goodnight Nomi, that they are able to kill for Sokol and then the 279 shield as well. A little bit of BM there from Goodnight Nomi. I hope they lose in tiebreaker now.
Same. Because then I would also get my prediction correct. But yeah, overall, really good stuff from Goodnight Nomi and CSA. I think they... I'm not sure, did they respect that E100 shield too much? Because as soon as they saw this and realized they couldn't make anything work against it, they completely reshuffled, and then it was a extremely one-dimensional approach over the rails. They didn't even push green or something to go with it. No, they just tried to go through the rails where there were enough guns set up to deal with that for the Polish team.
The 100 doing 0 damage, what a surprise there coming out. But Combat was one of the tanks in the city doing 1 shot of damage. Like I said, I think this has to be a two-way pro-active assault, where you pressure city and those rails at the same time to get those guns to turn from Nomi. Then you pressure city. I think they could have killed, honestly, I think they could have killed Sokol for free, by the way. Like, basically killed him for free. They just have to be careful from the E3 peeking out, but they can control this E3 peak as well, just the same. Like, you can enable... They had another E3, right? So they had 2 of them. Yeah, they could have put an E3 and 1 or 2 tanks to aim on the E3 tank to peek. If he peeks, he dies. Sokol dies in return. You're up 2 guns. Then you pressure that rail at a later point, and then you take the buildings and you crossfire Carol, even if you have to do it with HE or snipe his cupola. If there's 4 or 5 of you alive, you are going to kill him. You are going to hit his cupola over time. He's going to die. And then CSA can put on some crossfire from multiple angles, but just driving down this rail as a one-dimensional strat, it wasn't really going to work, because CSA had a lighter lineup as well. Those big VKs, the E4, the 279s from Nomi. First of all, they have more HP. Second of all, they have more alpha, so they already have to trade effectively, better than effective, to make that work. And CSA just got stuck there and had nothing to do there. There was nothing to push on there. All the Nomi tanks that were close backed off, and we're like, okay, CSA, we're chilling.
Yeah, CSA just not with an answer to the strategy from Goodnight Nomi. To be honest, for it being their map pick, I didn't really see any underlying match plan that they had and were executing from the start. Yes, they took some rails control. Yes, they started pushing city fairly soon, but then they abandoned that, and from there on, it was just 1 E100, which didn't do damage, just countering their whole strategy. So I'm a bit, I have to say, negatively surprised at CSA here. However, now obviously sides are going to be flipped, and CSA is going to be the ones defending. We did see some very aggressive openings from defending teams on Ensk, pushing the city. However, most of them failed spectacularly. So we'll have to wait and see if that is actually going to take place here. But overall, Goodnight Nomi, you said it, they are on match point here, so CSA cannot afford anymore to slip up. Otherwise, it is going to be a tournament elimination for them, and Goodnight Nomi is going to move on against Raid, who are already waiting.
And the Raid is just waiting and seeing what these 2 teams are doing against each other, and then playing against their possible opponent for this. But it's not over yet. Nomi is on match point. CSA can bring it back here though on their ends, but it's going to have to be better than the last one. Nomi with a successful campaign the bus will now have to attack though. And CSA, could they steal a leaf out of the book of Nomi? Possibly park the bus. We'll see. CSA, 4 chiefs, and E4. A lot of 279s.
That is very. It sounds stupid, but very heavy lineup. That is 14 heavy tanks on Ensk for CSA.
Yeah.
Curious what they're going to do with it. Goodnight Nomi is
They
sort
could
of.
park the bus
Yeah.
if they wanted to. They could play field, but it looks more like a city push to me than anything else, to be honest. Because, I mean, actually, it could go field, it could go city, but they don't have those VKs. Actually, it's field.
It's,
I'm gonna put the prediction out there, and they're going field.
We'll have to see. All right. Judging by the minimap, you are completely correct, and I think we saw some Fame defense, if I recall correctay. That basically
but it was
got
with
pushed
more
up.
279s because the chieftains don't really add that much. You can see immediate pressure down the rails from CSA. I just think that the Chiefs never added much in this. They're actually pressuring down the rails. This is not a field hole. They're doing something Invil-esque, pushing down the rails immediately, aggressively. This is usually very hard to pull off because those E3s that are facing you are just slapping you at every given point. You can see though, Luke and Ondra getting onto T1 Garage, Lucker Vadim getting onto Manio and Twist. If they can kill the C3s, this could be amazing for the side of CSA.
Yeah, CSA pushing down here now, creating crossfire angles, but the further the push, the more angles are actually opening as well for them to get shot on. Twist now taking Loda and Amarak, repairing both, now advancing onto Lucker and his buddy there, and so far CSA keeping the HP sort of close. Twist now with another shot of damage, already 3k plus, and Goodnight Nomi here with a city repush. They feel pressured into this because they see all of this aggression coming out from CSA, who now get the first kill on the board in this game. And now Goodnight Nomi is going to try to overpush the 3 tanks that CSA has at their own cap here. It is Seago in the E4 to take the brunt of the damage. Meanwhile, though, Goodnight Nomi already trailing 3 guns in this game, and I think CSA might have caught Goodnight Nomi off guard here. We'll have to see how this cap play of Goodnight Nomi here actually works out.
We'll have to see if they can actually make the crucial connections here on towards the base, because they lost Lucker, they lost Golder as well. No tank at A7 is indeed true for Nomi. Usually you see at least one guy there playing. It's a very strong position. The HP now in favor of CSA. An interesting play. They lose Froley though. The play here from CSA, they needed to stop pushing the north. They're now rotating too many times back towards the base, and this is springing Nomi from A0 to come with their triple tank to now pick up Luke, and the rails repressure CSA. Yes, they took the positions, but now they're starting to feel that gun advantage is completely dropping out of the game here. That pressure on towards the base, making an over-rotation for the side of CSA, and you can see what this is causing now as the CSA tanks are up in HP. But look at it. The tanks from Nomi are retaking the rails. They're starting to make those kills. CSA yet still even on HP, but the gun Skihan is definitely not there for CSA, and Goodnight Nomi I think have done just enough, because CSA had a great opening per se, but then the reactions after were in there.
Exactly, and now CSA, those gun disadvantage is starting to hurt them very, very much, as Sakalito still able to survive here currently. A good shot into Alien's Cupola, but yeah, Alien just need one more shot to pick it up, and now Alien should be able to focus on different things. Radim, the next one to fall to the grave, and Darky, this is 6 tanks remaining here for CSA. 7 minutes still left to play in this game, and Goodnight Nomi, I think they're just gonna take their full HP or almost full HP tanks, make the CSA tanks shoot, and then collapse with all of those other guns that they still have available. You can see now Sokol here driving in onto Seago, reducing him to a one-shot, and as soon as all the other guns are here, that should be the beginning of the end, even though CSA is trying to hold on, but this gun advantage is insurmountable.
Yeah, the gun advantage for Nomi is just too much to deal with. Like, it's great having tanks on HP. I think CSA had to be a little bit faster to control their own base, even repressure it if it was possible, because they had good rails control. Those guys at A0 don't really do anything. Once they got the kill on the B8 guy, they had to back off even from there, readjust, win their base, hold the rails, and they weren't there. I mean, Nomi was able to, with tanks down, with HP down, pressure their base, even kill one tank for free. CSA lacking a tank there, especially lacking, for example, something behind the K2 house here would have been great for CSA to keep up that crossfire on towards those tanks. And then once the base started falling, the rotations were coming, but the rotations were late. They started losing positions, they started losing the rails again because of the pressure on their own base. And as a result, Nomi gonna make it 3-1 over CSA, moving into the loser bracket against Raid, making me an insane correct yet again.
Indeed, CSA not fulfilling my hopes here, dropping out of the tournament. I have to admit defeat in the prediction game, at least for this matchup. First of all, I think we should be able to take a quick look at the post-game stats as soon as those load. But yeah, in the end, CSA with a... I agree. I like the opening very much, but I think it
The
came
opening
to
was
hurt.
good. They overrun to DDs, and it was okay. But after that,
Yeah, after that, no real good follow-up anymore. And I think, excuse me, that opening by CSA very atypical for them as well, because normally we talked about it on Prokhorovka. CSA has a very laid-back playstyle. They like to play...
they run into some real issues if Nomi is playing rails harder, though. Like, I will tell you that much. I have seen or played against something like this before. And if you go stack at the rails when they're doing this, you kill them. Like, you just kill them driving down, and your E3s never die either. And then they just slowly lose everywhere else on the map because they can't push city, they can't really push green. It's just about holding the rails. One tank at A7 would have been beautiful as well. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, Good I Know me only had 40 Ds, but they can just bring back 2 7-9s to the rails and fight it, and you will just kill it driving down. It would be rough.
Yeah, I mean, if
especially
you
go
hard hold rails against something like this,
No,
you're...
even if you like snipe the cross, like from north, you can snipe the cross, right? You go to the corner, you snipe the cross, you can cross back to the rails and just fight it.
Yeah, the thing which I wanted to mention is if you hard hold the rails, then CSA is basically stuck with the same problem that they had in the previous game as well, where basically they are being bottlenecked again, and the other tanks can choose when and where and how to peek. Because if you're pushing down the rail, well, you're committed in. You cannot really get your tank out of the line of fire. Whereas if you're at the end of the rail, then you can choose to peek or choose not to peek, which sometimes may also be the right decision. Anyway, Daki, after this game, first of all, I'm very excited to hear what the analysts have to analyze about it.
Thanks a lot, Ki and Daki, for the great casting for the second match of the day. We have 2 more matches coming up. Moth, the next one is going to be Raid against the winner of that match. Good night, Nomi, and we have to say goodbye to CSA because they were just having their last chance in the losers bracket here.
Yeah, CSA knocked out of the tournament. Nomi coming out on top in that one. I thought there was a chance that they would do it, but I didn't think they would do it quite so convincingly.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that first one was good for them on Proho, and maybe if they actually were a bit faster, they could actually take the win. And we had the same issue with Goodnight Nomi, actually, being very slow on their attack. So actually, I expected the same as Daki, that Prokhorovka would be pretty bad for CSA because Goodnight Nomi would be probably more aggressive and faster, and they were just not good enough. So that could be a map that possibly would go 2-0 for CSA, and then I think the Czech team would just take the lead and take the match probably.
Yeah, both teams reacting quite slowly on Prokhorovka on their attack, not really getting the best information out of their EBRs. They had one suicide in the one line, but I think we're going to see that in a minute. But they just didn't really get any info from both teams. The push from CSA at the start, Nomi countered it brilliantly with B6. They had 4 907s that immediately just pushed back in, so any control over the 5-6 line from CSA was just eliminated by Nomi.
I mean, I think what's very key here to mention is the fact that CSA has a lot of tanks that are out of the fight and not actually helping on that 3 push, not actually making damage. You can see a total of 4 heavies in the middle that can actually pick and do damage, and that STAV at A6. This 3 push works because that STAV can actually farm. They kind of ignore it, they focus on the 907s. So good stuff from Goodnight Nomi to counter that push, but actually, do you think that would work out if they push with like 2 more 907s?
Perhaps CSA would win it, and then Nomi would be in a whole lot of trouble, right?
Yeah.
The STRV was actually spotted, and he was starting to take damage, but CSA, they do commit then with more 907s, which they should have been in the first push, and Nomi, kind of unfortunate timing, they were about to run away towards the 1 line to set up for a camp, but those 907s got caught. Didn't matter in the end, though. The 4 chieftains here pretty strong against the 907s.
Yeah, I mean, when that second push happened, there were like 2 minutes and a half left only for the side of the Czech team, so no time left to actually make it that 279, that meaty 279 on the A0 position that you have to take down. So good stuff from Goodnight Nomi holding strong in their defense, and we had a pretty similar defense from the side of CSA holding strong on the 1-2 lines, right?
Yeah, pretty similar lineups. Both teams having like a couple of heavies holding 9-0, and then most of their tanks on the 1-2 line. CSA's strat is a little bit different though. It's it's reaction strat. So as soon as there's any sort of movement on the 9-0 line from Nomi, they just immediately push the 1-2 line. And obviously, this 279 of Jordan on his own, he's not going to be able to really do anything.
Actually, I think at that point, Goodnight Nomi had to gamble and possibly had to keep something like 5 tanks in the 1-2 lines, because from the side of CSA, this is the most common play to just hold the 1-2-3 lines and just repush it to just play over the time. And Goodnight Nomi just 1-2-7-9, trying to kill the right side, but again, time fully with the perfect rotation on time to A1 to actually get all the damage needed, and you can see 6k HP up. Daki mentioned that they went down with too much 907s. They could probably stop E2 because they had the spots, and then they could cover more likely easily the push, the counter push from Goodnight Nomi, but 6k HP up, that didn't matter.
Yeah, I think it's better to just commit with all of them, just to make sure, rather than not sending enough and then being in trouble, right? But the next game on Ensk, Nomi with a very defensive hold, but it was all planned, right? It wasn't just sit in the corner with all of your tanks. They had the shield in K1 with the E100, and that pretty much stopped CSA from making any plays on that part of the map there.
I mean, from the side of Nomi, they have this angle that matters and those angles, so they can basically cover pretty much everything, and they can force CSA into a push. They can cover the city if they want to take down the K1 tank. They can actually trade over the 6-7 lines with all of those tanks with the big alpha damage tanks. I think from the side of CSA, you never had that aggression over the 0 line with those chieftains that was probably needed to help them out, and also the city.
Yeah, if those chiefs went aggressive, though, they would have been in a crossfire as well. You can see those 2684 could have put some shots in. He does actually, as they start to make the push now. But CSA, they had so many tanks in just one rail. They really needed to try and create some different angles to punish Nomi in this one.
Yeah, well, good stuff on the side of Goodnight Nomi. Is very great and strong hold from the Polish team here. So they were just taking the lead 2-1, and then they were basically on the defense. No, on the attack against CSA, coming up with a very aggressive defense.
Yeah, CSA pushing down the rails immediately with their 279s. They don't get punished too heavily because there's only like 2 E3s there, and they pick them up relatively for free, but then the reaction from Nomi is quite quick. They send the triple 279 through the city, and they start providing crossfire, and then CSA over-rotate back towards their base, which allows Nomi to collapse on the north of the map.
I think it was good from CSA. That was very surprising for the side of Goodnight Nomi to see that aggression early on, but that push on the 8 line was really unnecessary. They could have just hold the green side, make sure they reinforce the actual rails to make sure they actually hold it, and actually make sure they can re-push possibly the city, or at least hold the city push from the side of Goodnight Nomi, and then they would have made those tanks A0 pretty useless, and they would have forced Goodnight Nomi to use them to re-push somewhere. So maybe CSA, good initial ID, but the rotations were not just good enough.
Yeah, it was a bit sloppy, wasn't it? They committed tanks into sort of C8 when perhaps they didn't need to send that many tanks, or if any tanks really, and they just provided HP for Nomi to push onto at the end.
Yeah, good stuff from the Polish team. Well, they're going to be moving in the finals of the losers bracket. It's against Raid, the team that was leading 2-0 against Inville but lost 4-2. So they have to recover from that match. They have to play strong because that Polish team is going to be the first part they have to take to actually take the whole tournament, because there is a second Polish team waiting for them if they would win that one.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see a full Polish final. I think Daki mentioned, or Key mentioned, that Inville poached a couple of their players over time, but I'm sure Nomi would like to have a fight there, full Polish final.
Yeah, well, so the next match, Raid against Nomi. I guess we want to hear what Daki and Kian have to say about that upcoming match. Let's head to the cast desk.
Well, hello and welcome back here. And indeed, we're going to find out now if we're going to have a full Polish final or if we have a repeat of the finals from the last Clan Showdown, which was indeed Invil against Raid as well. And going into this one, yeah, seeing Goodnight Nomi fight against CSA basically proved me wrong in the sense that I thought CSA was the much more experienced team, but I think the experience sort of hurt them as they had too slow approaches towards their games. And obviously we need to give the players as well as the teams, mostly Goodnight Nomi, a bit of time to relax here. Community predictions coming in, 64% for Raid, 36 for Goodnight Nomi. And yeah, at this point in time, I don't think we need to really introduce the players further. We've already seen both of the teams play today. Raid obviously coming out from a loss against Invil. However, losing to Invil probably is no shame in Invil's current state. And Goodnight Nomi just coming out strong against CSA, beating them 3-1. Now remember, this is going to be a best of 5 as well, as we are currently in the lower bracket. And yeah, so Raid, I would say they are still the favorites here, but they cannot afford any slip-ups, really.
No, they can't, of course, in the lower bracket. They had a decent showing, I would say, against Invil. They realistically should have brought it to Tiebreaker at the very least. They could have picked up their Ensk defense. They could have picked up Sand River 1. But we're going to be seeing Fisherman's Bay and Live Oaks are two maps we haven't seen at all. We're going to get them both in this Sand River Tiebreaker. Interesting stuff here between these two. Nomi not wanting to fight Raid on Himmelsdorf. I think that would indeed be a good decision from them after what Raid showed against Invil, which was good rotations, good reactions, good initials coming out. So then Raid not wanting to play Cliff. We have seen very little Cliff as well, by the way.
Yeah, Cliff not really being played in between the teams here. I guess a lot of them saw what happened in the group stages, where there was a lot of aggressive CS pushes going on. I'm probably not really wanting to go that far, because on Cliff it's basically like a 50-50, right? Your calls need to be on point in the first 30 or 45 seconds of the game, but I'm very interested about this Live Oaks pick from Goodnight Nomi, because I don't know if you saw it, but in the group stage, Raid actually played a 2-6-8 v5 against Fame, and they won that round.
Yeah,
so
great.
I am.
And the 2-6-8 v5 was the difference maker, huh?
No, it wasn't really used in that match, but I still love the pick, you know. I still love
the tank has a really nice pen, right? It has incredible pen, and it has a turret. So that's great, but it has slow heat ammunition. The heat is very slow.
Yeah, first of all that. Second of all, it well, let's best not talk about its armor because it has none. And third, I don't think it's the most mobile of tanks. Also, it's like
no, but it doesn't struggle with penning 279s though.
What is its heat pen actually? I can't.
I think it's 395. No?
395. Okay, so basically the 268 gun mounted on there. We'll have to see. I would love to see it get picked again. Obviously.
Yeah, and who works for Wargaming here again? I thought you knew everything from the game out of your heart.
Well, the thing is, I wasn't allowed to participate in the auction for it, so naturally I wouldn't know as much as someone who probably bought it and maybe 3-marked it. I don't know if you did.
No, I played like 20 games in it.
I currently don't hear you, but anyway, enough about the 268v5. First of all, let's talk a bit more about Live Oaks, which is, together with Ensk and Sand River, one of the maps where the caps are basically flipped. So
yeah, and we saw that come into effect actually, where before on the eastern side of the map, a lot of teams had to go aggressive towards the city, for example, to hold it or to even push it themselves. The western base is extremely favored for a city fight. I think we can all agree on that, that most of the time an equal team against another equal team fighting west against east in city, west will win because of the positions just being better for them, and also west being good for holding as well. If you can take K-line from west, it is hard to repush it. If they're just holding city and K-line as well, it is also hard to push it. Now with the flipped side, so we've seen a lot of hard camps actually come from northeast as well, with majority of the team just either chilling at A9, chilling on the rails, because Raid in their group stage match against Fame played, I don't know, like 10 tanks at A9, and even though that may seem like, hey, what happens if they push K-line then, and they're all at A9? Well, simply they repush the city, and then they flip sides.
Exactly.
And they force you to continue pushing through the whole game. If you waste 3 or 4 minutes before you repush K-line,
so
they will just take back positions.
So I think Live Oaks in that sense plays a lot like Prokhorovka, where you need, as the attacker, to generate a lot of early info, because otherwise you might run out of time. Live Oaks is one of those very open, very large maps as well, where you can't... Basically, from the start, it might be a slow start if both sides don't commit city and a brawl erupts. But basically, even if it might seem like a slow start, you cannot waste any time, because in the end, I think some Live Oaks pushes, there are possibilities for tanks to run away. And if you maybe lose all your EBRs and the enemy EBR is able to run away, maybe even give 1 or 2
it's
more
annoying
HE
though for
resets.
EBRs on Live Oaks. If you're playing from the west now and you're attacking, enemy EBRs are always in some bush. You could get outspotted, and the amount of map that is playable for you is not that big. And usually they have a lot of guns trained in the same area. So if you do get spotted at a bad spot, it's not like there's 1 or 2 tanks aiming at you. It's immediately like 7, 8 guns.
Also, I think we might see one more tank that we haven't seen currently up until now, which might be the Manticore, which is a fairly common pick, I would say.
I doubt it.
You doubt it?
I doubt it.
It was played a lot in group stage, though.
Maybe from West, a team will play it. I don't think Raid is the kind of team to play a Manti in general. I don't think Goodnight Nomi is either. Between other teams, I would say yes. But between these two, I mean, maybe Manti could be useful from the West, because a lot of teams now would try to establish an EBR in the swamp. When you knock over the trees in the swamp, you can spot... So if you have a 279 building, there's usually a 279 at that building. And the way to kill him is by shooting him from south, from the rails. Now, when there's a light in the swamp, in the trees, which is a large area to blind fire, so pretty hard to achieve, he outspots them peeking up high, so they can never go far enough to shoot the 279. Maybe a Manti going down middle straight could potentially outspot the EBR from doing that camo spot. If the EBR can't make the camo spot, then they also can't, then you can kill the 279. If you kill the 279, you can establish the building. If you establish the building, you have info on rotation. So maybe, Key, maybe you're onto something. Possibly. I mean, it's like even a broken clock, Key.
We'll have to see what both teams bring. I mean, we have both rounds, both rounds basically guaranteed to be played in this matchup, as it is the first map that is going to be played. And then we have the second map also coming up, which is Fisherman's Bay. We haven't seen that either. However,
I'm gonna predict for Fisherman's Bay, Key, we're going to be seeing
2279s, more or less, by both teams together, I mean.
I would say 22.
22, okay. So I'm excited for that as well. Obviously, Fisherman's one of those maps that is a rather new addition to the pool. So I don't think the complete...
I hate it.
I mean, I'm not a fan of it either. I like playing Himmelsdorf and Cliff, sort of those maps more, because for a player like me, it's more obvious what should happen there. Because
he had the kind of player to start making his own decisions, and then his FC, usually me, starts wondering, Key, what are you doing? He's like, I thought I could do this, man. I thought I could push this. And it's like, no, Key, you couldn't do that.
Well, you know, but it's...
But at least you're trying. I'll give you that.
The thing is, mostly what I do is I trade HP for info, so you would probably come in and say that my HP in that game probably isn't as valuable anyway, but me generating the information then is enabling you to win those games by calling, right? I'm just trying to make it look good.
On Himmels, you need a lot of info after the first 30 seconds.
Well, no, I was talking about maps like Live Oaks and Fisher when I was talking there. On Himmels, I obviously show up, man. Hello.
Yeah, Key main 50v player.
Easy.
Yeah. I always said that Keyhad is the best EBR player, by the way.
Yeah.
You want to know why?
Yeah, if
why
I don't know what I'm doing, the enemy can't either.
Exactly. Because Keyhunt, when he starts driving left, right, you cannot predict what way he's going to turn, man, because he doesn't even know it himself. He's just bashing the keyboard.
Yeah, rolling my head on it. Anyway, we certainly see that the teams didn't roll their head on their keyboards when selecting the lineups. We have Goodnight Nomi coming in with
60 zone.
double EBR, double 260, double 279, rest Chieftains for 8. We have double EBR, double 907, triple 279, and the rest is Chieftains as well.
I don't personally like this 260s because usually they're for the city, right? So the 260s are like going to like E1, but they're not that much faster than Chiefs.
It
for
doesn't
this.
look like the 260s are going towards the city, though, at least not on the minimap. By rate, we see a very, very heavy commitment down the 0 line. Yes, the 279 is going towards the house, and the EBRs are spotting, but basically everyone else is getting booked down to the southeast.
The K-Line against K-Line key is a win for East, by the way.
First of all, that, and second of all, if you look, Goodnight Nomi is actually doing some sort of split, so they have, I think, double or triple Chief together with double 279 out of the fight. Now Minaros with a very aggressive spot does see the 907 White Rock that is booking it down through the inner part of the map here, taking some damage immediately, has to repair his driver, and now they're going to be meeting the 260. The 260 attempting the ram but missing, and now the double 907 is basically going to die for free if the Chieftains commit in.
Yeah, the double 907 is going to die. This was an early. You don't usually commit that early with the 907s. You kind of wait with them on the outside, but it's still going to be a trade nonetheless. Panu actually dying in his EBR there for the side of Raid. That's bad. They're now down in HP. They're trying to get these 260s out. They're pressuring the K-Line. Ali taking 1.7 on this crossing, taking another down to 369. Marcel and Jordan. Now you can see those 260s. They are starting to bleed. That is Timmy there. That 279 at the building, putting in shot after shot after shot on towards them. But there is a commitment coming from Nomi. It's the C-line, and they're definitely going to try and get Timmy out of this one.
Yeah, exactly. Jordan now down to a 2-shot here. Needs to be very careful, but I think he just about made it to a safe space. But Old King's now going to peek from the side, is going to try to put 1 or 2 or 3 shots into the back of Jordan anymore. But the tanks of Goodnight Nomi, they have arrived at Timmy, taking 2 shots immediately down to 1900. Jordan finally out of the game here for the team of Goodnight Nomi, and you can already see that A-line. There is Chieftains in purple booking it down. Hannes in his EBR is already spotted, probably won't be able to basically keep the Chieftains from pushing, and now Timmy down to 1k HP as well, and in a 1v1 in close quarters combat, the Chieftain should be able to kill off the 279.
Yeah, the Chieftain face hug in the 279 is extremely difficult for Timmy to get those connections because he now rotations coming through from the raid team actually down the 0 line, back, maybe even wanting to repush this. They have 4 against a 2-man commitment from the side of Nomi, and Raid is able to repush that. They have info on all the tanks. They are only missing 1 to 79, I think. Timmy now trying to survive, trying to stay alive. Garage takes 1 more shot, takes another from Hannes in the EBR, picking him up, and Raid now coming out with a good repush on towards A0. It wasn't clean from Raid, but they are still edging themselves ahead in this one. The split from Nomi, it was interesting. It was okay actually, but these 260s, yeah, they traded 2 for 2. That much is true. But in return, they're losing the game now. They needed more tanks on the A-line even for this. They wanted to hold the JK line, but you can see Raid rotation. They didn't commit into the hole with too many people. Ali even lucky to survive. And we can see the result of this now as well. And Kian, I would like to point out that usually, right, with those 907s, at least when I play, then I think it's slightly better. They push a chieftain up, right? They push the chief, and then they go here, and then they commit in.
Yeah, I
basically.
think the problem for the 907s there was that they were basically
spotted
already...
early.
Yeah, they were spotted early, committed or in.
They were spotted
and then they took
here.
damage on that cross already, and then they sort of panicked, had to go in, and then they got eaten by the 260s. One of the 260s was very, very late, though. I feel
Might
like...
have had a bad spawn.
Yeah,
like
probably.
when you're crossing the bridge with that many tanks, Kihan, and there's like chieftains in front of you, you can't just go past them. Nomi would have to make a good line there so he can go past and survive. If those 260, but it's also like those 907s. Like imagine Kihan, right? Nomi had like 3 or 4 tanks here. Yeah, I don't think those could shoot the 907s. I think it's too far.
Well, one of the 907s already took like 2 or 3 shots in the
Yeah, but
approach.
they had a tank on the building here as well. I think I'm pretty sure that this is slightly too far to shoot in. If they had all of them situated here, if they had them situated here.
No, they had them at E2-3. Maybe they just went into the swamp a bit to shoot. We'll probably have to see.
Anyway,
that.
if they were at the building, they would probably kill the 297s, and then the 260s would be high HP, and then Raid is forced to repush back in from their side, and then they have a chance, because if they can kill this overpush from Raid, like if they actually killed like Ali and the 260s were healthier, then they have a chance, because then Raid is in trouble.
And in trouble is also Justek. Not only is he the last survivor of his team, he's also yeah, that is a Live Oaks incident, I would say.
And that's karma for trolling on Ensk.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess Raid now, they are defending, so it doesn't really matter for them if they cap or kill. But if they aren't able to find the EBR, which they should be, to be honest, then we should see a cap play coming out. Hannes probably...
Yeah, you gotta imagine though, Kihan, if you think about it, right? If you're here, right, and they shoot in the 97 and they even kill one, it's like maybe like 5 to 10 seconds extra to do this move, maybe. So it wouldn't have made a big difference. Hannes picks it up, 4 kills as well. Crucial shooting from him there to help Timmy, actually. He did good, he did well, staying alive as well at the same time.
And thus we find ourselves at a 1-0 lead for the side of Raid. Obviously the favorites in this matchup here, but yeah, I have to concur that basically I think the split from Nomi was interesting. The 907 execution by Raid, a bit doubtful. But yeah, now the post-battle stats here, and we see just...
I mean, Old King still did 2.1, man. If Nomi had more guns aiming to shoot, like even the tanks, think about it, Key, right? Okay, so you're countering a zero-line play from Raid, yeah? You expect them to play zero-line, yes? You have an EBR spotting 907 early. All the tanks on top of the bridge could stop for a shot, because it doesn't matter, right? As long as the 260s get through. You have the guys at the house, they could kill those 2 907s or make them solo HP that they're both dead in the beginning of the game and still get to position on time.
Yeah.
I think Nomi's strat here could counter Raid's strategy. Look at Hannes, by the way. 4k damage, 4 kills in an EBI in a fast game.
I think Goodnight Nomi wasn't entirely sure whether the Raid team
But
was
EBR got all the info. EBR driving down the middle sees tanks crossing B-line as well. He got all the info early.
I don't know.
Early enough for the tanks on top of the bridge to stop, shoot, kill a 907 for sure, and then the 260s to kill the other one. And then Raid is forced to commit back in. Nomi still makes it to position on time, nonetheless. And then if they punish the repush back in from Raid, right? Because Raid has to repush it to take it, because otherwise it's really bad for them. Then they're able to still do this A-line push, and probably would have worked.
I mean, that is obviously very easy to say for us in hindsight.
Yeah, but one thing which is easy to say and which is also definitely possible for the teams, especially them playing on Live Oaks, that 279 at the building, right? Yeah, Timmy, you do not have to push him. It's a big mistake from Nomi. And this is something that teams should know, because when you take A9, right, when you take the building at A9, you kill Timmy either way. He cannot sit safe from you, so he will die over time. Now, Garage went towards it and actually died against Timmy. Raid only repushed with 4, I think, or 5. I think it was 4. They repushed 0 line. Nomi could technically have had 3 guys there with a 279 aiming and maybe won that, because they would have had another full HP chief. There is no need to push this guy at the building. He dies from A9. He always dies from A9. Yeah, so every single time.
So I guess a lot of basically rash decisions taken by the side of Nomi, which in the end, end up costing them this first game here. Now we are headed on to the second game. This time it's going to be a Raid attacking and Goodnight Nomi defending. Let's see the lineups, and Goodnight Nomi is coming in with double EBR, triple 279.
They have the 2685 again.
Yeah, there we go. 2685 being picked by Raid. You'll love to see it, and it's being paired with double.
I think it just went like this. Smiley was like, Ali was like, "Can I play 268 V4, please?" And Smiley was like, "No, but you can play the V5 though if you want to."
And Ali obviously very happy to oblige after his performance yesterday with the VK, where he did like 8.6k damage. So maybe let it slide.
Today's performance on Ali's VK.
We don't talk about those. We don't talk about those. Anyway, the splits. Goodnight Nomi sending one EBR towards the western side of the map. Everyone else going towards the southeastern corner. Not even a 279 towards the building. And Raid going very...
Once they have the spot, they can still turn the 279 to the building.
Yeah, true. Raid going to the city with a lot of tanks, sending 2684 and 279E towards the building, and one chieftain to hold passively in the south in a hold down, so he has to get over-pushed if they want to kill him. And I think Raid is realizing no one's coming to the city. Hannes is providing very, very good and valuable information for the team in
They're aiming at Just Egg. If he gets spotted here, he could be in a little bit of trouble, but Just does seem to be running just in time, actually. That allows Hannes to take kind of under, though. Hannes not getting spotted out, Just getting spotted out, Minero's getting spotted out. No EBR in the position that I talked about, Doki, which is this one. So either here or here, right? You knock over the trees so you can spot the tanks here. But Nomi doesn't even have a guy at the building here, so they don't care, I guess, about that spot. This does allow Hannes to take the building. Yeah, I mean, not having the building allows Hannes to take this, right? Which allows Raid a lot of information backwards and forwards the whole time, right? Backwards, forwards. And this is where the difficulty comes, IMO, for Goodnight Nomi. The difficulty for a lot of teams as well is that now, when you're in the position A0, K9, you are vulnerable.
Yeah, you are basically spread over the whole length of the map. And
you can get repushed like this from the side of Raid, unspotted, by the way. They can literally do this unspotted, and while pushing this with 2 and going under at the same time. And they won't hold it right now. Nomi won't hold it. If Raid does it with like 10 tanks and goes like this, they won't hold it. They will not be there on time. I mean, it's the strongest part of the map, but an A0 push as well is going to be hard for Nomi to hold, because those 3 guys are going to get overrun really fast. This is why you see a lot of the teams now keep play with the building, with a spotter on under.
Yeah, the thing is with
some tanks here, and with the majority of tanks in this area.
Yeah, with the EBR where he currently is, I'm talking about Hannes, that basically enables him to see the complete zero-line rotations that Goodnight Nomi is doing. He did see how many tanks exactly went towards A0. He does get spotted now, so Nomi is aware that they are giving this information away, but already you can see Raid here, everyone almost at the G4 position at the house. And I think they're going to do exactly what you called, is push straight through the water, and then they even have the choice whether they want to go towards the bridge on the inside, whether they want to overpush this one chieftain. It's completely up to them.
Normally it's 2 guys going for Twisted position, right? Usually it's 2 guys going for Twisted position. Just could hit the timing of his life here, though.
Oh, just I don't think he's peeking though. Oh,
so it's usually 2.
I think he could actually not hit the timing of his life, but the timing of his death here, if he's unlucky. And he is not even peeking over currently. He's not spotted, so they are unaware. They are missing crucial info. Finally, he does get the info on all of the tanks that he's going to start running away, and this needs to prompt Goodnight Nomi into some sort of reaction here. No shots taken of damage currently by the side of Raid. Finally, one into White Rock, but this is an incredibly cheap rotation that they are doing right now.
Man, it could have been even cheaper, just actually hitting the timing of his life. And now they're going to push under, and they need to push. They need to continue to K0 Raid. You can see leaving only 2 tanks out of the fight, right? 2 tanks on one in A4, one on in C6. And now they need to go push K0. But you can see also Nomi rotating towards that. It's going to be a fight against fight. But currently, Raid has the greater numbers. Raid has the greater positions, because Alien and Miku are kind of isolated right now. And there's just going to be more and more Raid tanks pushing into this now. Now Nomi is reinforcing. Link getting blown up, though. A bad overpeak there. You could say Hannes now joining in as well in his EBR. And still Nomi tanks coming. Still Nomi tanks reinforcing, while the entirety of the Raid lineup is here. And they're now starting to make that extra gun in the game work in their favor, because they have more tanks here at all times. Time and time again, Nomi is just reinforcing. And now Raid needs to pick up the kills, needs to make it clean. Alien, Garage, Marcel, Sokol, Karl, they're all in a death pit realistically. And this is the difficulty of this Live Oaks defense that is Nomi trying to make right now. And they even had early info, really.
Yeah, they had early info, but they had such a long way to cover to basically get over there. Keep in mind, though, Ali not really in the game with his 2685, trying to hit the snipes. Not sure how much he's able to do, but the amount of guns that is currently in the game for Raid here, just able to secure them for it. I mean, they even pulled Hannes towards the fight. He is Amarak, yes, but he's contributing. And so is Destroyer, still on a one-shot, able to do one more shot of damage. Jikibu finally able to pick him up, and that is 3 consecutive kills for the side of Goodnight Nomi. But Raid, they still have 4k HP more, and they have more guns in the fight still.
I mean, they're getting shot by the 2685 as well now, where Manu is. And there was already one big hit landing. There's going to be another one, maybe in a second from that 2685 if you can hit it. Or Manu might go down before that. Remains to be seen. Hannes is Amorites. He's not going to be getting the shot. Ali, there we go, gets the kill. Over 3k damage as well in this fight, which is a good number. But I think we could see really the limitations of this defense, Kihant. I'm gonna be honest, this looked like something that you would just play in advance from Nomi. There's a reason why teams have kind of stepped away from this exact defense to begin with.
Yeah, and Raid now going to be putting themselves on match point already on the map pick, I believe, from Goodnight Nomi that did not really come in handy for them, as yeah, in both games they sort of looked not quite ready for the rotations that Raid was doing, and Justek, he got very, very lucky with the timing of the spotting.
They got 2k damage. I mean, they got 2k damage almost because of just spotting on time. If he didn't spot that, but it's like I said, man, there's a reason why teams have started using this area here in the water, or this area here where you knock over trees and you spot the tanks peeking up here. So these guys from here, Key,
yeah, they
all
can
of
all
these
shoot them, and they are unspotted because of all the
volley.
trees.
Yeah, volley. It's volley 1, volley 2, volley 3, basically. So it's minus like 3 or 4 tanks for Raid if the shooting is on point, which is why teams are using this now, and Nomi is not using this to their advantage, because they would have seen the rotation even slightly earlier. And Raid would maybe not even try this, because they would peek, they would get spotted and be like, there's a light in the bushes. But now they knew that there wasn't. And that's great info for Raid.
Yeah, and this in turn means that the chances at an all-Polish final are at an all-time low currently for this tournament, as once again here we have the battle results popping up, and yeah, you can just see the damage spread is fine, I would say, for both sides, but the problem is that the tanks for Raid were just alive and kicking and fighting for longer, thus able to do more damage across the board.
Yeah, I mean, it was good stuff there coming out from the side of Raid. Ali even 3.3 and 268 sniping. Link's peak wasn't the greatest, getting punished. Red All King's doing 4.3 though, good stuff in a 907 in a Chieftain fight. And it's also doing 3k coming into the fight, because that's what you're supposed to do with the EBR there. They already had the advantage because of the fact that Mineros was a one-shot, right? So him and Pano were just freely kind of going across the map. Hannes came in from behind. Nobody shoots the EBR in that kind of fight. Like, nobody shoots it. So as much as Hannes is probably like, oh, 3.6k damage. Look at me, guys. It's so good, man. Nobody shoots the EBR in that fight. Nobody.
Yeah, no.
Everybody's shooting Chiefs.
Yeah, exactly, because the Chiefs are the ones that actually have the DPM to continue.
Yeah, all that Hannes has to do is not drive into one of them.
Yep, which he admittedly did a good job with. Okay, that is Live Oaks over with. This in turn means that we are heading over to Fisherman's Bay, another map we haven't seen yet. And there we can probably get ready for some strats from Raid, as it's their map pick, and I'm very curious to see what they are going to do there. I can't really recall any games from group stage where they showed up in a big way, but maybe I just didn't see them, didn't observe them. We'll have to see. Goodnight Nomi, though, on the ropes right now.
Nomi is not a bad Fisherman's Bay team, but I'd say Fisherman's Bay is considered a very hard 1-1.
Pretty much, although we did see 2-0s in the group stage, but
yes,
yeah,
but
I do agree. The Fisherman's Bay defense is I wouldn't say easy one, but fairly comfortable one to pull off.
You have to be making mistakes to lose it. Or you could be banter and play without a config and get Amoract when you try to repush something for 2000, because
I mean, not picking a 279 with config is the mistake in the first place, for me at least.
Yep. Especially when I saw Reaction get blown up yesterday, and I was like, he's not using config. Why? Because we've always told our players that to use config in every scenario.
Well,
He's like, they told me not to put config, man. I'm like,
well, yeah. On other servers, there may be different metas, but the Amorak is present in all of the tanks, except if you don't load ammo. And now, for the first time, we do see the Fisherman's map video here with that beautiful church here coming up, and I think we should be right about ready to see the lineups, which is going to be a Goodnight Nomi defending first with an EBR, a 907, a CS. Then we have 4 Chieftains and a plethora of 279s.
yeah, and the raid, triple chief, 1 CS, 1 EBR, and the rest 279s. Okay, I was wrong with the 279 call. It's only like 19 of them, Key. 3 off. Sag. Big Sag. I cry myself to sleep. Anyways, both these lineups are able to do almost anything. You can push 1-2, you can push middle, you can push 9-0. But knowing Nomi are on the defense, they will be probably sending some tanks to the middle, defend 1-2, defend the city, and just play for control. Look what Raid is doing.
And then react accordingly. Yep.
Yep.
And indeed, we do see double 279 sort of.
CS against CS in 1-2 line. It's going to be Ricochet facing off against Pan. Does Ricochet win this? Ricochet is actually bailing out from this one. Ricochet is going to take 1 shot of damage running away. Does he take another one though? Yeah, takes a few more. Down to his 400. Maybe a slight oversight on the side of Raid on what the Nomi lineup could really do.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, because the Chieftains weren't there to support the CS either, and he just, I guess...
It's a bait. It's a bait from Nomi, and this bait is working right now. This bait is definitely working.
Yeah.
Because look about how many times Nomi has in 0 line. They're trying to boost. They're trying to boost with the 279. They're trying to boost the 279 on top of the rock.
Oh god,
we've seen this before in another on another server, and they actually did make with Manio on top of that rock. I thought they were making a trap, but they were just waiting for him to get on top of that rock. And now Raid is going to be like, hello there, Mr. 279. We cannot do anything against you.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Good stuff from Nomi.
Yeah, good stuff from Nomi. I actually haven't seen this boost before, but Raid, they are still opting to just, push through this. And Manio, he is going to be... yeah, just
invincible.
Chilling on top of that hill, and ooh, he takes 1 shot of damage actually, but there should be good crossfire coming in from the side of Goodnight Nomi, and you can already see the tanks from Raid. They are starting to bleed.
He's taking some pens though.
Manio, I think he's taking pens from the middle from the 279s there, where he's not completely angled against them. Actually taking another one, the position. Either he's playing it wrong, or it's not as invincible as you thought, but like that is a lot of pens.
Look how long he's living right now, and there's an entire team from the middle shooting at him, Kian, and then he's half HP. Yeah? They still need to pen him 3 more times, 4 more times if the rolls are not there.
And indeed,
it's not happening right now.
The pens have stopped. Also, take a look at the HP, currently 2.5k. Actually, 1.5k.
Look at Raid converging onto the middle, man. Raid is converging into the middle, knowing that Nomi has a substantial amount of extra tanks on 9-0 line. Nomi here making big mistakes, pushing down 1-2. Jordan, Pabux exposed, left alone to their own devices. There's even another tank there.
That was a blow up, I think. And that is only 2 tanks left here for the side of Goodnight Nomi. Make that one, as Pabu is in a 1 against many situation. You're probably not able to clutch that one out. And that substantial amount from of tanks from Goodnight Nomi on the 1 line now come to hurt them, as they are not able to participate in the fight. And I think now, as things calm down, Raid should be able to convert that HP advantage into stabilizing the game and probably trying to shoot the tank on top of the hill anymore. But I think at the moment in the 9-0 line, there's actually a counter push coming out from the side of Goodnight Nomi, who are able to clear out all of the tanks that Raid has stationed here. This should prompt Raid into a 1-2 line repush again.
I don't think Raid can push 1-2 right now, but they will try nonetheless. Actually, they can. The amount of tanks that are left there from Nomi. Nomi trying to do too much at the same time, Kihan. Trying to chew off too much from these positions that they had. Pushing 1-2, exposing the middle. They had extra tanks on 9-0 line. It took them forever even to repush that. And then they were also deep in 1-2, leaving those 3 tanks in the middle exposed. They had 2 there at first, but then they rotated another one there. And we can see what is happening now. Zikibu, Garage, they're in trouble, man. Those double 279 that's committed in, they had a CS there at first just to trade, but now they're going to do more than just trading. They're going to lose those 279s. The CS is on a 1-shot as well. Hannes now needs to be careful. 1 more shot will take him out of this game. He's the only EBR. Would be important for Nomi if they do it. 423 surviving on a 1-shot. Important for Raid that they keep him alive at this moment in time. And now Nomi scrambling all over the map, trying to get in position. But they have done this to themselves. They put themselves in this situation. Aladdin does not care. Aladdin's just driving past, and it's just Gursky and Twist now 1-1-2 line. And you can't say Nomi had a great opening, but then the rotations that came behind is disastrous for them.
Indeed, right now it's all turning back into Goodnight Nomi's Voices, who are now trailing 3k, trying to stay alive in this tournament. Even Aladdin taking a lot of damage here, though, down to 400 HP. That is very, very good for Goodnight Nomi.
That's good shooting from Nomi there, actually coming out from the D6 area, putting on the pain train on towards Aladdin, and Aladdin now in trouble. Aladdin's gonna die. This was not needed from Aladdin whatsoever. This gives Raid a minus of 2000 HP. Now Old Kings is being pressured by Just Egg and Manio, who will be able to win that fight slowly. And you can see now Rain kind of counter throwing. I mean, they're up with guns, man, but they are kind of counter throwing. Finally, they're doing what they're supposed to do. Establish 1-2, hold it, don't push it like Aladdin did. Rotate across the K line, then re-pressure the city and catch these 2 7-9s in the middle here in a crossfire with no positions left to play.
Exactly, that's what happened. What's happening now? Still 4.5 minutes, so Raid being very, very active in the first stages of this game, actually now playing into their cards here, playing into their hands, and as soon as that rotation over the K-line happens, we should see some more action. However, Marcel, that is a full HP. That is a healthy Chieftain being pulled towards the city for the side of Goodnight Nomi. Now he's spotted, so he won't come as a nasty surprise.
Raid shoot over on the middle as a result of this. Now Marcel pushing up. Now you can see the Raid tanks converging on the middle. They pick up Soko with Hannes in DBR, and that is Jakafal, Link, and Panu. That is a triple healthy 279, and Miku is a Chieftain, which is not the tank you want to have in this scenario. And now you can see the guns start to drop. Yes, Jakafal has taken a tremendous amount of damage, but Nomi here on Fisherman's Bay had the game and then made rotations across the place that made no sense. They could have always repush 9-0 line key and hold 1-2 and rotate across the A line if they had to. They had no need to push to F1. There was no need for this whatsoever.
Yeah, and Raid, they tried their hardest to throw it away again after making some good rotations against what Goodnight Nomi was doing. But in the end, Goodnight Nomi is saying like, nah, we don't want the game here. It's fine, you advance to the grand finals, and you do it in a convincing fashion of 3-0. 3 tanks still alive, make that 2 for Goodnight Nomi. But there is no doubt anymore about the outcome of this match, as White Rock is coming on to Gursky. Should take him out.
This 1-2 push, bro. This 1-2 push, man.
Yeah.
Rough, dude. Very rough. I mean, very, very rough for Nomi. They only have themselves to blame for losing this defense. Only themselves to blame, because they had more tanks in this area here, Kihan. They could have simply repushed this if they wanted to. Hold 1-2, cross back through the A line to reinforce if needed, because Raid could pull more tanks towards the city, right? But they could always have killed those tanks before Raid came. This area here was Nomi's. They could have killed all of them, but the tanks that were sitting at A8. And the game was over, because Raid is then, Raid is then in the middle of the map. They can't push 1-2, because Nomi has still some crossfire there set up, right? And they cannot go back towards the city, even though they have to go back towards the city, because by the time they arrive to the city, those Nomi tanks will have killed all of their 279s, and it's game over. But for some reason, Nomi is not repushing 9-0 line, because you saw they did it after. Like, they repushed 9-0 line after they got pushed in the middle, but it would be no different if they did it earlier. This 1-2 push, complete nonsense.
All right, we do see the post-game battle stats, and I think I also see some penetration issues on some of the Goodnight Nomi tanks, but I don't think in the grand scheme of the things they did really matter much, as indeed it was the rotations that Goodnight Nomi did, and then Raid just reacting extremely well to them, which made them win this this matchup here 3-0, and I would say that was a very, very deserved clean sweep.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Nomi on Live Oaks. We could say that they could win Live Oaks 1. Right? You could say Live Oaks 1, they could definitely win with a few adjustments. Live Oaks 2, no chance on Live Oaks 2. And on this one, like, realistically, Kiki, it's going to be a 2-1 at this moment in time for Nomi. But if you make mistakes in rotations, you will get punished by a team like Raid. And we've seen today Raid, at multiple moments, is able to make those good repushes, those good reactions. And when they saw those tanks in 1-2, they already knew that they could push the middle, because they knew how much was at 9-0. And Nomi pushing 1-2, sending an extra 279 to the middle. So instead of 2 guns for free, they get 3 guns for free. It was their own mistake.
I mean, from my POV, basically both teams worked their hardest to make this a 3-0, but let's see if the analysts agree.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ki and Deki, about that. We for sure agree. Raid with the convincing win over Goodnight Nomi that we have to say goodbye to again. Moth, second team of the day.
Yeah, Nomi falling 3-0 against Raid. I did predict that one. I think Raid were a lot stronger as a team, but Nomi had some interesting stuff, especially in that last game. So they did do their homework, and unfortunately it didn't materialize in the form of any rounds, but yeah.
I think Daki mentioned it, yeah, the Russians played that first, so they actually copied the high D, but the rotations and the reactions were just not on point. And I don't know if you agree with me, Moth, but I have the feeling Invil and Raid are the two teams that are just much better than the rest.
Yeah, they're just able to convert those rounds that are perhaps a little bit messier and just make their executes work. Not Nomi in that game, they had a good strategy, boosting the 279, but they didn't have good reactions on it. First game now, Nomi pushing very aggressively underneath the bridge there with the double 260, but Raid did send 2 907s of their own, so it was a bit scuffed from both teams there.
I mean,
at the start, White Rock getting spotted out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a EBR spot early from Goodnight Nomi to get the info on those 907s and the 260s to try to counter them. Goodnight Nomi had that aggressive opening over the rails, but that they also have a split, few tanks over the city, and the Raid just having all their tanks up here, so actually winning the trades around the rails. And you can see later on they get pushed on the north around their base, but they will have a pretty good and convincing reaction.
Yeah, I think the key thing is that Raid's tanks, although there's a lot of them in the south, they are able to rotate back, whereas Nomi's tanks that are in the south, they're just unable to do anything, really. So when they do take the A line, it's like, okay, cool, we have this position, but we don't have anyone from our team who's able to rotate to support us, and Raid just comes back with the 279s and they just push them out. I
think that could be a bit faster from the side of Goodnight Nomi to actually push the base, and that could have been good, because they could possibly also make damage on the zero line re-push from the side of Raid. But I think Raid just had a team much better. Simple rotation, simple tactic working out. Nomi a bit slow. A bit sloppy on the reactions, too slow. We have seen that already on Prokhorovka against CSA, so I guess the better team just proving how to play the map.
Yeah, Raid just with the slightly faster rotation. Like you said, if Nomi had taken the map control earlier, then it might have gone differently.
Yeah.
The CBR being flipped. I have to say, I've been in this position a lot of times. It's not a comfortable experience.
Next up, a second one, it was this time Raid on the attack and Goodnight Nomi on the defense. We can consider with the swap side that the attack now is the most favorable side. It's very hard to make those passive defenses, and you can see Goodnight Nomi. I think the issue there is that they're trying to hold the rails and A0 at the same time, and you have to take a decision to hold one, but not both at the same time.
Yeah, when they split across the map so much like this, and they can't directly cover onto each other's positions, that's the key problem, right? They even get lucky that Justek just randomly peeks on the ridgeline here, and they spot the push out early, but it's still not enough for them to rotate back and actually win the game, even when they spot the push on time.
Yeah, well, few damage done with all those shifts and speaking around the rails area here, but you can see that Raid is just going for the aggressive trades around that hold-on position, and they have just more tanks, just the overmatch for the Raid team that is making a difference. The HPs are even, but more tanks at one spot at one time, so that's a good World of Tank games from the side of Raid, just teaching the Polish team how to actually win brawls, just having more tanks.
Yeah, it wasn't a very imaginative defense from Nomi. I think Daki said as well, this is a very standard strategy that you might see from, I don't want to be mean, but lower level clans, right? You just go over the rails and then you kind of just sit there and hope that they're not going to be able to push into you.
Yeah, that's something that you can see in some EU advances that's very standard, but Daki also mentioned it, that's something that is easily counterable, and I think Raid actually proved it with this rotation.
Yeah, Raid. Again, it's not like they're doing anything particularly amazing. They're just making the correct rotations on time and finding the overmatches against Nomi.
I mean, we have seen in the past, in some tournaments or even yesterday, that sometimes even the simple rotations are not the easiest to make. But next up, it was Fisherman's Bay, a raid on match point because it was just a BO5, and Ricochet taking a lot of damage initially.
I think it might have been the correct play from him to do that, though, because if he stayed, then he might win the 1v1 against the CS, but then he'd die anyway, so perhaps it was the correct play. This boost, though, I really like this. Perhaps I should watch RU a little bit more, because this is crazy, man. Like, that boost counters the entire flank. They can't push 9-0 at all. But what Nomi does after that is the problem, because you can see they've pushed down the one line, and there was just no need to do that at this point in the game.
I mean, Raid is just pressuring the middle. They get some angles in that 7-9. Of course, it's hard to pen, but you could see a couple of pen here. Maybe they can also pen the bar just above the tracks with a bit of luck. And that push from Goodnight Nomi in the bottom lines was just unnecessary. That also allowed Raid to actually overpush the middle because there were no coverage anymore around that part of the map. So actually, Goodnight Nomi with some IDs, but the rotation just not on point.
Yeah, Raid taking that overmatch in the middle. They are essentially completely in the open, but the Nomi tanks just aren't in the right positions to punish this play. And the Manu on the boost is like, okay, cool, but the fight's in the middle of the map, you know?
And you can see what's interesting. They're clearing the mid, and then you have those tanks committed in the 1-2 lines. Well, that's a very easy call for Raid. Next up, pushing the 1-2 lines, and you can just watch the amount of guns from each team, the HP just swinging in Raid's favor. There are 3 EV pickups up here, and Goodnight Nomi, they were always kind of struggling to find the proper rotation. Even they're just going for the mids, and I think next up that's what Raid could just pick up.
Yeah, Raid recognizing that they didn't have to go for the boost, right? And they just went, okay, we can't kill this position, so we'll go for the ones we actually can kill.
Definitely. Well, more good stuff from the side of Raid. Very convincing victory. As I mentioned before watching those replays, I think we can say that Raid and Invil are the two teams that are basically just far ahead compared to the rest. We had possibly expectations from Fame, but that was a big disappointment. So we're gonna have those two teams battling in the grand finals in BO9.
Yeah, it should be fun. I hope Raid can come back and make it certainly more competitive than it was the first time. At least take it to a couple more rounds.
Definitely. Well, that's time. That's time to hear what Kihan and Daki have to say. Guys, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back with both of us casters here, with Daki and me. We are about to see a rematch of the last Grand Finals in this one as well. It is going to be the Polish juggernaut Invil against the international team of Raid. And we are, as the analyst said, in for a best of 9. So simply because it's the finals, we are upping it from best of 7, which would normally be the case for the upper bracket, to best of 9. And currently, both of these teams, they didn't know who was going to win the lower bracket final, so currently they are both doing pick and ban. But I already see the first pick, and the way this system works is that the team that is coming from the upper bracket gets the first pick before anyone can ban anything, and that is going to be Cliff.
Not a super surprise, I guess, from Invil. Cliff is a highly dynamic, highly team-focused map, where Invil has shown us that they have a big book of strats available towards them, and it all comes really down to those split-second reactions on both FC and player level. Like, yes, the field commander can tell you what you are supposed to do, but in a lot of scenarios, in a lot of cases, players have to make decisions as well for themselves, to where to position, where to adjust. The focus needs to be there, the team play needs to be there. It's very, very important that those are all on point, and Invil is counting that they have the superior team play, which possibly is not the wrong call from them, as they have shown on, for example, Side River, that they are able to do this team play, this focus, this cohesion at an extremely high level.
And we have to see what the other maps are going to be. I'm going to take a quick look at my cheat sheet, and I see then we have a Live Oaks ban. However, the first map picked by Raid is going to be Fisherman's once again, which we just saw. I don't
only
think...
played one round on it, though.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think Raid looked invincible on Fisherman's. It was just that Goodnight Nomi was making too many mistakes on too many parts of the map, and
Hey,
then Raid was able to
Raid has
exploit them.
some. Maybe Raid still has some stuff, man.
Mm.
They only played it once. They haven't shown their defense yet. They might have an alternative attack as well available that they will bring against Invil, because now it's gloves up and seeing what we can do between these two. It's good for Invil though, in a way, because I think they're a team that usually has one strat per map for each side that they then play again, which can be countered. But with Cliff coming in, haven't played it yet. With Fisherman's Bay coming in, they haven't played it yet. So in that regard, it's good for them.
All right, we do see community predictions. It is 94% for Invil. So, yeah, I guess a lot of people believing in the Polska Gorom aspect of or state of the game currently when it comes to competitive teams. A mere 6% going with the Raid team. Currently, I think Invil is gonna take it. But to be honest, this does by no means do justice that basically both teams are incredibly strong.
Raid could have won match number 1. I'd be very honest about that. The 2 Himmels rounds they won deservedly so on the Himmels. And then it was Sand River 1, which they could have won as well, and Ensk 2. They could have walked away with a 4-2 win there just the same, or even a 4-1. Against this, no, 4-2 against the side of Invil. They just happened to have swung in Invil's favor. They were, slightly better in those rounds. Raid made more mistakes and Invil got away with it. But that by no means does that mean that Raid is completely down and out of this one whatsoever. We've seen a lot of teams come from lower bracket and actually bring it to the upper bracket. Team also, got to imagine Invil has been chilling, and it's not always a good thing to be waiting for 2 matches in a row. So you win your match, you're hyped, great stuff, guys. PL Gurum, something along those lines.
Well, the thing is, when you basically when you win there, you know you are in to chill a bit. So you can go, you can eat something, you can watch the other game. But
it's not always a good thing.
But yeah, as you mentioned, then you're basically not warmed up really. And the other team just is, obviously, because they made it to the grand finals, they are just coming off of a win, so they are going to be warmed up, they are going to be hyped, and they probably have high ambitions to take the victory here in the tournament. Now, after Fisherman's, there is a Muroban, and then the next map is going to be Himmelsdorf, which is once again an Invil pick, going into Sand River, which is once again a Raid pick. And if you remember what happened in the upper bracket final, it was basically Invil losing their Himmelsdorf pick 2-0, and then it was Raid losing their Sand River pick 2-0. So I think both of those teams, on their respective map picks, think that they probably didn't play up to the standard that they see themselves at. And both of the teams, they, probably, they're just like, yeah, we can this and that. This is the exact things that went wrong with our tactic and we're going to fix it, or we have a different strategy. We're going to employ this one and it's going to exactly counter what we have encountered in the upper bracket final. And now, should we come to it, the tiebreaker should be Ensk, and indeed here come the pick and bans. And as I mentioned, Invil, because of their because they are coming from the upper bracket, they get a pick before anyone gets to ban something. It is Cliff into Live Oaks ban, into Fisherman's pick from Raid, into Muro Raid ban, into Himmelsdorf pick from Invil, Sand River pick by Raid, Prokhorovka getting taken out of the picture by Invil, but basically they decided if it comes to a tiebreaker, we rather play Ensk than Proko, which is, to be honest, personally I feel like that's a good call, because if you can't control what side you get to pick in the tiebreaker, then having to do a Prokhorovka attack is sort of meh.
Yeah, but for a tiebreaker-esque, it's not that bad either, because you can win on the Prokhorovka attack, but we're not going to be seeing that. It's going to be Ensk instead, which is a map which either of the two teams could really win if it comes down to it. It's more of a, if you're Invil and you have to decide between Proko and Ensk, right? You can't count that you're going to have the faster win on the tiebreaker to pick the side. Now, then you put it or push it towards a map where both sides have opportunities to win, and then Ensk is that one, right? You can win from south, you can win from north. There's not a super clear favorite on Ensk, and it doesn't really matter then who has defense or attack, because you can play from both sides on Proko. If you have to be attacking, the pressure is already much higher.
All right. Now, first of all, I'm most interested in Cliff, as it is a map that we haven't really seen yet, a lot at least in this tournament, which is very strange to me, because normally Cliff is one of those maps that you tend to see a lot. Hasn't been the case this far this tournament. Now in the Grand Finals, it's the first map to be played. I'm going to ask the same question that I asked for Fisherman's Bay, just not about 279s, but instead about CSs. How many are we going to see?
12.
Only 6 per side?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think it might be, yeah, depending, but it might be more. Man, now you make me second guess myself.
I don't think so. I don't think it would be much more, because you could still use 5-6 heavies on each team in terms of 260 or 277, which is a fairly common Russian heavy pick with the speed governor to be extremely fast. So you count at least 6 of those. So 6 plus 6 is 12 Kihan. And then usually teams pick maybe like a Chieftain or 1 or 2 907s or a TVP and a 907. So I think 6, 6, and then 3 remaining tanks is a fairly safe bet.
Fairly safe bet. All right, we'll see what happens here. And then concerning the other map picks, I mean, we already went over it with Fisherman's Bay, that the attack by a raid wasn't invincible. But the fact that they insist on picking that in the more important matches, because obviously the deeper you go, the longer you go in a tournament, the more important the matches become. This suggests to me that Raid has something planned for Fisherman's for their own defense, probably.
I mean, perhaps that could be true. Perhaps they just feel comfortable on the map instead of something else, thinking that Invil is not that strong at it. Perhaps they're just looking at it as a strong 1-1. Within a best of 9, a strong 1-1 is a fine map to be in the beginning. What Raid needs, really, on Cliff is to pick up the first round, preferably. Because that's very important for their momentum. Invil's going to be trying to break Raid's momentum, because Raid just comes off their win. So they're going to be, hyped, warmed up, etc. Their momentum train is starting. If Raid picks up the first round, that momentum train continues. And if a team is like hyped up, they usually play better. I mean, we could see that in the WCI qualifier as well. When a team is really hyped up, and they come in strong, then they're able to get the ball rolling, and that is what Raid needs. They need to pick up the first round, preferably. If they can't do that, then at least the second round, 1-1 onto Fisherman's Bay, and then they got to try and break Invil on the maps that come after.
The thing is that Invil has shown that they can't really be broken, at least on one map, as we saw in the upper bracket final. Invil losing 2 matches and then coming back with basically 4 clean ones in a row. But yeah, once again, those community predictions, I find it crazy. Like, yes, I get it, you're voting for names, but I don't think that Raid only has a chance to win 6% here. I hope the Twitch chat, by the way, get your votes in, guys. I don't think 6%.
I mean, by the
time
they hear it, I think the voting is over, Key.
Oh no! True. I also
there's 5 minutes and 39 seconds left on the prediction.
Well, I guess then you should have done it before that. Pay attention to the chat always.
Now, I'm gonna bring up the predictions of the casters. We can talk about that quickly, and the analysts. So Moff 5-3 for Invil, Keyhand 5-4 for Invil, Insane 5-3 for Invil. And then there's this weird guy voting for the other team because it's the finals, and it would be not cool if we're all on one side. So I'm going to be going with a 5-3 win for Raid. I mean, also, I would like to stay in Tilt as well at the same time. So,
yeah, I guess that is a pretty strong reason to vote for Raid here. We're gonna have to see, though. Personally, I see Invil slightly favored. I would like for it to go to a tiebreaker, just because, you know, tiebreakers are always awesome.
I thought you wanted to go home, Key.
No, I like to watch Good World of Tanks. Hello. I mean, I understand you are already home and I'm at the office, but
Really? It looks like you're in the middle of the woods to me.
I mean, you know, we have a very healthy and green office life here, so you know.
Really, Key?
Mhm.
Healthy? Healthy?
Healthy office life, yeah. We even have like a fridge with nice beverages. You can just
You also have a good nice ashtray, Key, hands for you?
no, not in the office, unfortunately.
Oh, unlucky, man.
All right, anyway, there is 60 seconds until the games will start here. And once again, we are going to be heading into Cliff first, which means probably all-out aggression by both teams immediately. And it will be decided by the splits and also the calls in the first 30, 45 seconds of the game. And then, wait, I actually think I recall we saw Cliff yesterday once?
Yeah, CSA.
CSA, yeah. And they played it against Trig, I believe. All right, so
Yes.
neither of those teams have been spotted on the...
We saw it twice, actually, between them. There was the 1-2 commitment, if you remember, from CSA. That one game. And then there was the
Yeah, I mean...
repush into 1-2 from Trig on the other game.
Yeah, and the other game was lost for Trig because Trig basically wasn't able to generate the...
They took so much damage on the crossing. They already lost the game before it.
Yeah. The players asking apparently for a few more seconds of time. I mean, obviously, basically Invil, they probably didn't have everyone at their PC quite yet. And the team of Raid, I mean, you're coming off a match that you just played.
The rules say you always have to be ready to play your upcoming match, and you should be there and available at least 1 hour beforehand, I think. So that would not be an excuse that is valid in this scenario.
Are you implying you've actually read the tournament rules, Ducky?
No, I just remember it being in there for some reason.
So that is a no. But yeah.
Why would I read the tournament rules, Key?
Because you're casting the tournament?
But I know the rules that matter all on the top of my head.
That is interesting. And also I shall take this into consideration when, you know, drawing up who's going to be the casters, analysts for the next time. You know, if the casters I invite don't read the tournament rules, it's like slacking, Ducky. I see how it is.
You know, you do what you want to, Key. I mean, maybe you can ask your
obviously and always.
Maybe you can ask your favorite streamer to become a caster, right?
Well,
he knows all about game-winning plays and bringing it home for the team, and he knows about the same thing about DPGs as you do.
What is that?
Not much.
Oh, okay. I know one thing about DPGs, and that is that damage is and always stays damage, Ducky. That is some old wisdom, and I think the person that said this once got called out by you for, you know, needing to stop missing his shots in that current situation. Anyway, we are, I think, about to be headed towards the last match of the day, which is going to be the grand finals. In between, who else could it be this tournament? It's going to be Raid against Invil. You see the casters' predictions. 3 of us going with Invil, 1 of us going with Raid here. We're going to have to wait and see, but yeah, it's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, this is the Killzer, man. Such an Invil hater. Unbelievable, Key. Predicting against him. How could he? But here we go. Cliff, round number 1. There is 5 CSs for Invil, followed up by 5 to 60s and the rest 907s. For the Raid side, there is 5 CSs, a TVP, a 907 double chief, and 5 to 60s. So DPM advantage here for Invil with those 907s. They have to be able to get them in the game. They have to be able to get that sustained damage out on towards the tank of Raid.
Yeah, that means there is going to be a slight HP advantage, I guess, for the... Actually, both teams exactly the same HP here. So yeah, Invil will want to have that sustained damage in the fight here. And you can see the 5 907s together with 1 CS for the side of Invil going towards the 1-2 line. They will try to provide the crossfire into the middle where the bulk of the Raid tanks is headed. Only 1 907 on the lower side. And now it's all going to be who is going to be more effective at shooting the CSs going up on towards the hill. Never the first one to take a shot. Ketsai responding in fashion. Ricochet also taking one. And the Invil tanks heavily bleeding. However, Hannes has now expended his clip, so he should be going back. And so far, Invil bleeding more heavily than Raid. However, the 907s from the Donut should be getting in some work soon.
Albert there, big mistakes in his 260 actually, over peaking. getting set on fire. Until that, it was a good trade for the side of Raid, actually, and now they want to start retaking the hill with more CSs, but so far, so good here for the side of Raid. Invil now moving towards the F line, looking to repush possibly. Without this Albert misplay, realistically, could have said it would have been much better for Raid. He's down to 700 HP, and now there's a push around the hill coming out, though, for the side of Raid. That's a double 260 and a TVP, but now you can see those 260s from Invil. They're starting to climb the hill, actually.
Yeah, and who's going to punish them realistically? I don't think there's anyone really there except the Chieftain in D5 that could possibly do a shot, and as soon as those 260s are on the hill, they are very healthy, they have good turrets, they're going to start pushing those Raid CSs off of the hill. Now finally the flank has arrived with the double 260, trying to put some cross shots in, but they don't really have an angle onto the Invil tanks that are the furthest up. Oh, Kubash getting spotted out in his CS, needs to be very, very careful not to drop out of the game. That is a very important angle for the Polish team to keep here.
Yeah, you can see DJ now getting crossfired. Jakafa starting to play the ramp, and this Invil tanks, it's 260s against Chieftain. Smiley with the first pickup here on towards Orchek. Lucky still playing at the rock, but that Chieftain from the side of Raid, Jakafa has a big role in this game. He is a tank that can't really get countered by the tanks from Invil because he has that gun depression, and Invil does not have enough tanks on the hill to win it. There's 5 CSs from Raid, Kian, and they're all healthy. I mean, with Piotr, Ketsai, it's not enough. It's definitely not enough. And now that you can see that Raid here is getting a little eager to make some trades, they want to start picking up Lucky, Smiley, Old Kings, peeking on towards him. And these 907 ski, right now, they're not really contributing much. And Lucky's now realizing the trouble that he's in, backing off, takes one more shot there. Kubash actually goes down towards the blind fire, even, I think, from Jakafa. 5,000 HP lead here from Raid with a good opening. And now Invil is repushing across the F line. But is it too little, too late, as now the Invil tanks are reapproaching towards the middle of the map? And here they're going to have to make a big play because their team is currently failing left, right, and center, as Rexar is the first one driving through, but that's all by himself. Rexar too early, too soon. Rexar down and out, and now Invil coming around this corner, but it's too late already. The CSs from the hill are just happily over peaking on towards those tanks from Invil. Piotr now trying to ram Ali. He does do that, but it's 7,000 HP lead for Invil here. There is an ignite coming out, but the tanks, the guns, the HP, it's all Raid right now. They've made this opening with the hill, which is a fairly standard shot that we saw the likes of Fame Engineer in the beginning, absolutely dominating Invil.
Yes, Invil here, they're left to pick up the shambles of their strategy, as that middle repush, it was one they were forced into because they were getting out-traded. They didn't have the positions, but they didn't have the HP for that repush either anymore. The repush, it was disjointed also, which is not something you see often from the likes of Invil, but this time they weren't able to make it work cohesively. And now Never, Konrad and Tishek, the last 3 guys here for Invil, Never and Tishek both on the one shot, and Raid are repeating the performance from the upper bracket finals so far, able to take the first round off of Invil, who will now have to attack on Cliff.
Yeah, limitations there for the lineup from Invil. Big limitations. I mean, those 907s are great for a fight, right? They are great for a strike. Great for a fight. Yeah, I'm struggling with English. It's hard. The 60s, CSs, 907s, very fast, very quick in the middle. Good for fighting. But they don't have the hill. They went up at 2 against 5. They wouldn't win it either way. And then usually what you see teams do is they start climbing the hill with, for example, Chieftains. They send up enough tanks to win the hill. But Invil was never able to do that. They got 1 to 60 up, which was Piotr. But at the same time, Raid is going around the hill already, right? And because that Invil doesn't have the top of the hill, they can't peek the tanks behind the rock where White Rock was. And they aren't able to suppress them. And they're just freely shooting in towards the middle. And then also you have the Chieftain from Jakafa, which is starting to play hold on. Kubash getting spotted out, going to the K6 position. There's not much you can do about it. We can see that Chieftain there. There's nobody that can contest him.
Yeah, I think
there's not a tank that can fight him.
He even blinded Kubash twice there behind the stone then, which was crucial because another angle was getting eliminated. And then you see that basically the 907s, they didn't really have a big impact in the game. Normally you want to have them in the fight for very long if you have a shootout to be able to DPM, but they weren't able to do that.
They were indeed not able to do that, and deservedly so. Raid picking up the first round. A good strategy here, countering Invil's strat, winning the hill. The Raid strat that they're using, it is a kind of basic strat in terms of we see a lot of teams do this and have done this, but it is a good strategy that is able to be recycled and put to use in this game here. We've seen this many times before, but when they have the top of the hill there and Invil has no reactions because they can't go win the hill, they will just slowly die, which is why they repush.
And yeah, even if your strategy is fairly standard, if it's a good one and you execute it well, why not do it? If you are able to just, you know, tick off all the basic checkboxes and the enemy team is trying to do something funky, but they just fail to do so.
Invil almost had to push 1-2 in this, I think. They almost had to clear out 1-2, somehow get to the 907, because Raid had a lot of tanks on the hill. They had 2 tanks going around the donut. So they have 7 tanks. The CSs, you can hold the middle. You can hold the middle, go under, pressure the CS that is at the D5 position, pressure the 907 in the base, and force Raid to make a reaction in
not
return.
sure if Invil could have pushed 1-2 because they had only 9 tanks mid because 1 CS also went 1-2 for them, and then basically I think that would have been like a 12 or 13 V9.
What else are they gonna do?
Yeah, nothing realistically. I think
exactly.
Raid just wins
So
by
they have
opening
to,
as soon as
they have to
get
go
the
1-2.
CSs onto
I
the
mean,
hill.
yeah, but you have to try and take the maximum probability of winning, right? This push that they did, 0% chance.
All right, game number 2. It's now going to be Raid defending. They're doing so with double 50B probably to snipe onto the hill. 6-2-60s, double Chieftain, and we have a restart. But yeah, as soon as we are back in the garage, we can just pull up the battle results screen and we can take a look at the Invil lineup as well, because obviously the teams will not be allowed to switch setups anymore.
Indeed. But when I was talking about the last round, King, you have to take the highest probability win percent, right? I agree with you. They would probably lose, right? But pushing through the middle is never going to work because the CS is from the hill farming. So you
and
have
here
to
we also
try.
have the reason why it was a restart.
They're
because
at 14.
Yeah. But let me quickly sort by tanks, and there we see 5 CSs for the side of Raid, double Chief, then we have 6 260s and double B. For the side of Invil, we have 4 260s, 1 Chief, 1 Bat, 4 CSs, and I believe we're about to load into the game.
Yeah, we are indeed about to load into the game. Even a little preview here on towards that one. But yeah, those lineups, very aggressive, could do anything realistically. I like the view onto the cap key. Thank you for that. Double B, like Jan said, 6 260s, double Chief, 5 CSs for Raid. Invil in return, again, 5 907s, 4 CSs, 4 260s, and a Chief and a Bat.
All right, the Bat, naturally a very interesting tank to play on Cliff, has been for basically a decade now. You can either go behind... it is...
I don't think it's that good from North, personally.
Well, you can go behind the stone and like D3,
1-2 fight, boys. 1-2 fight, it's gonna be.
And that is going to be a big brawl. That's going to erupt because we see some tanks getting sent towards the middle of the map by both teams, but the bulk of the forces is going into the 1-2, and now they see each other. You can see the tanks getting spotted. So far, no damage dealt yet, but it will all be about who is going to be able to take the crossfire positions at the top of the donut. A lot of rams now coming out. This is a free-for-all, and I'm not sure who's winning yet, but it seems to be like Raid is taking the lead.
Raid right now should be able to get the better focus out as well. Those 907s die very fast against the Alpha of 260s. The CS is crossed over from Raid as well. 6,000 HP lead. This light lineup from Invil. The 50Bs now repushing as well. They're not winning the rock. They have to push Panuka because Panuka is in a good position. Now 4,000 HP lead still for the side of Raid. But here come the 50Bs back in as well. Old Kings Ali now getting their clips off, extending that lead again. And Invil getting caught off guard once more. Not expecting the full 1-2 commitment here for the side of Raid, and they're getting absolutely owned for this one. As now Invil 5,000 HP down. When Old Kings and Ali come off reload, they will be able to close this out. The rest of the tanks coming now as well, as 1-2 is won for them. The lower side, the Rock, is won, and now it is all Raid here in the Grand Finals, coming through the lower bracket, not once, but twice on Cliff, completely countering the lineup from Invil and the strat from Invil as well. He had this heavy lineup, man, against 907s. It's always a loss on 1-2. Always.
Yeah, the 260s just proving to superior of the medium tanks over the 907s. Yes, the 907 does have the DPM advantage, but the 260, once it gets close towards that donut, it's just able to ram the 907.
907s do not win against 260s in no world
Yeah,
do they ever win.
The thing is, you can just bully your way
I don't even think
through.
Invil left anything at D1, did they? I don't think so. They had Ketsai going to the Rock at F1. I don't think they even had a 907 at D1. That guy always does 4k damage. I mean, I know he's not in the fight, but they countered Ketsai's position immediately. They had 1-260 going, right? 1-260 and a CS going to F1, to the Rock. Ketsai dies for free. Straight. And then it's 907s against 260s, man. Like,
yeah, now we can see the damage spread here coming out, and it's not looking good for all those CSs. The 907s were sort of, I guess, able...
Can we sort on damage key,
there we
please?
go.
I appreciate that.
The 907
look,
sort of able to stay alive, but you see DJB, T-Shek, they're down at the bottom. They just got
okay, you're like
immediately.
those Sokar and Senti are the 907s that survived, right? And even Piotrix, like he does 2.8, but it's a bad shot. It doesn't share HP. He got 2 clips off, of which one was at the end of the game, so he got his initial damage, and that was it. But on return, I mean, yeah, look, Hannes is one shot, right, Key? Hannes is one shot, and Manfred does a ram, right? But there's big buts in this. The 50Bs get a clip off, yeah? And Raid has the heavier lineup to begin with because they have more heavies altogether, yeah? So where the tanks from Raid does one shot, yeah? It doesn't matter because they just have more HP to begin with. Like, yeah,
they have
T-Sec does more than Hannes, but they have more HP.
And also, I think what we're forgetting here is that basically the 260s, they're able to bully their way through. If you commit in your 907s to basically... first of all, an unfavorable fight because the heavies win straight up against the mediums. Also, you're able to just take the positions because you got more weight, you got more engine power. To just
the raid lineup is just better for this. Usually when you play something like this from Invil's side, right, you commit on the 2-line to block them so you can surround them from the top. Is the goal. And because if you can play the top, then you can surround them and crossfire them. Yeah. But in Invil's case, they were majorly on the 2-line and lineup against lineup and side against side. When South commits onto 1-2 and North commits onto 1-2, even with speed governors, South wins if it's an even fight. In most cases, unless it's a bad focus fire. So, and Invil already has the inferior lineup for it because when fighting 260s and Chiefs and 907s, you even have to aim longer.
We'll have to see if Invil will.
Hey, this is amazing. This is amazing for Raid, dude. Oh. Hype train, dude. Hype train for Raid right now.
Hype train for Raid right now. I mean, you did predict for them, so I guess I understand why you're jumping on.
No, I mean like momentum is on their side. They're hyped. They're so hyped right now. Coming in, Cliff, Invil's map pick. It is the map Invil one. Like Kiki, it is the Cliff. Is the map Invil 100% wanted to play in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, I think they also expected
and you just 2-0'd them.
Play it.
They 2-0'd Invil on the pick that they had for free, that Raid couldn't ban. For Invil, it's terrible because that's the map where you're supposed to start strong on, right? Because you can avoid a ban, and you haven't done that at all.
And also the problem here for Invil is that basically if they weren't warmed up, then well, Cliff was not the map to do it on because it was just such short matches. That being said, we are going to hop over to Fisherman's Bay once again, and this is now a Raid's map pick, and I think so far in between those two teams, no team has actually been able in this playoff stage of the tournament to take a map on their own map pick. So maybe that is a silver lining for Invil. But first of all, we're going to have to see what both teams bring to the table here. It is going to be Raid attacking first, and they do so with an EBR, a CS, triple chieftain, and the rest is, yeah, I guess a double-digit number, 10 279s, and for the side of Invil, we see 1 EBR, we see 4 907s, and 10 279s as well.
So 20, like you said earlier, if you remember.
Nice.
Nice. Nice. But the same lineup here from Raid as they used against and the same lineup against Raid as they used against Nomi. It slipped my mind there for a second. And Invil with those 907s. But look at it, Invil very centered around the middle. Nobody in 1-2 in the beginning of this game, Kian. Nobody.
Ooh, I guess they might
City
be
push.
looking for a possible overpush over the middle, because remember the 279s.
How many raid tanks are in the city? 4? 5? I think it's 4. So 4.
Yep, and Raid also sending a plethora of 279s to the middle. So this means we are in for a pretty big brawl here. But however, take a look at the split. Basically, Invil, they have two 279s on the right side, but the bulk of their forces is near the city, where you can basically swing and do that push and try to support your tanks that are pushing through the city. They're all spotted now, so the jig is up for Invil here. Raid, they know everything that they need to know, and Ricochet rightly backing off. Maybe he'll even be able to do it without taking damage. And now in the middle there is some sort of fight erupting. Indeed, it is Invil over pushing here. Hopefully both sides brought their configs.
Yeah, well, it does look like Amorak already damaged. Albert, the first one going down here. The crossfire coming in the city. Invil does have one more tank now. The CS is still in the 1-2 line, trying to get the side angles. And Invil kind of bullying on the top here, kind of getting the angles. So sure, you're going to be the next one to fall. And that's the gun in the game that we talk about. That is very important. Invil trying to use that team play, trying to use those angles to their advantage. And now the crossfire, though, from the city. It does look like those tanks from the city are now training their guns towards the middle here. Smiley kind of left by himself as well. There is 1279 constantly farming from behind. Raid now up in HP, but down 3 guns. Now Invil starting to lose the city. What it looks like, Ricochet getting owned. 1000 HP lead for Invil, 2000 HP lead for Invil here. Able to get those guns out. Hannes with the snipe in the EBR, getting that cross shot. Shakafa now getting pushed on by the guns from Invil, and Invil here with this aggressive play. They seem to be holding on right now. They seem to be making it work. That CS Itox took a very long time to get into the fight, and look at the guns that are available for Invil. They've only lost 2, while Raid, half of the team is dead already.
Raid's half of the team has been annihilated already, and those 279s that are one-shot, they don't really care because they're ammo-racked as well. Finally, Conrad seems to have his repair kit available again, but you see in the background, Timmy getting blown up, and now Raid is down to 7 tanks here, and Panuka probably the next one on the menu to fall. And Raid, yes, they still have the amount of HP, but they need to make it work here in the city where they are fighting against superior numbers from the side of Invil, and also superior angles. As you can see, Soka with a 907 also making it impossible for Old Kings to push into here. White Rock now doing another good shot of damage, but also falling, making it only 5 tanks for Raid, who are now still up in HP. But Old Kings, he needs to pull off a miraculous performance here if they still want to win that, which is very unlikely at this point.
Yeah, Ali in the meantime duking it off against Panzer Fury, getting the win there. Old Kings trying to survive, trying to dodge the pens, but no, the 907's coming in and getting it. Raid still up in HP. Ali now trying to push in, trying to get those one-shots out of the game. Raid now rotating the EBR coming across. Ali doesn't pick up Senti, misses that one. I think that will be his last shot in this game as well. Piotr missing as well on towards Ali. Ali now gonna pick up Senti for sure. No, another non-connection from Ali on towards that 907. Now 3 tanks left standing for Raid, and it was close, but Invil being able to get gun after gun is what brought them the win here. Just a superior amount of guns available in this fight.
Yeah, I wonder how much Albert actually got blown up for, but in the end, Invil able to power through the top side or the middle side of the map, able to power through the city as well. And you can see that CS that still held a lot of HP for Raid. It was never really in the fight. It was never really able to contribute when it was meaningful. And Invil, after getting wrecked on their own map pick of Cliff, are able to continue the streak of what is now 9, including this game, matches of Invil and Raid, both not able to pick up their own map picks.
Yeah, so far so good here for Invil. I still feel like there was definitely an opening here for the side of Raid. I mean, that CS took a long time to get into the game. Normally, they can win this game, actually, if they play together on the right side of those buildings, because normally Invil needs to crossfire from the city on towards those 279s, but I think Raid made the mistake there of trying to pressure across the left-hand side, the 4 line, to help their tanks, which wasn't needed. They needed to reinforce the 8 line, use maybe 1 or 2 tanks from the city to actually crossfire, because they would see when 907's push and get the guns out of the game. Raid needs to hold far more on the right.
Alright, so Invil, by the skin of their teeth, able to power through this first round of Fisherman's Bay. Obviously, it was their defensive side, which is favored, I guess, and now in come the Damage numbers here, and now Smiley without damage, but he's receiving 7 pens, and I guess Albert received 6, so not a big blow up either.
Yeah, not a big blow up either. Smiley with 0 damage though.
I can take 4-4-0.
4-4-0 shooting there.
That is
Not.
less than optimal.
Maybe we can compare it. I mean, in general, it's pretty good here on the raid side still. Old Kings 13. Ali died at the end, failing a little bit. Rexar here, let's see. 5-5-2, also not that great. 3-3-2 from Ketsa is fine. Tisek coming in 11-8-4. Yeah, shooting at 279s with a low tank like a 907 isn't very fun. Panzer Fury is fine. Sokar is also fine. 13, 14, 14, 8. There's some big struggles on this. Just in general, the 279s from Invil just doing slightly better in that middle part.
And DJ Wheat with 12-12.
How much did the CS do again? Not enough.
Which one are we talking about?
Yeah, Itox, definitely not enough for this kind of game.
Yeah, basically he was alive to the end, so at least I would say like 500 damage from him was done when everything was already over. So he just wasn't able to contribute from the position where he was at.
The issue was he was driving down 1-2, and then he turned around and came back.
Which is something we saw a different raid CS do against Domi. I think that was Ricochet back then. But yeah, Invil able to stop the onslaught by raid here, able to get a point on the board. And this means that they only need one more to make it all even again against raid. Raid obviously will be trying to put the 3-1 here, so they only are 2 away anymore from that magical number of 5, which is the amount of games required to claim victory in the Clan Showdown tournament. And now, I said it already, sides are going to be reversed, and Fisherman's defense is a tough nut to crack if you're not attacking against Goodnight Nomi, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, let's say Invil was favored to win this side no matter what. Just like Raid is now favored to win their defense, and it's okay for Raid. I mean, they've lost 1, which is good for Invil for that mental reset. Losing 3 in a row is disastrous for any team, and if it's not even for example, the FC itself. He may stay cool, calm, and collected, but in the players, their head, if you've ever played a tournament, if you're down by a lot, those doubts do start creeping in. Like, are we really going to lose like this? Is it going to go down like this? We did all this preparation, and now Raid is up 3-0 against us, or stuff like that, you know? So it's not just on a FC level, it's also on a player level. It's good for Invil to pick up this round, to reset a little bit. Now they get to maybe, possibly make it all even, which is, of course, what they're looking for. And they're going to do it with quad 907, 1 EBR, 10 279s. Then for Raid, it's 2 Chiefs, so 1 to 1B, an EBR, and the rest 279, so 11.
All right. Obviously, for those that don't know it, the 1-1B is basically picked because it has very, very high DPM. It has a fairly accurate gun, and most important, against the 279s on Fisherman's Bay.
Heat pen on distance.
350 millimeters of average heat pen, and remember, guys, heat does not lose penetration over distance.
Yeah, indeed. So they have that 1-1B for that exact reason, to be able to contribute to the game. And you can see the split here from Invil is fairly similar to the split from Raid in the previous one. They just have a 907 instead. Hannes, they're dodging the shots, weaving as well. Monster stopping, taking 1. So EBR trade here in the beginning, 1 for the side of Raid. That's very important later on in the game, because Monster's a 2-shot now for Hannes' HE.
Now, how many tanks are in the city for each team? Is that a 4v4 or 5v4
5.
for Invil?
5. Invil has 5, but I think Raid this time is going to be able to put more fire on towards them if they decide to push through.
All right, now finally the 279s in the middle should get spotted here for both sides, and also the push by Invil through the city is getting spotted, so Raid, they should be able to put some initial fire onto the tanks should they try to push the city. But first of all, Invil actually once again in this eastern part of the middle of the map, they are over pushing with the 279s. Call me Piotr immediately taking his Emmerich, but able to repair. Invil not really pushing in the city yet. They are trying to make it all work here in the middle.
Yeah, but right now I would say Raid has actually better positions. Rexar bleeding, Rexar getting blown up. That's the tanks from the city now crossfiring. Invil now pushing the city in return. That 279 from Itox needs to start pushing up, and these 279s from Invil forced back around the corner. And here comes the aggression from Invil in towards the city, but now Raid coming back in towards the middle with their 279s trying to overmatch Piotr. The first focus there, you can see them defending ass to ass, trying to cover each other as much as they can, and Raid needs to start killing these tanks. One by one, Link peeking out, down low, Destroyer on towards the one-shot, but what Invil did to Raid in the previous one is now Raid doing to Invil, picking up that gun advantage as Destroyer is the first one to go down for the side of Raid. It's 5,000 HP, but don't forget, a lot of that here is on Itox, is on Old Kings in 1-2 line, but they're making it work. They've lost 2, they've killed 5. DJ Piotr now in trouble with Kubash as well, and Raid on their defense, up in HP, up in guns, and are gonna probably put them up in rounds as well here against Invil and Raid, the team that everybody predicted against, basically showing us what they're made of on Fisherman's Bay, as now Piotr is gonna be falling, or should be falling soon. This round should be all but done and dusted for the team of Raid. If they can close it out cleanly though, Itox now coming into the middle. Chakafa with 3 kills, and Raid this time around do hold more tanks on 5-6 line and do hold this repush from Invil.
Yeah, Aladdin now able to clean up Never here, and in the dust is Invil here. They try to once again make that aggressive overpush over the middle work, but I think that 1-2-1B and together with that bulwark of 279s by Raid posted there, they weren't able to pull it off. Raid, they had enough firepower concentrated in the city there as well to just shut down any kind of push. Yes, in the end, not many tanks by Raid survived there, but simply because Invil tried to overmatch the city and failed to do so, they had to come over the middle then, where you expose yourself to that continuous fire from all the angles, from all the dug-in tanks by Raid, who are victorious here, and after 2 maps, it is 3-1 for Raid.
Another advantage of this northern side, which you could see, is the position where Destroyer was and Link, where you saw also Invil had 2 tanks, so they had the same amount there. They're able to put crossfire onto those tanks, peeking at the building. But then again, what Raid had, what they didn't have on the first Fisherman's Bay hand, they already had those tanks in position to shoot Ketsai pushing down, right?
Oh, look at it.
So
1-2-1B coming in with
4.8. Great shooting from Old Kings, because you got to imagine distance from over 300 meters, 3.5K, right? So he is getting the crucial shots for his team. Very important. Good shooting. Good stuff from the 1-2-1B. But you saw those 4 tanks from Raid, right, Key, in the city. They were already ready when Ketsai starts pushing.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
Invil knows that they can't push into them, right? But the position where those 4 tanks are, at that building, they can also crossfire E5, which is where the 279s from Invil were, right? So you have the fire from the 2 line, you have the fire from Destroyer and Link from the side, you have the tanks in front of you, which are all on an elevated level, by the way. When you peek that corner, they are all elevated. It's cupola shots. Like, it's literally cupola shots that the Invil tanks have to hit. Where the Raid tanks have easier shots. So there's like 3 lanes of crossfire on towards the tanks of Invil, and you could see how they were positioned at some point. They were sitting ass to ass because they couldn't do anything else. Everywhere they peaked, they were getting shot.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, once again, shout out to Old Kings. I think he was the crucial factor in that middle brawl.
He did amazing. He did amazing.
He was the crucial factor in the middle brawl, enabling his team to take it down here. And now we are back at the map pick and ban screen. Cliff obviously going Raid's favor 2-0. Fisherman's Bay now being split. The score is 3-1 for Raid. Now we head into another map that is being picked by Invil that did go Raid's way in the upper bracket final 2-0. It is once again, I guess, Invil's backyard, Himmelsdorf, or at least up until this tournament, what they considered to be their backyard.
Yeah, considered to be their backyard, but we also saw Raid have a very good performance on Himmelsdorf themselves, and they only need 1 key to put themselves on match point. Match point is a big mental barrier. Both for the team home,
you mean?
for both teams. When match point, being on match point is a horrible feeling for the team against, right? Because everything you do, every mistake, it's over. You're out. You're lost. You've put all the time and effort in, and you've lost. And nobody wants to be second. You'd rather be third, because then you know that you didn't have a chance.
Yeah,
right?
basically the second winner is the first loser, right?
You're not second is not a winning position at all. People that are happy with second, they don't exist in competition format, to be honest.
And
Because when you're second, you know that you could have been first, but you were not good enough. When you're third, you know that most likely you wouldn't have a chance anyways. So.
all right, so here we go. Map video already coming in for Himmelsdorf here. We are, remind you, in a best of 9, so this is not going to be the last game. Instead, Invil is going to be defending with double B 5279s. That is 7 Chiefs and a Batchet. I think that's a first on Himmelsdorf for us. Raid coming in with 6 Chieftains, 1 CS, and that is 8 279s.
Fairly more standard lineup from Invil, kind of streaming Hill.
I mean, that is triple
Hill
auto
with
if you
8
think
line.
about it.
Hill with 8-9 is possible here for Invil. They've played this in groups, in groups, and it does look to be that way. It's Hill and 8-line.
And from the side of Raid, we see a split with the CS going towards the hill, but I think only one more Chieftain, and everyone else getting sent towards the 2 and 3 line. That looks like either a delayed repush, or they might react to the 8-line aggression. But
Raid has
instead,
enough tanks right now
they're
for
sending
8-line.
up one Chieftain immediately. T-Shek taking 2 shots of damage, and this is prompting Raid into the reaction that they are doing. And the thing is, the Invil tanks going on towards the hill are not able to react yet, but they do have a lot of tanks in 8-line that should be able to protect T-Shek from getting overpushed here.
Yeah, Monster against Ricochet on the hill. It's going to be a 1v1. Monster actually missing his first one there. He's going to get a full clip on towards Stan. CS though, 427 on the first one. Ricochet just trading it off there. Ricochet actually missing his second shell as well. And now Invil is starting to push the 8 line because they realize they're going to lose 1-2 line. They have to batter through it. But Smiley, Itox are in a good crossfire. Ricochet is the sacrifice for a Raid here to be able to push down 1-2 line. And a good start here for both these teams actually, because Invil's going to pick up 1. They have some 8-line control. They need to push over the hill, sandwich this, but Raid in return, look at them. Raid's just going for the cap in the meantime. Invil up 4,000 HP though. Raid has to be very, very fast here. Now Manfred's getting repushed by that trap from Ketsai, Panzer Fury, and Sokar, and there's not actually enough Raid times here right now. This is actually very good for Invil if you look at it.
Yeah, indeed. Invil just outminding Raid here at almost every single part of the map. Finally, the tanks from the hill also coming down, and the Raid tanks in the 8 line have not been able to eliminate the presence that Invil had posted there. Finally, all those auto-loading monsters coming in here to unload their clips onto the tanks that Raid still has in the D-line, and that is probably the beginning of the end for Raid on this map. Yes, Raid currently 3k HP behind. They are trailing in guns and they're not able to exert cap pressure. Meanwhile, that D-line completely getting cleared out and Raid unable to generate good overmatches everywhere else on the map.
Actually, really good stuff from Invil here. This is a recycled strategy that they've used before. The CS of Ricochet also not achieving much on the hill against that bad, even missing 2 shots against him. That would make Monster much lower HP to the point of 1 shot. But it was also the fact that Raid had to push. They had to keep plowing down 1-2 line with more tanks to overrun Invil's base, because they were going to lose the 8 line at some point because of the sandwich coming in from the hill that came out from Invil. And Invil deservedly so, winning their round here on Himmelsdorf. Raid, they had to do a lot of reactions at the same time for this to work.
And they didn't. This is why we find ourselves now at a scoreline of 3-2. That match is going very, very fast, but obviously very exciting to watch. Yeah, very aggressive teams just taking it out on each other. And Invil, they didn't look good in the upper bracket finals on Himmelsdorf. Now a definite improvement from their side here. Just every single reaction, it seemed almost pre-planned. Almost.
Dude, I love having some inside info though, Kian, at the same time.
Huh?
Some inside info. Apparently there's some miscommunication for Raid in the last round.
Ooh.
With the players calling to stop pushing 3 line, not an FC call.
Okay.
Which halted their 3 line push.
Ah.
Which is a game losing.
That is a game-losing mistake, indeed.
Yeah, that's a game-losing call, because if they keep pushing down 3 line and get to Invil's base, the thing is, right, Raid could win this game, but they have to keep pushing down 1-2. They will lose the 8 line at some point, right? But it will take extra Invil tanks to push it. So they have to push over the hill. Now, that doesn't leave enough Invil tanks to defend the base, right? Because of how much is pushing over the hill. Now, if Raid pushes down the 3 line with more tanks, overruns the triple chief, overruns the tanks in the 4 line, and gets into the camp, if they just keep pushing down the whole time, Invil's in big trouble, because they have to sandwich the 8 line before they can go cap. If they don't do that, they can't cap because they have more tanks stuck in 8 line than Raid did. So in that regard, something like that is game losing.
Well, then let's hope that this doesn't deter the Raid players too much from what they actually should be doing, which is focusing on the next round. Next round obviously going to be on Himmelsdorf again. This time it's going to be Raid defending. And I'm curious as to see what they will bring up for that. What does that do to a team when basically players make game-losing calls? I mean, obviously it's... I think extremely annoying for the FC would be an understatement. But what does that
More
do
than
actually with the...
It's usually fine. Usually they can reset into the next game off of it. But it's extremely annoying for the FC. It's a little tilt-worthy. Because they had a chance to win the game. They weren't out. Invil's opening was good. Their reactions were good as well. Even the CS should have probably bailed from the hill. Because, I mean, you gotta also recognize strats and the way they're played. So Raid has info on 3 line and 2 line because they're pushed up. They know that there's nothing coming from there, which means that it's an 8 line and hill kind of play. And the reason why I say that teams should know this is because it has been played in groups already by Invil. They play this exact thing because I watched the replays, so I recognized it from the top of my head, which means the FC also recognizes it, which means that CS Chief run from the hill to reinforce 8 line or set up crossfire, and you keep pushing down 3 line the whole time.
Alright, round number 6 in between Invil and Raid now. We are gonna load into it, and it will be the deciding round to find out whether Raid is gonna be able to put themselves up on a match point or whether Invil is going to equalize the scoreboard. And setups coming in here. It is Invil attacking with double bat. 5 Chieftains and 8 279s. Meanwhile, Raid here with 1 CS, 6 279s, and that makes 8 Chieftains then.
Yeah, kind of light for Raid as well. Invil light with the double bat, but only 5 Chiefs behind that. It could be a split. The 279s lower, the Chiefs in the bats high. The advantage of the bat is they're reloaded basically when they come around the hill. So they're able to focus out the first CS, and the CS doesn't have enough damage to actually kill the 2 bat shots, the one that survives. So by the time that happens, they come back in, and then boom. You die with the second CS.
Okay, Invil though, they are not sending really a lot to the hill. Yes, the double batchat, it's on its way.
It's double bat and a chief.
Yep, and now we see 1 Chieftain and triple 279 towards the 8 line. There are some other tanks in the D line already posted in the windows for Invil, probably waiting. And also through the 2 and the 3 line are purple tanks coming here. Raid sending the bulk of their forces on towards the hill, so this might be a nasty surprise for Monster and Rexa, who are both pulling their handbrakes now to basically get into the position to shoot the first tank appearing here, which is Ricochet, who immediately takes 1 shot of damage. And now the double batchet sort of trying to have to get away, as the hill is going to get taken over by Raid. However, the lower side of Himmelsdorf is now getting full push by the side of Invil, who look to have vastly superior numbers there.
Again, losing a chieftain there for the side of Raid. You would have figured that they would have learned from the first time they played this. They are reinforcing the lower side now, though. The chieftain actually backing up from the hill as well. And this is really bad here for Raid because they need to be able to hold the hill. The chieftain now repushing with the double bat. They still have double chieftain and a CS on the hill, though. So Raid should be able to hold it. But this chieftain on the hill needs to be very, very careful right now because he's going to get pushed by the chieftain Smiley. That's getting Smiley getting pushed by Ketsa. But Ketsa misses his first shot, fluffs it. Albert's actually coming back towards the hill, but you can see the rotation now from both these teams. There's 3 tanks on the hill from Invil, which will be 5 when DJ and T-Sec arrive, and there will be 6 actually for Raid.
Yeah, and 6 is a greater number than 5. Yes, Invil does have the double autoloader on the hill, and now Han is sort of splitting away, going to the eastern part of the castle on Himmelsdorf. Very iconic position, and this is now Ketzai having to hold the front here to basically enable his batchets to get off their clips before something tragic happens. But I think Raid is going to have more tanks here
on the hill fight, and they should be able to make it work. However, Conrad through the 8 line with the 279, taking a lot of map control. Albert already taking a shot on the hill as well for 503, and now Ketsai going close to Hannes, probably posturing, making him think that there's more on the hill from Hindle that there actually is. However, keep in mind, if you want to push around the castle and expose yourself to the lower side, you might pay a hefty price for that, because all the tanks from the lower side might shoot you. But hold that thought, as in comes the push from the upper side, immediately heavy damage onto Ricochet, and finally the raid tanks are able to get close towards those Batchats, but the Batchats, they're probably all out of steam anyway. You can see Rexar doing the next shot in his clip, and as soon as the Batchats have expended their clips, they are down and out of the game anyway. They don't care anymore, they want the single shooters to do damage.
Yeah, Monster not getting chased down by a lot of chieftains. Link even still going on the hill. Probably not the greatest thing here. Albert facing off against Ketsai, but there's still double chieftain there as well for the side of Invil. Monster getting chased down. DJ and Tisek there, and now Invil pushing the lower side. Albert, Ricochet, Link, Hannes still on the hill. Now they're reinforcing towards Sokar's position though here. Jakafa, Banu, Manfred, they have to take this fight even. They have to go fight these tanks, because there's 3 tanks from Invil pushing 1-2 line, and I think they realize even that they have to go kill them. Again, a 3-line overmatch here, but Invil up a lot of HP though. Gotta say, in this scenario right now, they're finding overmatches as well. Ali is getting pushed on. In the meantime, Timmy is getting pushed on. 1-2 is getting pushed on. Fabian not getting the connections he really needs at this moment in time. The CS coming in with crossfire from the hill though. Panu now coming out as well. Ali getting reinforced by Hannes and Link, who make it in the nick of time from that hill. And now the HP getting even again. Never getting Shakafy, but that CS from the hill is now paying dividend here for the boys from Raid, as now Panu pushing across, trying to stay alive, but he's not going to be able to do that. 3000 HP lead again for Invil. The trades going their way. Now the 1-2 coming into effect for Invil as well. Lucky Senti here. They need to die for Raid, but they aren't. Senti goes down. Ali goes down for the side of Raid. Hannes now facing Lucky. Manfred. They're in a little bit of no man's land. 2000 HP lead here for Invil. 3000 again, and Raid desperately trying to hold on, but they always have been in trouble because of they've lost 1 tank for free in the beginning of the game. A good shot from Orchek there, picking up that tank from Raid, and this will be it for Invil Himmels to break it back to 3-3.
Yeah, indeed. Envil just able to profit that Raid. Just had like 3 to 4 tanks still left on that hill that didn't do anything basically once the fight erupted in the lower city here. Yes, Raid able to get control of that hill, but at what cost? The cost is they are going to be losing this game here. Envil once again with very, very good overmatches on the lower side. Yes, T-Sec takes 2 more shots,
running from the window.
Yeah, that was, I think, Aladdin.
It's so useless, man. By the way, you know that... Quickly open my what tactic. You spot the same amount from here, by the way. You spot them coming across here and you simply run away for free. Because this is spotted by this for Raid. The window adds nothing in their strategy. Absolutely nothing.
Well, it actually did add something to their strategy, which was a... dead tank to their lineup, but that is basically all she wrote, as yeah, the rotation away from that window costing Raid dearly. I think if they have another full HP chieftain just engaging in the fight on the lower side, they do stand actually realistic chances of turning this game around. And if we hop over to the post-battle results screen, that is a very, very sad sight if you're a fan of Aladdin here. Not able to do a single
even
shot of damage,
Jakafa,
just dying for free.
Pen ratio from Jakafa won't be there either. Sorry, 5-5-1.
Yep.
Crucial pens at that point, by the way. Very crucial.
Yep. I mean, for the others... Oh, what? Timmy? 14-11-6? Okay. And, yeah. The other tanks, I guess, sort of doing their job, but honestly, I think the biggest problem here was that after Aladdin died, Raid took the overmatch on the hill, and then Invil just, you know... There
was realistically no real need for Raid to be forced to repush the hill. I mean, they had the hill, they were still defending, and they can control the rotations. The courtyard tanks from the side of Invil can't really leave, so they always know that how many tanks are on the hill, how many tanks are at the back. They can keep the proper amount, with some ready to reinforce either hill or the lower side. They arguably should have waited for Invil to make their move on the attack, but I guess they were afraid that they wouldn't hold it.
I guess that is something for the analysts to go over, as we have to go over to Sand River, which is going to be our next map. It is Raid's pick, as you can see, and it might be the last map that we play here. If either of those teams are able to 2-0 it, we won't even go to Ensk. Personally, I would love to go to Ensk. As I said, I love tiebreakers, but either of those teams probably would like to finish on Sand River. Yeah, we'll have to see. It is good to see, though, that we have a grand final in which both teams are actually able to show up, and now the momentum, obviously, on the side of Invil. Yeah, they started off sort of meh with that cliff, then they got back on Fisherman's where it was split, and now on Himmelsdorf, on their own map pick, going strong here, able to 2-0 raid, and score is 3-3, so I guess we are once again in a best of 3.
Yeah, indeed. It's do or die for these teams at this point. Sand River. Raid got 2-0'd by it. But then again, Raid 2-0'd Invil and Himmels, and they just got 2-0'd by Invil in return. So maybe Raid can turn around and do the exact same thing.
We'll have to see. In the upper bracket finals, Invil was able to 2-0 raid on Sand River, but as we just see, just because something happened in the upper bracket final doesn't mean it will repeat here, as yeah, Raid was able to take the 2-0 on Himmels in the upper bracket final. Anyway, we are about to hop into what might be the last map here in this Clan Showdown tournament. It is Invil against Raid. Score is 3-3, stakes couldn't be higher, and it is going to be Raid attacking first.
Yeah, Raid attacking first, arguably the better side. We saw them play it once. There were some mistakes made. I think they will have learned from that not to repeat those, but we'll see what they decide to bring. A slight graphical error there. We're just reminding you of the old TVs back in the day, you know, those with ones that didn't have any program on it at some point. Double Cran, double CS, double 907 SRV, rest Chiefs for Invil. The same. Raid 14 Chiefs and an EBI.
I guess they saw what they did wrong in their first attacking round earlier today, and they vouched to now do it better, as it seems to me like the complete Raid team is going to get sent down towards that K line here. And for Invil, slightly similar opening as well. I guess one of the CSs going towards middle, he's always going to have the priority over the EBR, but everyone else also going towards this. Hannes now spotting this out here with the 907s. Call me Piotr Kubash and Senti getting seen here, and Hannes now getting all the information he could ever want. I think that was probably 15 first spots for the EBR player. And Raid coming down K-line, booking it as well. We're going to have to see that damage onto Rexar was Hannes trying to do what he can from the middle. Monster took some shots, I guess, by the Chieftains, who are lucky to hit those. And now the Raid tanks sort of stalling here. Manfred once again going towards that outside. We didn't see this move working earlier for Raid. Now it's only one tank, though, that is going to be a thorn in the side of the overpeaking tanks that managed to kill Timmy already. So the first kill is going in favor of Invil. Manfred already very, very low as well.
Yeah, now Raid is re-pushing back in towards the dip door, trying to get those crossfires out. Never, and the whole Invil team is converging here on towards them. Rexar goes down, Fabian follows him to the grave. Never still on the outside. Monster fighting against Hannes in return, and Invil here seems to have been doing it again, as again Raid not reacting accordingly to what Invil is bringing against the Manfred on the outside for no reason. No reason why there was not, for example, one more tank for Raid on the dunes on the F line, or anything to provide some crossfire. It would have been beautiful for them if they had this, but they didn't have this available towards them. They only needed one tank extra for crossfire, Kihan, or even kill the CS in the middle, but they didn't have this, and they're falling to pieces.
Indeed, they are falling to pieces. That is only 4 tanks left here for the side of Raid that, as you said, just failed to react to what Invil was doing. Beautiful job by the Polish team, by the way, for keeping one-shots alive. Just as I say that, the team captain bites the dust, but it is still 12 tanks alive here and kicking for the side of Invil. Monster should be able to win his 1v1 here against Hannes, that can only play ring around the rosies with the CS for so long. Probably even has to show himself towards the middle at some point in time. And now, from a 3-1 scoreline for the side of Raid, Invil seem to have,
kicked it up a notch. Just, you know, switch to the next gear. We are at 4-3 now, Envil match point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, match point for Invil. Picking up this round. Raid going full kill line this time was good. Manfred going over by himself was probably not that good. I still think they need to pressure down towards K3 towards the end, though, with their tanks, which they didn't do. Now they left everybody in K6, which is another mistake. Arguably in this, they could have used a tank on the middle, Jihan, to just crossfire, force Invil to push in. Like, if Raid is really countering what Invil is doing, right? You have, like, one tank pushing middle, for example, a 907 or whatever, like a 907 pushing middle. You have a tank playing at K8. Your whole team is playing K-line. And you have, for example, one chieftain going middle, straight, like on the top, right? You have realistically only... You have 4 tanks out of the fight compared to Invil's CS and STRV, so you only have 2. The CS will die straight because you can push him with the EBR in the 907. He can't go anywhere. He will die. Then in return,
once again,
you have the tank
at... by the way, not really like...
Yeah, I don't know. Then you have the tank at K8 just farming if they overpeak, and you have the guy in the middle just farming, and they will just slowly die. And yes, you're going to lose guns and all, but they will die because they have the lighter lineup that is not able to actually contest.
Yeah, I guess Raid thought they could do something better with the way they were driving, but once again, not the correct reactions, and this is now a very, very dire spot here for the side of Raid, simply because you were almost there, you were almost on match point, and now all of a sudden the enemy team has turned it in your face as you have lost 3 games in a row, and now you're staring at elimination, you're staring at becoming, you know, the second winner only.
Yeah, and Raid is going to be kicking themselves about this one. I mean, Invil playing the exact same strategy and making it work again here for the side of Invil. And in return, Raid losing 3 consecutive rounds where in all rounds they had a chance. This one, maybe the least out of all of them because of the way that they reacted. I mean, they did good initial damage, but they needed they don't need 14 tanks K-line to hold a K-line push. Like, they don't have to. They need 12
all right.
or 11. 11 tanks K-line hold a K-line push as well. Because if you have 1 or 2, like if you have one guy going into the middle up high straight, he farms for free. The 907 pushes the CS and goes behind them. The EBR pushes the CS and goes behind them. Because once Invil goes over the dunes, CS comes from the top, EBR comes from the top, 907 goes from the middle, you kill the CS, he dies, and then your chieftain's just farming. And you realistically get behind them really fast, and they're forced to overpush, and then you just kill them.
Yeah, Raid just not playing the past round well. Let's see if they can do it better this time. This time it's going to be Raid defending triple CS, 12 Chiefs for Invil. We have 1 EBR, triple 907, and 11 Chiefs. So slightly heavier lineup for the side of Raid, but obviously that EBR, Call Me Piotr, is going to generate a spotting advantage.
Yeah, spotting advantage possibly here for Invil. I mean, those CSs were very fast. They can spot out pretty well as well. Let's see if Raid this time around is deciding to fight the K-line yet again, like they did in the upper bracket finals. It's do or die. Invil on match point. Raid with it all to win or lose to bring it to tiebreaker. And again, they are going very heavy K-line, both these teams.
Yes, indeed. Not really a difference, except that one of the 907s is not going towards the K-line, but instead towards the middle. Now we do see a good spot coming out from Ali onto all the tanks that are crossing. So Raid, they do know what's up. They do roughly have an idea as to what's happening. Senti now also getting spotted. So Raid, they have every single piece of information. It will just be down to how they react now. And we do see that they are not immediately over pushing. However, Link and Old Kings will have relayed information that they are getting farmed in the side by Monster in the 907. And now at the K-line, we do see the CSs, the Chieftains, setting up in the hull downs. However, that is not a lot of tanks here by Raid compared to the forces that Invil have available. And I think we are probably in for an over push. There is some rotation around by Raid here, so they are trying to generate the crossfire.
Invil's pushing. Invil's pushing over. Invil's pushing up and over in towards these tanks. That could be a little bit too much for them because they're down on HP already. Lucky now pushing through all these tanks from Invil, but there is still the crossfire from Raid now. This is actually looking okay for Raid, who are now pushing back in with a 4,000 HP lead. Sokar goes down, 4 tanks down from Invil's. Orchak is about to fall as well. And now Invil with the questionable decision making as Piotrix, you can run, but you cannot hide, as he gets picked up by Ricochet as well. And Raid coming back in towards this one. And what a grand finals it is, and what a grand finals it has been. Invil with the 3 consecutive rounds, not able to convert it into 4, as now Raid back in this match, as we will be heading towards a tiebreaker, which is deserved between these two teams, as neither of the two in regular time being good enough to beat one another. Will let Ensk be the decision maker.
And yeah, well, what a great match here. Nice casting already. That was crazy to see that Raid is finally able, in their 4th try against Invil, to finally make something happen on Sand River, to finally outnine the enemy team, and to finally take down a win here, which is going to secure us the final and 9th game in this best of 9 here. It is heading to Ensk. And yeah, it couldn't be closer, I have to agree. This is completely deserved. And you know who also deserves this? Us, because we love watching this kind of gameplay. Nice. When finally you watch Sand River and it's not being camped. And here we go. Quick battle result screen. DJ Weed, 0 damage dealt, and I think this is where the issues start for Invil, because Raid, just with the better decision making, honestly, they just were able to single out tanks more easily from the side of Invil. Yes, they were very compact, but because Raid was above them, able to peek them freely, they could just single out the tanks better. I think there was a tiny moment of like 5 seconds of hesitation by Invil. Should we actually go? Shouldn't we? I'm not sure if that yeah, if that hesitation actually cost them the game. I think at that point in time they were already trailing in HP, but it's crazy to see that even a team like Invil starts to second guess themselves.
Yeah, and that push over there from Invil, risky, man, risky, very risky.
All right.
I don't know, Key. I'm thinking what's gonna happen on Ensk.
We're gonna have to see. First of all, information is reaching me that Raid has the fastest attack, so they can choose whatever they want to do. Most likely, they are gonna pick Tiebreaker, but maybe they will surprise us. Also important to know, as we see the map pick and ban screen, is that basically Invil had the choice in between Prokhorovka and Ensk. They chose Ensk by banning Prokhorovka, obviously, so they feel more comfortable on that map than on Prokhorovka if it comes to possibly breaking a camp. Now, Smiley, the team captain for the Raid team, is indeed choosing defense for Ensk.
Yeah, no surprise there to pick defense on Ensk. Let's see, man. Let's see. How much time do they have before the round starts?
I think they don't really have a lot more time than in between the other rounds, to be fair.
Oof.
It's harsh, right? Then again,
yeah,
have we seen either Raid or Invil yet on Ensk? Today, I mean.
Yeah, we have. I mean, today. Yeah, we saw Ensk between Raid and Invil in the upper bracket.
Oh, true. Yeah, that one actually slipped by memory. But yeah, 2 minutes apparently until the game starts. So that is not really a lot of time to prepare for either team. They need to have pre-made strategies, as you should, obviously, in tournaments like this. You should have more than one strategy, even per site, per lineup. Because, well, depending on what you see in the enemy lineup, you need to react. Because something might be there which is countering whatever you do immediately. And yeah, this is one chance, one opportunity. Palms are probably sweaty for both of those teams.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for either of these teams. Yeah, Raid pick defense. I don't know. I think they're gonna park the bus key. But then again, I also know that they're gonna park the bus.
I mean, I remember one of the past tournaments. I don't know if it was against Invil, but it was the finals, and it was Raid against someone. Not sure if it was Raid or Tilt Raid or something, but the amount of players in the finals playing was probably a high overlap, and basically Ensk was picked, but they were attacking that time. They didn't know what to do anymore. They picked 15 Chiefs, pushed green, and won. We'll have to see if something like this is now coming in by
Nah,
the
it's
side
a
of
field.
Inville.
It's a field camp for Raid. That's for sure.
Field camp for Raid. You mean they're gonna park the bus like Fame once did it with the super many 279s east of
Something,
the
something like this. Yeah.
rails? You have this knowing smile on your face for some reason.
Yeah. Inside info.
Where's that coming from? Tell me. All right, Ducky God, get your emotes
divine
ready.
intervention, Kihan. Divine intervention.
All right, I get the feeling you know more than me. But you know who doesn't know more than me? It's the side of Invil, the ones that actually have to attack now. And they are not going to be happy with themselves after the last round. Obviously, they did get 3 on the board before this, but now they have to attack, and they're just coming out of a losing round. So, yeah, I mean, it's a tiebreaker. Both of the teams are going to be on edge. I guess you could probably cut the silence on TeamSpeak with a knife right now.
Yeah, probably. But it's do or die. Invil against Raid. The final match of this tournament here between these two. It's going to be a 4-4 heading into tiebreaker after regular time. Who will take it? Who will crown themselves as a champion and take away the main prize? Is it Invil, the winners of the previous tournament, or is it going to be Raid, the team that won in the past but is looking to prove themselves yet again against Invil? And no other map it could be than Ensk, where Invil lost one tournament against Raid, Kihan, if you remember, in a tiebreaker as well. So maybe bad memory is here for Invil, but let's see.
I mean, it basically was Invil choosing the map here, so they probably don't mind playing Ensk. Maybe they were also weighing their chances. It's like, if we actually have the slower attack, do we want to have to attack Proko, or are we more fine with attacking Ensk? Maybe they also have some pre-made strategies that we don't know about. It's going to be an interesting one in between both of those, as all tiebreakers are. Once again, the predictions here.
Oh, Kihan.
I might come true still. It might. However, at this point in time, I'm not sure if I'm actually favoring Invil anymore. There were some really, really good rounds, but it put a dent into not my head, as QSR would say, but rather in my confidence as to how good they're actually able to react to fast stuff.
Well, let's see. What's it gonna be for both these teams? The lineups will tell us a lot of the game plan style that both these teams could be bringing and doing in this battle.
I'm being told 10 seconds until the game will get started. Hopefully no reset. And yeah, the streets of Ensk is going to be where we are going to find ourselves the winner of the Clan Showdown tournament here in March. And yeah, let's see. I'm excited, and I'm also hopeful that we are going to see the lineup soon, which we do. Raid defending here in the tiebreaker. They are doing it with the setup that we've already seen from them. It is a 2684, the triple VK7201K, and then we have 11 279s. Meanwhile, for Invil, Ducky.
For Invil, the triple E3, kind of standard for them on this map. 6 chieftains and 6 279. So Raid definitely there with extra HP from the beginning of the game, especially those big meaty VKs already, following it up with those 279s, which all rock extra HP over the E3s. And we can see Raid in the beginning of the game already pressuring towards the field immediately.
They are pressuring towards the field with all of their tanks. They're pressuring down the rail with one of the 279s that is probably going to tuck himself tightly in somewhere, though. Link already taking a big and meaty hit probably by one of the TDs, and all of those crossing tanks do get spotted. However, the damage taken up until this point is sort of minimal, honestly. Kalium now taking a big shot, though. Giannis Khan is also taking 2 here into the side of his tank, down to 1913, and that HP advantage that was there for Raid, it's evaporated. Kalium taking another hit in his 2684.
Yeah, you can see here in the beginning already hits being exchanged left, right, and center for the tanks from both these teams. Old Kings countering the position at F8 there, and now Raid setting up on the 0 line, down in HP, but they are defending key.
They are defending, so it is onto the side of Invil to do something. But if you take a look at those HP bars at the top, Invil so far not lost a single point of actually one shot onto Rexa, but that's about it. And Raid, they have already bled heavily. Kaliumangel needs to be careful not to get picked up by one of the E3s on the enemy team. He needs to be he can't peek anymore, I don't think. And now the 279s here on the field for Raid, they need to get in some work to probably even that out, or they need to just not peak, as otherwise they might get shots put into their cupola. Now, Invil in the city, they are pushing up 1279, and they are going to find it completely void, completely barren of enemy tanks, as Raid literally did go full field commitment. And we're going to have to see White Rock also taking 843 here.
Yeah, it's a shot from one of those E3s at the back. Sokar on top of that rubble pile, even putting in a big one. 2000 HP now extra for Invil. They need to be careful. Never takes one in return though in his E3. They have to be careful from Sokar. That E3, if he's allowed to get those big penetrations on towards those tanks, it's going to be rough for the side of Raid.
Yeah, and Raid, they are now trailing 2000 HP, probably not exactly the start that they had imagined for themselves in this game here. And the shot that the 279 took on the green is basically going to prove to them that they cannot really free peek that position, because Sokar is going to counter it in his E3 from the base, from the rubble. I think he's stationed at A6 here, maybe even on the rubble to have a better angle, who knows. But yeah, Invil, they still have 7 minutes to come up with a match plan as to how to beat Raid here, how to break this defense, because let's be real, that is a pretty hard camp. And yeah, probably some deliberations going on the TeamSpeak of Invil. They are probably trying to feel out the weaknesses in the positions that the Raid team has currently. They're trying to figure out, can we maybe still trade a bit somewhere to generate some additional HP advantage. That will probably go on for like another minute, 2, maybe even 3, but then some decisive action by the Polish team will need to happen if they want to take it here in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think Link also did the thing where we talked about it earlier. A broken wagon does still count as an object, but no longer an object you can spot through. So what that allows you to do, where Link is to spot how much is kind of crossing over towards the city. But look at Invil, they're rotating fully towards the field key.
Yes, and that rotation currently obviously not spotted, because neither Link nor Kalium can afford to peek against the E3s here. However, since Raid did go full field, they should have an ample supply, an ample amount of tanks to receive what will be a full field push by Invil. The question remains, are they going to try to aggress the 7 line and try to go through those bottlenecks with the E3s first? Are they going to try to push over the 0 line? That is also an option. However, keep in mind, all those VK72s, they will have nice shots onto crossing Chieftains, crossing 279s there.
Yeah, well, the E3s are now starting to drive down that 7 line, like we saw CSA do actually, on towards the position of Link. The question is there enough cover for the side of Raid on towards those E3s?
Currently, the Invil tanks not being punished for this. Finally, the proxy spots do get exchanged with Link. I'm not sure if he can actually shoot below that position of Link. And now the trigger gets pulled by Invil over the 0 line. Start the 279s. Piotr actually getting an ignite off onto one of the VK72s. That is Ali, a key player in one of the other rounds for Raid, burning here. And Invil, full-on aggression everywhere. This is where they see themselves. This is what they like to play. But the first kill here, Old King's going down in his 279. That's not going to make Raid happy, who now have sort of equalized the HP, and Invil will need to commit more HP into this push, but it is just a purple flood that is coming from the north.
Yeah, the purple flood that is up on HP as well, now pressuring 0 line, but Raid is going for the full repush on towards Rexar. Kubash lucky alongst those tanks to try and keep their 0 line tanks alive. Can they make it work? 2000 HP here, 2 tanks down for the side of Raid. Now Smiley pushing back in as well, still 2000 though. Rexar, Kubash, they're kind of surrounded now. Those E3s putting big hits onto the side of those Raid tanks. Link now getting pushed by Piotr. The zero line in control right now for the side of Invil, and it does look like they found the answer of how to break this at this moment in time, as they are removing gun after gun from the side of Raid, and now still up in HP, up in guns, and up in everything. And Invil is gonna be winning it in a tiebreaker.
Invil now finally on Ensk out of all maps, being able to shut it out against Raid, who did lose a lot of HP early on, never able to recover that simple aggression over the 0 line and through the 7 line rail. Enough for Invil, who managed to keep 12 people alive currently in this final here, and Panuka, the last one to fall for the team of Raid, is going to confirm that the old winner of the Clan Showdown tournament is also going to be the new winner. Congratulations to the team of Invil for an awesome show.
Yeah, luckily enough for Kihan, he gets a prediction right this tournament.
What do you mean, a prediction? That is like, I don't know, my 5th or something. I did good compared to the other times.
You sure? You sure? I'm proud of you, Kihan.
Yeah, I am also
well.
proud of you. Anyway, first of all, let's take a quick look at the post-battle stats. And yeah, the team that is the unfortunate second, the runner-up in the March Clan Showdown. You can see the players here of Raid, a valiant effort taking the old and the new champion, which is Invil, to a tiebreaker. And yes, once again, the Polish juggernaut has done it. The next title under their belt.
Yeah, the next title under them belt, but Raid definitely having a very good showing here. Realistically, could have taken it as well, but those big E3s from Invil doing a tremendous amount of damage, actually, if you look at it. 4k for every single one of them coming in. And at the end of the day, you get what you deserve. Would I rather have seen Raid win? I want to be honest, yeah, I think they did very well, and I think they could have taken it as well in both these matches. The upper bracket one and this one as well could have been a win for them. But you get what you deserve, and deservedly so. Invil won. They broke the Ensk, and they are now the champions.
Indeed, so congratulations once again to the entire team of Invil, to the entire clan. And with that being said, I'm going to leave the last words to you. It was a pleasure casting, and I guess you hand it over.
Yeah, it was a great tournament. I hope you guys enjoyed the casting from me and Kihan. Good games, great games, big matches. It was fun. Hope to see you guys all next time. But for now, analysts, take it away.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Kian and Deki, for the amazing casting over the whole weekend. And Moff, I guess it's time to congratulate Invil for the performance, making it into the tiebreaker.
Yeah, Invil just about managing to get it over the line. 5-4 in tiebreaker. I think that shows like quite a lot of mental, strength to be able to come back from 3-1 down. They lost 2-0 on their own map pick to start it off, which was not great, but being able to pull it back and win it in tiebreaker is quite impressive.
I think we can also give a special mention to Raid, that actually lost 5-0 the last tournament and made it all the way to the tiebreaker this time. So even though they're probably sad and disappointed, that was a really great performance from them. But Moff, I guess the replays are ready.
Yeah, it feels so long ago that we played on Cliff. It was so long ago, but Raid with the push up the hill with the CSs. I think it's 5 CSs that make that initial commitment there. Hannah is clipping out in his TVP onto Never, gets a set on fire, which is quite important. It means Raid take control of the hill at the start of the game there.
What I like here is that Raid is just making a counter tactic and they know how to react. They have those 260s so they can bait Invil that they're gonna go for a brawl, because those 260s can't really play passive on the middle, but good stuff. Actually going around the hill with those 260s to make the damage on the tanks climbing and forcing Invil into a repush. A bit suicidal, you can see the HP already, 5k, 6k HP up, good stuff from Raid.
Yeah, once the initial positions were taken from Raid, Invil really didn't have a choice of anything else to do in this game. They're just pushing in, trying to make it work, but you can see all of the CSs from Raid just farming from the top of the hill, so this one was pretty much over after the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, good stuff. That hill control just making the difference, even though Invil was on the defense. Great stuff. And next up, we had Raid on the defense and Invil on the attack. And again, they were reading them like open books. Great counter.
Yeah, you can see those 260s just coming smashing into the 907s there and just being able to survive for longer with the HP. The CS is also coming in for Raid from the top side, and the 50Bs also got some clips at the start of the game. So Raid just countering every position from Invil there at the start.
Yeah, I mean, that double 50B giving an early clip here, that position Panuka is capable to take the CS. Like, you could see that Raid was basically 6k HP up almost straight, so even though Invil had all their tanks in the fight, that early damage from the side of the international team made a difference.
Yeah, Raid, those first 2 games, they looked really, really strong, but Invil, they were able to recover from that, and they didn't get completely blown away from losing their own map pick, which is quite important for them.
I mean, I guess that every time they played super aggressive and they made these straight pushes, Raid kinda had the answer, or were at least aware of what they were capable of doing. And that's, I think, what Invil changed later on. You can see on that round, again, that's a very, very straight aggression from the side of Invil. And maybe that's the first round where Raid doesn't have the greatest answer, especially on the middle. Instead of actually trying to hold the push, they were pushing across with Timmy and Halbert dropping one shot straight and going even down. That was pretty bad from the side of Raid.
Yeah, you can see those 2279s getting kind of rinsed over there. They should have focused more on trying to hold the push from Invil rather than going aggressive straight back into them. That's ultimately what cost them the game, because they actually had a fairly even number of tanks in the city fight as well, so they weren't going to lose there. They only lost it once they'd lost the middle already.
The CS was kind of always out of the fight, and even though they had the same amount in the city, those tanks in the city from Invil were focusing and playing together, and those tanks from Raid were tempted to actually help the mid because Invil pushed. So good stuff from Invil, actually kind of outminding this time Raid with this push and forcing them into decisions that they were not capable to take. So that was the first one on the board for the Polish team. And then though they had to attack, and Raid were very convincing.
Yeah, Invil on Fisherman's Bay in this one, convincing one there. Then they go for the aggression in the next one. It doesn't quite work out so well. You see all those 279s in like one sector, arse to arse, trying to protect each other, but the crossfire from the city is just huge from the side of Raid.
Yeah, this time actually Raid holding strong on the middle, good positioning at actually utilizing those tanks in the city to either get that push from Invil and hold it, or just help the middle. So you can see it in the HP department. Raid just holding strong, having the HP advantage, and they just need to pick up those tanks, those guns from the side of the Polish team. So good stuff, good counter, and they're already 3-1 up.
Yeah, going up 3-1 at this point, they probably felt like really confident after that, and Invil perhaps a bit dejected, you know. You lose 2-0 on your first map and then you drop one on Fisherman's Bay. Like, didn't look too great at this point. They'd have to win 4 games almost to deny tiebreak, to die match point there for Raid.
I gotta say that I liked a lot the way Invil played on Himmelsdorf, because even though they were really pushing aggressively, those tactics on Himmelsdorf were much better, much more advanced. Like, they're not just stupidly pushing or YOLOing like some would just call. They are actually taking positions, forcing some rotations, and even if Daki mentioned that Raid could have pushed the 3-line earlier and get their base, perfect rotation with that triple chief, Ketsai leading the charge with his teammates here, and you can see the HP, you can see the positioning. That's really great from the Polish team, but he's actually playing really well on that map.
Yeah, Daki mentioned that miscommunication from the... You see those 279s from Raid on the 2-line. They're only just coming into the fight in the south now, and at that point the fight is already lost in this game. Every trade is just going in Invil's favor, so maybe the game would have been a bit closer if there wasn't that miscommunication from the side of Raid, but Invil definitely looks strong in that one.
I think good adaptation. They actually realized that in the first 4 rounds they went for that aggression, and that was not probably the greatest, so they actually recycled the tactic they already played to play like a more passive opening, and that was just good. Then finishing off that round with the cap pressure and capturing the base. Good stuff from the Polish team.
Yeah, they changed their playstyle. They recognized that Raid were kind of just letting them play into them. You know, Raid were just waiting for Invil to make the YOLO, and Invil with a slightly better strat there. The next game, Invil getting pushed on the hill, the double Batchat, they were able to do a bit of damage, but it's not the greatest tank to shoot, and Chieftains can farm them with HE as well. So
Yeah.
Raid getting some nice kills there. All Kings overcommitted a little bit, but trades going in the favor of Raid on the hill.
That's a good round for Minville because unlike the last ones they played, they stopped around the G line. They didn't keep pushing and actually suicided into the raid tanks like they did in the past, or for example in the finals of the winners bracket. And this time they actually rotate, get back some tanks on the hill, and maybe a mistake from Raid to actually overpush that hill. But you also have to take in consideration that they don't see those tanks from Minville, that they are pushed back, and they could reinforce with much more. So they thought that was a good timing to push. And those tanks from Minville just utilizing the tanks on the lower side to cover them, just going around that castle. So again, good stuff from the Polish team. I think tactic-wise that was good, and there was definitely an adaptation in terms of how aggressive they went.
Yeah, Invil taking so much control early on in the game, and Raid were kind of just stuck with all of their tanks on the lower side. They ended up over-rotating towards the hill there, which cost them. But the next game on Sand River, both teams with a huge brawl. 907s peaking at the start for Invil, getting some early damage, suppressing those chieftains, but yeah.
I don't know if you see it, Moth, but I feel like there's a team that actually played like this in the winners bracket, which is like an EBR North and 14 tank skill line, and it was Hinville. And I feel like Raid, on that map, they simply played Hinville tactics against them, even though they were lacking on the rotations, and that defense was just much better. So that's how Hinville took that round and took the lead of 4-3 in that match. I really felt like Raid was maybe out of ideas and they just got clapped on that map in the winners bracket match. So they simply took those Hinville tactics.
Yeah, I think when you're not entirely sure what you want to do, it's always best to go back to basics and just push with 15 tanks on one side, right? Because then at least you have a lot of guns in the game. But then the next game, Invil do the exact same thing, or not the exact same thing, but Raid, they commit those 5 tanks forwards, and then they have the 5 tanks in the backs. They could create this crossfire, and Invil, they try to push out of it, but you can see they're getting farmed the whole time.
And this is amazing. This is just Raid playing exactly a copy pasta, playing Invil tactic against Invil and actually winning against them. Invil in the killing kind of stuck force into actually pushing, and actually you see the damage from Raid, the crossfire angles, and also the overmatch because they're capable of getting more tanks at the same spot at the same time. So actually good stuff from Raid, actually utilizing Invil tactics against themselves. That was actually pretty fun.
Yeah, that's some next level big brain, taking inspiration from your opponent in real time during the match, and that picks them up the defensive round on Sand River, which I think at that point it tied things up 3-3, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it might have been that 4-4. That was the tiebreaker.
And then oh boy, I think Invil is actually countering that opening with the positioning, straight up having control over the 6-7 lines, and of course they are one of the teams that prepares the most, that trains the most, so they should know how to break that very standard camp. You saw CSA almost breaking it, so Raid going for the simple and easy camp that they already played kinda, and Invil, it just came strong there and just actually taught them how to break it.
Yeah, when you do this sort of camp, you're kind of gambling from the side of Raid that Invil aren't going to be able to make it work, but they went with that pure aggression over the 0 line, and they have the tanks pushing on the 9 line as well, providing crossfire. They're shooting those tanks, those 279s on the 0 line the whole time.
That was great. That was a great aggressive play from the side of the Polish team. Well deserved. That was also a great match. I want to mention that we had a lot of fun watching that. Compared to the last tournament where Invil was just rolling on everyone and had an easy 5-0 victory in the finals against Raid, this time Raid actually proved that they're capable of giving a very, very hard match against the Polish team.
Yeah, Raid definitely stepped up their game for this one and made it a lot more competitive, even compared to the upper bracket final where they lost 4-2 to begin with.
Yeah, good stuff. An interesting tournament, and I guess we have to say congratulations again to Hinville because it's the second time in a row they're taking it. Really solid team, very deserving. A bit sad for Raid because they also played really well, but a good and interesting match there.
Yeah, I suppose now we could say we are officially in an Invil era. They've won 2 tournaments in a row, so yeah, the Invil era. Next time they'll be the ones to watch again.
Well, yeah, good stuff from them. I'm not sure about that, but I guess we will carry on with hosting someone if you actually want to keep watching to get drops, possibly. And that being said, I guess I'm just going to give you the last word off.
Yeah, I hope you've all farmed your drops. It's been good being here on the analyst desk after 2 years on the bench. But yeah, I'm tired. I'm hungry. Gonna go and watch some F1 later. Yeah, what can I say?
Have a nice and wonderful night, everyone, and we catch you in the next one.